Live episodes, the best interviews, track vlogs, tons of racing discussion, every Tuesday night on Going Bracket Racing Live.
You got something you want to get off your chest? Well, say it loud and proud. Come on the Going Bracket Racing YouTube channel page. Go ahead and say it to everybody. Everybody's opinion's welcome here.
Drag racing is the best sport there is. We all need to get on the same team, and let's make drag racing big.
GBR started live streaming, man, and it's awesome. It's kind of challenging, but thanks to Motor Mania, you know how they do. They're the one who paved the way for this anyway.
See, George, this is why I really like doing these interviews, man. It's because you actually get to see a side of somebody that you wouldn't see at the track. You get a lot of insight and a lot of little secrets here and there every once in a while.
It's the biggest race of all, Casey. Back in St. Louis as well. But the OG Million is going to be excellent in 2024. If you want to race for life-changing money, you got to go there.
Man, there's a great comment in the chat right now. That's exactly what I wanted to say next. I hope that these organizations are paying attention right now because this is the exact type of idea that can make bracket racing great.
Can't be a good episode of Live from the 8th Mile. Grab something cold out of the cooler and sit down with us as we discuss what's going on generally in the later rounds, Casey. So that's a pretty fun event that we had there.
This isn't the George and Casey show, man. This is the reason we have the chat. This is the reason it's live. We want to get everybody involved so everybody's voice gets heard. We want to make bracket racing, drag racing, every sort of motorsports. We want to all band together and make everything what it used to be. Subscribe to Going Bracket Racing on YouTube, Facebook, and wherever you find your podcasts to get the latest and greatest.
And we are live on our Going Bracket Racing live feed. Good morning, YouTube. For those of you on property, anyone that could not make it out this weekend, go ahead and send them the link so they can watch along. Huge thanks to George and the Going Bracket Racing crew down there doing a great job with all of our event coverage this weekend. Remember to like and share, baby. No Box will be calling you up very shortly. Get them ready, get them fueled. Have our opening ceremonies here in just a moment, and then we'll get this thing kicked off for $20,000 off the top today. $2,000 in No Box, of course. The risky business option in No Box. You pay the $450 Super Pro weekend entry. You run for the same round money as Super Pro. And then the winner of No Box goes into Super Pro for the $20,000. And I'll tell you, I've been to a lot of these. I've watched a lot of these. And the No Box guy that gets put in frequently goes some really deep rounds in there. And that is always fun to watch. And on a personal note, I kind of hope we get to see that today. But good things kicked off shortly. $20,000 Friday, the Pennington Bros Super Bucks Showdown, presented by Carter Maxwell, Goodyear, Mickey Thompson, Raptor P Construction, and Get 'em Carburetors. We'll be rolling things out shortly. Racers, it's that time. No box, round number 1. We need you to lanes 1 and 2, please. No box, round number 1. We'll take you to lanes 1 and 2. No box, round number 1. Bring them on down. Once again, no box. We need you to the lanes for round number 1. No box. Lanes 1 and 2 for round number 1. And we have some of y'all back there. So we'll go ahead and get things rolling here. Welcome to $20,000 Friday, the Pennington Bros Super Bucks Showdown. Presented by Carter Maxwell, Goodyear, Mickey Thompson, Raptor P Construction, Get 'em Carbs also on board. And as always, to start things off the right way, here on a 4th of July weekend, doing what we all love. Like we said yesterday, you know, we can always come together and enjoy the great sport of drag racing. And to kick us off once again today will be our invocation by Mr. John Bandemere. So if you could please, if you are able, stand and remove your covers, followed by our nation's national anthem. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is $20,000 Friday, and we're getting ready to kick things off. Our no-box competitors are in the staging lanes getting them ready, and we'll be bringing them around shortly. We get ready to pull our first pairs of no box under the suites. If you're not here, please make your way this way. No box. We are about to run you. Super Pro Door Car, you are currently on standby for round number 1. Super Pro Door Car, you're on standby and no box. This is your final call for round number 1. So your first pair of eliminations here on 2000 to Win No Box Friday, Roger Eames and Rocky G. Roger, the Joshua, Texas contestant will line up on the Phil's Trailer Sales side of the racetrack. 698 is his dial in. Rocky G, right side of the equation, dial 644. We are live on Going Bracket Racing. We are live across the radio airwaves, and we are live on the racetrack to kick off the first of our 2 main events. Roger's in, Rocky's in. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go racing. Green lights a pair. Huge reaction time advantage goes Rocky's way, and the win light will as well. 14 green, 657 on a 644. As he kind of coasts through to take a chunk, Roger was late, and 710 on a 698, no help at all. Rocky G moves on. John Bartosh and Michael Graves up next. Hey, one more thing. Buybacks are available today, both Super Pro and No Box. They will be run separately before round number 2 of competition. So following first round, we will have our re-entry round before we get into round number 2. John on the left, dial 673. Michael on the right, dial 635. Away we go. Win light Michael Graves, 38 green. Takes 36 thou worth of finish line to be 641 and a 635. John Bartosh was late and 5 thou under. So once again, buybacks are available and they are waiting for you at the Ladies Lounge. The buybacks will be run separately prior to round number 2. So we'll finish round 1, we'll have a re-entry round, and then we'll get into round number 2. Drew Porsche and Austin Williams. This ought to be a good pair. Away we go. 4 thou separate them. Drew dials in a 607. A-Dub dials in 597, and Drew will not have to make his way through the buyback round as he lights up the scoreboard. 16 green, 608. He's 17 thou above, taking a double 06 stripe. Austin was 20 green and 19 thou above, behind either way you look at it. And Austin will have to take the brat through the buyback round if he wants to continue his hopes at $2,000. Kevin Goss, Daryl Patton up next. The mayor, right side of the racetrack, the Highlands, Texas-based Maverick, dials in 585, and Kelvin Goss. Alvin, Texas, where he calls home, 670. A couple of OG Baytown contestants from the HRP days. R.I.P. HRP, baby. Win light Daryl Patton, 15 green, 591 and a 585. 63 thou worth of finish line lights up the Strange Engineering scoreboard. Kevin Goss missed it. Goes dead on 9 in a losing effort. As Jimmy Kuranek and Jeremy Heffler line up. Jeremy, he bought into the risky business. He dials $5.99. Jimmy Kuranek out of Cibolo dials in $6.92. This one is all Jimmy Kuranek on the starting line. Win like Kuranek, 005 green, 15th thou above, 20 total. Taking 12th thou worth the finish line. Heffler was 37 green. And 598.5 on a 599. He's 5 thou under. And it wouldn't have mattered anyway. Kuranek moves on. Jake Howard, Chad Sandlin up next. A couple of trucks. Here in no box, 630 the dial in for Howard, 614 the dial for Sandlin. Attention in the pits, door cars will take you now to lanes 5 and 6, please. Door cars, round number 1 to lanes 5 and 6. Super Pro door car, we will take you to the staging lanes, please. Now, this one is over. On the starting line, Winlight Howard 004 red, 629 on a 630. Sandlin was also 004 red, but he was 4/10,000ths of a second more red. More redder than Jake Howard. Howard moves on. Casey Ball and Colleen Fuselier. Casey left side, dial 604. Colleen right side, dial 713. I stand corrected. Fuselier. Colleen says. I bet you $1 I messed that up again before the end of the day. I'll do my best though. Once again, door cars, we need you to lanes 5 and 6, please. Door cars, round number 1, 5 and 6. Super Pro door car, round number 1 to the staging lanes, please. Casey's in, Colleen's in. Oh boy. Casey Ball has a whole lot of room. Winlight Ball, 38 green, 615 on a 604. To advance. Colleen, not entirely sure what happened there, but she did not leave when she was supposed to. Put it that way. That's all I'm going to say. 716 on a 713, no help. Tim Stuckey and Sheila Day. Up next. Stuckey left side of the racetrack, Ardmore, Oklahoma. Dials in at 626, and Sheila Day, right side of the racetrack, dials 639. Red light start, Sheila by 51 thou. Stuckey gets a free ride, 13 green, 624 on a 626 dial in. He's 12 thou under. Once again, Super Pro door cars, round number 1. We need you to lanes, please. Super Pro door cars, round number 1. We are anxiously awaiting your arrival. Super Pro door car to lanes 5 and 6, please. Lucas Thomas, Justin Cervantes. Up next, Lucas, Phil's trailer sales side of the racetrack, dials in 619. Justin Cervantes from right down the road in Ennis. On the strange side of the equation, dials in 601. Clean and green, 13 thou, separate them up front. Winlight Lucas Thomas, 20 green, 619, dead 9, 19 total, gets there first by 15 thou. Cervantes was 33 green and 11 thou above. Like we said, buybacks are available at the Ladies Lounge. They will be run separately before we get into round number 2. So if you light up the scoreboard in round number 1, I wouldn't stray too far from anything, but you will have a moment to collect your thoughts and yourself. Before you got to come back for round 2. Sorry left side, Midland, Texas dials 588. James Day right side dial 632. Sorry, James Dave. Daryl Sorey's moving on as James kicks her red. Sorry, 66 green, 590 on a 588 will move on. Day 32 red, 633 on a 632. Rodolfo Cepeda, Gerald Henderson. Gerald is in trouble. Like a whole lot of trouble. I hate when I'm right. Cepeda, your winner. 005 green, 709 on a 702 dial in. Henderson late, 589 on a 587. In a losing effort. Emma Powell and Richie Powers will take the tree next. Emma checking the valve springs, clearing the motor up there on the starting line. I reckon they work. Emma will dial in 779. Richie, right side, dials in 667. This ought to be pretty well over. Win my Richie Powers, 139 green, 680 on a 667. Emma was very late, 846 on a 779. I would imagine trying to figure some things out on that race car. Hopefully they can and come up via way the buyback round and work out a little better for them. Max McGaughlin and Greg Akers. Greg right side out of Buda, dial 7 flat. Mad Max left side, dial 608. Nothing at all to ride home about on this end, but a little advantage goes to Mad Max, but the win light will shine for Greg Akers. Greg, 102 green, 7 flat, dead 3 in a winning effort, and if I were you, and have a moment before round number 2, I'd head down to the nearest corner store and buy a lottery ticket, because there is no reason at all with a 100 reaction time that should have worked. Mad Max was also late at 093, 609 and a 608 in a losing effort. Greg moves on. John Singleton and James Asbill. Up next, Singleton out of Weatherford, dial 642. Asbill out of Abilene, dial 620. Separated by 27 thou. Win light Singleton 25 green, 643 on a 642 dial in. Asbill was 52 on this end, puts it dead donut, but could not overcome the reaction time deficit. Not on file as a pair, but I do know the right side of this is Derek Patton. 648 his dial in. Left side, I think, possibly. Never mind, I have no idea. Not on file left side, dials 760. Derek Patton right side, dials 648. 15 thou, separate them. Windlight Patton, 35 green, 650. He's 26 thou above, taking 10 thou stripe. Left side was 20 green, but 52 thou above leaves them out of contention. Vince Hernandez and Cody Garrett. Up next. Hernandez on the left, the Love Machine. Dials in at 697. And Cody Garrett. Right side of the racetrack, dials 631. Final call, Super Pro door cars to the lanes, please. Final call, Super Pro door car. If you're not here, get here. Final call, Super Pro door car. Bring them on down. Advantage on this end goes Hernandez's way, and the Windlight will as well. 16 green, 698 on a 697. Takes 900ths worth of finish line. Cody Garrett was 71 green and 636 on a 631 is no good. Joe De La Garza and Hudson Partney will line up next. De La Garza, left side out of Midlothian, dials 586, and Hudson Partney. Strange Engineering side of the racetrack, dials 690. Once again, final call Super Pro door car. Final call door cars to the lanes for round number 1. Final call door car to the staging lanes. De La Garza and Partney on the starting line. Joe has a whole lot to work with and will. 34 green for De La Garza, 594 and a 586 coasting through. Hudson missed it on this end and puts her 87 thou above on that end. Not a whole lot of help. Bob Butler comes up to take his no box by run as our Super Pro door cars have made their way under the suites. Bob Butler, the Corsicana-based Plymouth, dials in at 644. $20 green and 51 thou above for Bob. First pair of Super Pro door car on the starting line. Alex Trevino, left side of the racetrack from Beeville, dials in 597, and Aaron Jones. On the right, dials in at 591. Wheels up for Aaron, red light for Alex by 19 thou. Aaron Jones moving on, 20 green, 591, dead on 1 to move on. Trevino, 19 red, 597 dead 6, as he'll have to make his way to the ladies' lounge for a buyback. Bobby Mendez and Jimmy Yarborough on track. 542 the dial in for Bobby. 513 the dial in for Jimmy out of Santa Fe. looks like Jimmy Yarbrough is going to get a competition single here. Something going wrong on Bobby's car. Backing up from the burnout. I hate to see that. Yarbrough 24 green and a 10th above. Bobby Mendez. Tough break there, but if it's going to happen, at least buybacks are available. As we'll push him off and work the mop a little bit on the starting line. Be down for just a second here. I don't think this is anything too critical. But all that being said, we are currently running Super Pro door cars down the racetrack. If you are in a Super Pro door car and have not made your way here, you are very late. Absolutely, positively last and final call, Super Pro door cars. If you're not here, you're late. Gilbert Sanchez and Chad Hankins up next. I see Gilbert decided to put the top up on the Mustang today. It is a very sunny day. A convertible race car. What do they think of next? Gilbert left side dials 635. Chad right side dials 539. Green. Lights a pair. 4 thou. Separate them on this end when light says Chad Hankins. 11 green and 541 on a 539 is 25 thou above. Sanchez was 15 green and 31 thou above. Leroy O'Brien and Cliff Lovelace on track now. Leroy on the left out of San Antone. 656 is dial in, and Cliff Lovelace from Waxahachie dials in at 590. Five thou, separate them. Wind light says O'Brien. 19 green, 656, dead 6. 25 total to light up the Phil's trailer sales scoreboard. Cliff was 24 green and 17 thou above. And no good. Austin Williams and Ty Farmer up next. A-Dub left side dials 594. Ty on the right. Dial 642. Ty, your runner-up last night, and then a welder was involved post-final round. Win like Ty Farmer, how about that? 16 green, 642, dead 2, gets there first by 007. A-Dub was 001 on this end, but 596 is 25 thou above the dial-in. And gets just a wee bit behind. At not a good time to be a wee bit behind. Billy Talbot and Trent Wilson up next. Billy left side, League City, Texas, dial 6 flat. Trent on the right. Dial 617, Trent kicks her red by Trip Zip 5. Billy 003 green and 6 flat dead 7. 10 total to advance. For what it's worth, Trent, If you aired that out, you could have been quads and not got there. 6-18-5, 15 thou above for Trent Wilson after being trip zip 5 red. Billy Talbot moves on. Chase Huffman and Stephen Hughes up next. Stephen Hughes, right side of the racetrack, past a get down Dina where he calls home 551 the dial in, and Chase Huffman, left side of the racetrack, dial 615. 12 thou advantage goes to Stephen Hughes. Win light goes to Chase Huffman. Chase is 13 green and puts it dead on 7 to make it work from behind a fender. Stephen Hughes 001 green, but 22 thou where the finish line leaves him 4 thou under the dial in. Jay Bunce, Travis Barnett up next. Jay left side. Piedmont, Oklahoma dials in 604. And Travis Barnett 480 the dial in for the Rayville, Louisiana based hot rod. 8 thou separate them. One of them is perfect, and oh no. Travis Barnett will get the win. 008 and a bunch above as Jay Bunce is currently pulled over just shy of the 330-foot cone. Bunce was trip zip perfect, but something did not want to play anymore about 100 feet out. Another tough break there here in round number 1 as we will go and retrieve Jay from the racetrack. We do hate to see that, but got the delay box set correctly. I know that much. Barnett moves on as we back Smalls out of the water here to make room for Jay to get through. We are in Super Pro door car. Rick Huffman and Eli Barnett up next. Eli right side, dial 608. Rick left side, dial 606. One thou separate them. This one is straight up nasty. Top end says Eli Barnett, 001, dead 0-1 total in round number 1. 17 thou where the finish line lights up the strange scoreboard. Rick Huffman was trip zip perfect, but 19 thou above leaves him 17 thou behind, and 1 total by Eli Barnett gets it done. I mean, Rick, he left you a whole 1 to get in on. Mighty neighborly. Heath Phillips, Joe Noonke. Up next, Joe right side dials 533. Heath left side dials 621. Red light Heath by 3 thou. Joe moving on, 19 green, 535 on a 533. Heath red and dead on. I do get tired of saying that. 003 red dead on 9, a losing effort. John Helfrich and Jason McFarland. will square off next. John on the left dials 563. Jason on the right dials 542. Win light John Helfrich, 18 green, 565 on a 563. McFarland was 45 green and 300 above the dial in. Brian Self and Joey Cram up next. Self left side at Oklahoma dials 522. Cram on the right out of Santa Fe dials 611. Well, dang, Joey. Oh, Joey. Joey, that was one too many kicks, bud. Brian Self, your winner, 10 green, 523 on a 522. Gets there first by 004. Joey trip zip perfect. But I think may have gotten a little aggressive down there. 613 on a 611 to be fourth out behind Dalton Loomis and James Cooks up next. Loomis on the left dials 623. Cooks on the right dials 535. Red light James Cooks by 003. Dalton moving on. 624 on a 623 dial in. Cooks 003 red, 537 on a 535. Wendy McFarland and Dennis Lithgow up next. Wendy on the left, 630 the dial in for the Chevy 2 wagon that just loves to get the back bumper as close to the racing surface as possible. Lithgow on the right, Mansfield where he calls home, 486 his dial in the Roadster. Away we go, 6,000. Separate them on this end. Wind light says Lithgow. 001 green, 486, dead 5 for a 6-pack. McFarland was 007 on this end and mathematically locked out. Goes 627 on a 630, but absolutely nothing she could do about it. So Lithgow moves on. Wayne Pratt, Russell Fields. Your next pair. Pratt on the left dials 592. Fields on the right dials 586. Russell Fields kicks it red by a dime. Wayne Pratt moving on. 003 green, 593. 14 thou above the dial in. I'll bring up Mickey Blankenship and Jeremy Heffler. Heffler, Strange Engineering side of the racetrack, dials 598. Mickey, Phil's Trailer Sales, Waco Lane, dials in 679. Mickey will move on as Heffler is red. Mickey 23 green, 678 on a 679. He's 9 thou under. Heffler 34 red, 595 on a 598. Jarrett Lofton and Morris Hopkins on track now. Jarrett left side out of Groveton. Dial 605. Morris on the right out of San Angelo. Dials 579. Three thou the difference. Advantage goes Hopkins' way. And the win light will also double breakout drag race. Morris 11 green and 7 thou under. Lofton 14 green and 11 thou under. He took trip 6 worth of finish line, but had to get behind to stand a chance and did not. Morris moves on. Chris Pope up next on the right. The Lubbock, Texas-based Chevelle dials in at 6 flat. He looks to his left and sees Casey Ball. Ball on the motorcycle dials in 598. Wheels up for Chris Pope, and he's got 500 in his pocket. And didn't need near that much. 007 green, 1 above 5 for Chris Pope to light up the board. Casey Ball, 57 green. Puts it dead on too, but not a whole lot he could do to make up for that one. As Melvin Goss and Colton Wheeler approach the starting line. Melvin on the left. Dials in 559. Colton Wheeler on the right, who came oh so close to a VP Racing Fuels drum of fuel. Just one stinking thou short, I believe, by way of Frank Kotek. Wichita, Kansas, where he calls home. Melvin Goss out of Caddo Mills as Colton finds the stage beam. Melvin follows. Ready, set, go get them, boys. 7 thou separate them. Win light Colton Wheeler, 007 green and 603, 1 above even to get there first by 15 thou. Melvin was 14 green and 560 on the 559. Maverick Roselle and Kenny Busdas. Kenny on the right dials 542. Maverick on the left dials 604. Six thou the difference on this end. Win light says Kenny. Kenny 18 green, 543. 1 above 1 is good enough. As Maverick is 24 green. But 18 thou worth of finish line leaves him 13 thou under. See, we'd have had to tighten that one up a bit. David Broadnax and Brandon Caples up next. Broadnax on the left, the Rampage ride, dials in 664, and Brandon Caples, West Monroe, Louisiana, dials in 458. Off goes David. Here comes a whole lot of Brandon. 10 thou separate them on this end. Win light David Broadnax. 13 green, 664, dead on 1. 14 total for Broadnax to move on. Caples was 003 on this end, but takes 200ths worth of finish line to be 9 thou under the dial in. He would have had to take 11 or less. And 149 miles an hour to 101 is a heck of a close rate to try to scrub that off. Daryl Patton, Leonard Greathouse up now. Greathouse on the right, dials 564. Patton on the left. The Spears Race Cars Maverick dials in 583. Win light says Leonard Greathouse. 002 green, 563.9. He's 1 thou under. Taking 4 thou worth of finish line. Patton 11 green, but 5 thou under. By way of a double breakout in 4 1,000ths of 1 second. Greathouse moves on. Keith Richards and Jonathan Hernandez up next. Richards on the left, Petersburg, Michigan, dials in 648, and Jonathan Hernandez from just a little bit closer in Pleasanton, dials in 620. One thou separated. Winlight Richards, 13 green, 648, dead on 6 to get the Winlight. Hernandez was 14 green, but 29 thou above, leaves him 25 thou behind. Carlos Carrasco and Brian Harris will square off next. Carrasco on the left, Harris on the right. We are clean and green, y'all. Winlight Carrasco, 11 green, 681 and a 679, as I believe he might have turned Brian loose down there. Brian 17 green and 9 thou under the dial in, taking 29 thou worth of finish line. Casey Swift and John Blankenship up next. Swift on the left, dials 647. Blankenship on the right, dials 535. Winlight Casey Swift is Blankenship is Trip Zip Red. Swift 63 green and 652 on a 647 dial in. Blankenship Trip Zip 9 red and puts it dead 5, red and dead in a losing effort. Andre Rodriguez and Dan Bain up next. 642 the dial in for Rodriguez. 552 the dial in for Dan Bain. Dead even 23's a pair on this end. Windlight says Dan Bain. 23 green, 551.4. He is 6th thou under the dial in to light up the board. Rodriguez also 23 green, 641.2. He is 8th thou under the dial in by a 2 thou double breakout. Dan Bain moves on. And Andre is going to need to go to the ladies' lounge for a buyback as Guillermo Tiarina and Larry Harrison come up. Tiarina left side at Hidalgo, dials in 617. Harrison on the right out of Fort Worth, dials 564. And Larry kicks it 15 thou red. Tiarina 32 green, 616, 8 on the 617 dial in. Wes Lofton and Dennis Thomas up next. Dennis on the right, Wichita, Kansas, dials in 634. And Wes Lofton. The Groveton, Texas contestant dials in 547. Red light start Wes Lofton by 4 thou. Dennis moves on, 10 green and 633 on a 634. Attention to the pits, Draxers, we will take you to lanes 1 and 2, please. Draxers, round number 1, we will take you to lanes 1 and 2. Draxers, round 1 to lanes 1 and 2. And final call door cars. If you're not here, you're late. Final call door car to lanes and Draxers. We will take you to lanes 1 and 2. Ethan Marr and Bryson Parks up next. Ethan on the Phil's trailer sales side, dials 553. Bryson on the right, dials 533. Clean and green on this end. 6 thou separate them, Windlight, Ethan Marr, 31 green. And 554 is 15 thou above, taking 001. Fourth to finish line, Parks was 37 green. And 534, 11 thou above the dial. Greg Swift and Billy Goss up next. Once again, Draxers to lanes 1 and 2, please. Draxers, round number 1. We need you in the lanes at this time. Draxers, round 1 to the staging lanes, please. Greg Swift will dial 633 on the left. Billy Goss on the right will dial 697. One thou the difference. Win like Greg Swift, 11 green and 15 thou above. as Billy was 12 green. But 34 thou worth of finish line leaves him 2 hund under. Drew Porsche and Zach Eckert up now. Porsche left side out of Montgomery, dials 609. Off the bottom. Eckert on the right, dials 625. Red light start Drew by 13 thou. Eckert gets a hall pass and goes 628 on a 625 after an 018 bulb. Kaylee Richards and Bruce White up next. Your on-premise Larice Motorsports Insurance rep. Left side dial 664 and Bruce White. The Stafford-based T1000 dials in at 671. Winlight Kaylee, 12 green, 666 on a 664. She's 28 thou above to take 37 thou worth of finish line. Bruce was late and goes 673 on a 671. No help. Once again, attention to the pits. Dragsters round 1. We need you in the lanes, please. Dragsters round number 1. Come one, come all. Dragsters, we need you. And we need you now. Vince Hernandez and Cameron Green. Vince on the left dials 760. Cameron on the right dials 594. Green light's a pair. Advantage Cameron. Win light Cameron. Cameron Green 004 green. 594 dead 2 for a 6-pack. To also take 6 thou worth of finish line. Hernandez was 12 green and dead 1, 13 total. Not bad at all, but not good enough in this particular pair. Justin Cervantes and Darius Campbell will line up. Justin on the left, dial 602. Darius on the right, dial 618. Darius is red by 9 thou. Justin moves on. 057 green gets away with one. 601 and a 602 to move on. Darius was 009 red and puts it dead 5. And I'm getting really tired of saying red and dead on this round. I got to tell you. It is what it is, but I got to tell you. Jake Howard and Paul Campbell. Campbell will line up on the right side of the racetrack, dials 568. Jake Howard on the left, dial 630. Red light Paul Campbell by 004. Jake Howard moving on. 22 green and 630 dead on the dial in with an 8. Gabriel Hernandez and Chris Galletti. Hernandez left side, the Tainted Love Machine, dials in at 693. And OGCG right side of the racetrack, dials 504. Four foul is what Gabriel has in his pocket, but Chris Galletti is going to light up the strange scoreboard. 19 green, 504, dead on 8 to advance. Gabriel was 15 green, but 34 thou worth of finish line leaves him 23 thou under the dial-in. Max McLaughlin, Steve Tate up next. Mad Max left side, dials 607. Steve Tate on the right, dials in 650. Red light start, Max by 003. Steve moving on, 12 green and 655 on a 650. Derek Patton and Justin Endicott up now. Patton on the left in the Maverick, dials in 645. Endicott on the right. .605 his dial in for the Bel Air. Once again, dragsters, you have been called, and we are rolling y'all under the suites as we speak. Dragsters, you have been called for round number 1. Foul advantage goes Derek's way. Win light, Dirty D. 16 green, 646 on a 645. He's 13 thou above and gets there first by 6 thou. Endicott 19 green, 6067, 17 thou above. Behind from gate to gate. And Derek moves on. Lucas Thomas and Clint Dozer up now. Lucas on the left, dial 614. Clint on the right in the dragster. Our crossover pair dials in 482. Red light in good night, Clint Dozer by a bunch. Lucas Thomas, 001 green and 8 thou under to move on. Royce Martinez and Luke Johns on track now. Our first pair of dragsters. Dragsters, we're running you now. Dragsters, if you're not here, you are late. Final call, dragsters, for round number 1. So Royce Martinez and Luke Johns. Martinez dials 502. Johns dials 441. Oh boy. Yep. Yep. Martinez, 27 green, 504 and a 502, coasting through. As Johns either forgot to let go or had the wrong crossover in because he was extremely green. Airs it out to go 440 on the 441 in a time trial of sorts. Martinez moves on as Krug Garrett and Tony Coetzer come up. Tony on the right dials 497. Krug Garrett, Ratliff, Oklahoma, dials in 464. Red light crew by 1 miserable thousandth of a second. Tony moves on, 21 green. 497.9 on the 497 dial-in. Crew 001 red and 6 thou under the 464 dial-in. Josh Herman and Quade Dozier. Up next, Herman, the Bandamere ride, dials 447. Dozier on the right, dials 465. Away we go. Win light Dozier, 12 green, 465, dead 9 to light up the board. 26 thou worth of finish line, good enough. Herman, 17 green, but 31 thou above. So he might have pulled the plug on that one. And Quade moves on. J.C. Jones and Neil Sherry. J.C. on the left dials 464. Neil on the right dials 486. Final call Draxers for round number 1. Final call Draxers for round number 1. Winlight Sherry. That was interesting. Sherry 008 green and 3 thou under gets there first by 19 thou in a double breakout effort. Jones 29 green, but 5 thou under the dial in. Under by 2 thou more than Neil. Neil moves on. Billy Simpson, Tony Livingood up next. Billy on the left out of Kennedale dials in 496. Tony on the right out of Kempner dials in at 484. Winlight, Livingood. Tony Livingood is in fact Livingood. 005 green, 484, dead on 8. 13 total, gets there first by 8 thou. Billy Simpson, 19 green and locked out. 496, dead on 1. To know what could have been and was not. As Leah Hughes and Vince Taylor come up. Leah on the left dials 471. Vince on the right also dials 471. A heads-up bracket race of sorts. As ideally, they'll leave together. They left together. Green lights a pair. 3 thou. Separate them. Win light. Leah Hughes. Leah 23 green. 471. Dead on 5. 28 total. Vince Taylor 20 green, but 13 thou worth of finish line leaves him 5 thou under the dial in. Caden Muth and Ron Scott up next. 439 the dial-in for Caden, and he's leaving first. What a time to be alive. Ron Scott right side dials 403. In the Pro Charged machine. Well, all right, Caden. Caden Muth, your winner. Trip, zip, perfect. 440, one above, 212 total to advance. Ron Scott, 004 RED, and goes 403, dead on 2. Dead 2 and a 403 card at $1.78 is pretty darn cool. Caden moves on. Bree Bandemir and Johnny Ezel up next. Bandemir-Herman left side, dials 443. Johnny Bracket Racer on the right, dials 468. This one's lean and mean. 6 thou separate them, win light Bree. 001 green, 444, 17 thou above gets the win light, as Johnny was 007 green, but 12 thou worth of finish line. Leaves him 2 thou under, had to take a hund or less to make it work. Landon Martinez and JC Lowry up next. Landon on the left, dials 456. JC on the right, dials 522. Ouch. JC turns a red by 0009 to give the win light to Landon. Landon 005 green, clicks her off to coast through at 461. JC trip zip red, and 521.3 is 7 thou under the dial in. Greg Muth and Jared Asbill on track now. Greg on the left. 466 the dial in for the Bernie, Texas-based TNT ride. And Jared Asbill, right side of the racetrack, dials 480. Winlight Muth 004 dead on 6, 10 total to move on. Asbill 13 green, take 0007 worth of finish line to be 4 thou under, had nowhere to go with it. As Muth moves on, Kurt Harvey and Tom Wilkinson up now. Kurt Harvey for Rafter P Construction, left side, dials 489. And Tom Wilkinson out of Leander, dials in 498. Big time advantage goes Kurt's way. You cannot give Kurt Harvey that kind of room. 15 green, dead 6, taking 2 thou worth of finish line to light up the board. Wilkinson 49 green and 495.5. He's under by 25 thou. Terry Stewart and Mike Crater up next. Iron Mike right side, dials 434. Terry on the left, dials 454. The screen says Terry Stewart, but that is definitely a Collier car. So not entirely certain. We'll have to get that straightened out, but the manpower ride left side. 4 thou separate them. Winlight Mike Crater 007 green, 434 dead 7. 14 total to get there first by 004. Left side 003 green, 455, one above 6. No chance. Steve Collier and Jay Fitzgerald up now. Collier on the left, Benton, Louisiana, dials 457. Fitzgerald out of Corpus Christi, also dials 457 on the right. 13 thou, separate them, advantage, Collier. Win light, Collier. 30 green, 464. On the 457, that was just a weird lap. Fitzgerald, 43 green, 467, a tenth above the dial-in. To be behind by 37 thou at the scoreboard. Curtis Stevenson and Kevin Wilson. Up next. K-Dub out of Magnolia, right side of the racetrack, dials 408. Stevenson on the left, Coffeyville, Kansas, dials in 452. Curtis is read by Trip Zip 7. Kevin moves on, 12 green, 411 on the 408 dial-in. Curtis Trip Zip red, 454 on a 452. Which will bring up Corey Neighbors and Tony Farmer. Corey on the left, Lebo, Kansas, dials 518. Tony on the right, dials in 459. Red light start, Corey by 001. Tony, 36 green and 458 on a 459. Final call for round number 1. All cars have been called. Final call, round 1. If you're not here, please get here. Final call for round number 1. No box, door cars, dragsters, all y'all have been called. Final call for round number 1. Cole Weaver and Vince Roberts on track now. Cole on the left, dials 458. Vince on the right, dials 491. Ninth out, advantage goes Vince's way, but the win light will blinkety blink for Cole Weaver. 21 green and 14th out under. Vince Roberts 12 green, but 18th out under. Taking 12th thou worth of stripe. As Chad Branham and Galen Smith make their way to the starting line. Once again, attention in the pits. Final call for round number 1. Final call for round number 1 here on $20,000 Friday. Final call, round 1. Big C, left side, dials 477. Galen Smith, right side, dials 467. One thou separate them. This one's mean. Win like Galen Smith. How about 007 dead 5 to be 12 total? Not too shabby. Branham 006. 478. One above 2. 14 total and no good. As Happy just learned how to putt. Carson Stuckey and Todd Robinson up next. Carson left side, dials 465. Todd on the right, dials 472. Double 03's a pair of win light. Carson Stuckey, 003, one above 2. Gets there first by 6 thousandths of a second. Robinson also 003 and one above 8. to be behind. Once again, attention to the pits, absolutely positively last and final call for round number 1. Final call, round 1. If you're not here, you are oh so very late. Final call, round number 1. To the lanes, Rocky McLean and Bart Nelson on the starting line. The Rock 2 left, dials 461. Nelson on the right, dials 454. Six thou separate them, win light Rocky. 008 green, 460. He's 5 thou under, gets there by 1 thou. Bart was 14 green. But he's a hund under by 5 thousandths. True margin of victory. Rocky moves on as Bart will have to move over to the ladies' lounge to procure a buyback. Randall Reed, Aaron Gibson up next. Randall on the left, dials 462. Aaron Gibson on the right, dials 424. And when Aaron turns her loose here in a second, I'm pretty sure they're going to be able to hear him from the motorplex. I'm not kidding. Aaron's in, Randall's in, away we go. 4 thou separate them, win light, Randall Reed, 009 green, 463, 18 thou above to move on. Gibson was 005 green, but 33 thou worth of finish line leaves him 11 thou under. As Paul Smith and Carson Wheeler come up, Paul Wade left side out of Tomball, dials 511, and Carson Wheeler. Wichita, Kansas, dials in 498. $200 separate them, advantage Carson Wheeler, win light Carson Wheeler. Wheeler 009 green, a hund above, gets there first by 009. Paul Wade 29 green and a thou under in a losing effort. J.J. Russell and David Jones. Bird right side, dials 464. J.J. on the left, Ratliff City, Oklahoma, dials in 447. Big time advantage, J.J. Russell. Bird's going to have to spray a lot on this one, and he doesn't have enough. JJ 009, 1 above 7, gets there first by 6. By 16 thou. Bird 38 green. Dead on 5, cannot get there. As Tyler Cromwell backs up from his half-track burnout. There is no such thing as too much of a burnout. Rules to live by. I don't care what anyone says. Tyler Cromwell left side, 428 the dial in, and Sonny Barclay. Barclay on the right, dials 464. As you know we're getting down towards the end of the cars and the lanes when Sonny makes an appearance. I'm going to find a different insult for Sonny every time he comes to the starting line. Guaranteed. Sonny's in. Tyler's in. Away goes Sonny. Tyler didn't really go anywhere at all. Sonny clicks it off. 468 on a 464. Tyler didn't really ever go to the two-step, and he will idle his way down the racing surface, and hopefully can get that fixed and put back together and up here in time for the buyback round. Barclay 18 green to move on. Jennifer Johnson meets up with Michael Holcomb. $442, the dial in for Jen on the left side. $444, the dial for Holcomb on the right. Seven thou separate them. Advantage Michael Holcomb. Win light Michael Holcomb. 17 green, dead on 6. Gets him 5 thou worth of finish line. Jennifer 24 green and dead on 5. Had to be dead 0 and hope to make that work out. As Holcomb moves on, Justin Richards and Brandon Justice up next. Justin, Phil's trailer sales side of things, dials in 453. And Brandon Justice, 493. The number he has placed on the Strange Engineering scoreboard. Win light Brandon Justice 13 green, 495 on the 493 dial in. Tightens that up to 5 thou. Richards was 35 and 453 dead 6 to be no good. Kenny Probst and Russell Marr will square off next. Russell Marr, last night's $5,000 winner in what was one of the wonkier final rounds I've seen in a little while. But hey, a win's a win. Russell Marr on the right dials 470. Kenny P left side dials 460. 6 thou separate them. Win light, Russell Marr. 18 green, 469. He's 4 thou under the dial in. Kenny Probst was 12 green. But 009 where the finish line leaves him 008 under in the double breakout effort. Austin Free and Frank Kahotek Austin on the left, dials 479. Cahotek on the right. Your VP Racing Fuels dial for dollars winner, I do believe. Drum of VP Racing Fuel going his way, courtesy of our friends at VP. Frank dials 470. Fourth dial, the difference on this in advantage Austin Free. Win light, Austin Free. 006 green, 480 on the 479 dial in to move on. Frank 10 green, 471, one above, one to be 001 behind. Attention in the pits, no box, re-entry round. We will take you to lanes 1 and 2, please. No box, re-entry round. We need you, and we need you in lanes 1 and 2. If you won first round, just go ahead and chill out, take it easy for a minute, because we will run our re-entry rounds prior to any second round festivities. But right now, it's round number re-entry. We need you to the lanes, please. As I believe this is our final pair, plus a bye run to come. Bob Galletti and Royce Martinez take the starting line. Bob gracing us with his presence on this fine Friday. And I don't believe I saw him in the lanes for time runs, so who needs a time run, right, Bob? $5.99 the dial in for Galletti. Royce Martinez on the right, dials 502. Once again, no box re-entry round. We need you to lanes 1 and 2, please. No box re-entry. We are anxiously awaiting your arrival. No box re-entry round to lanes 1 and 2. Bob Galletti just absolutely blew the tires off of the S10. Royce Martinez, 48 green, 562 on a 502. Because I think Bob may need to take a gander at his equipment, because I highly doubt our pristine starting line is remotely a cause of that. Your bicar, Rodolfo Cepeda Jr., the Hidalgo, Texas-based truck, 704, his dial-in to close out round number 1. Rodolfo 007 red and 707 on a 704. That concludes round number 1. No box re-entry round. You should be in the lanes at this time. If you're not, please head this way. No box re-entry round. You should be in the lanes. Our door car re-entry round. Y'all are on standby. We will be calling you very shortly, so get them ready. But your re-entry round of no box should be coming around the corner very soon. And coming around the corner on the mic, Mr. David Breton. He's going to take you through our re-entry rounds and at least part of round number 2.
All right, first round in the books. We've got our re-entry rounds coming around to get on the racetrack, make their first chance to go past round number 1. The racing this weekend has been outstanding. Just the Gamblers race last night. The number of dead-ons with was astronomical, and it was paled in comparison to the competition today. Of course, one of the things about bracket racing is it is the ever-present quest for the perfect run. Trying to get that trip zip at the starting line, dead zero at the finish line. And even when you do that, sometimes the guy in the other lane or the gal in the other lane manages to get closer to a perfect run than you did. So it's always that quest for perfection. And we're in that ongoing quest today as the Pennington brothers bring you the Super Bucks Showdown, presented by our good friends at Carter Maxwell from Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. You'll notice that the strongest performers are running the rolling stock from Goodyear and Mickey Thompson. And, of course, your best friend in the tire business, Carter Maxwell, on site here this weekend. Make sure that you have their phone number, that you've got the contact information for them, because they will keep you going at the racetrack as you continue to follow your pursuit for perfection. Hey, we're broadcasting at Going Bracket Racing on the live stream. For those of you in the live stream audience, we're once again delighted to have you with us. Your friends could enjoy watching the races with us. And, of course, if you've never been to Xtreme Raceway Park, this is one of those places that you do need to get on your list, whether you're a racer or a spectator. There is a wide variety of racing activities that take place at this track here in Ellis County, America. And the facility is top-notch, from the racing surface to the permanent restrooms and the showers and the acres and acres and acres of concrete, so that you've got a good place to pit. The Xtreme Grill is open, serving that delicious food, those ice-cold beverages, plus the sweet treats over at the Sweet Tooth. Plus the merchandise window is open for that XRP gear. And, of course, at the Pavilion, the Ladies Lounge, where you get your registration done for re-entries or for the racing tomorrow. We'll have even more racers showing up for Saturday's main event. All of that is available for you to here to experience at Xtreme Raceway Park. First up will be, in our re-entry round, is going to be No Box. Starting to hear a little bit of that rumble coming from the area of the staging lanes. So we'll bring our first pair into the water box, and we're going to see who gets to advance. Re-entries run separately. They run each other. Get a win light. Move on to the next round. Start off seeing red. Vince Hernandez, tower side and the step side. Pickup truck. And Jeremy Heffler brings the GO tracker up for a run down the strange engineering lane. $7.58 and $5.98, your posted dial-ins. At the finish line, going to be a win light on the tower side. Vince Hernandez, dead 6, 87.1 miles an hour. 037 green up at the top. Jeremy Heffler 030 green, but 97 on a 98 dial. Breaks out, puts a win light on the tower side, and Vince Hernandez gets to go on. Super Pro door cars need you to the staging lane. Super Pro door cars to staging for your re-entry. John Bartosh, Pleasanton, Texas. Short wheelbase fleet side Chevy truck, tower side, with a dial-in of 672. And AW himself with the Brat 598. The dial goes under the dial, the 596. That puts a win light on the tower side. John Bartosh, one over with the 673, 100.6 miles an hour. Next up, a pair of risky business cars. Got Max McLaughlin dialed at 607 on the left side of the center stripe in that Wills Point Chevrolet lane. Sheila Day from Brooklyn, Texas, 4th generation Camaro. Gonna be in the ProTech Inspections lane on the right side of the center stripe. 3300s head start for the car on the right. No box re-entry. Green lights both sides. At the finish line, put a win light in that strange lane, dead on with a 4. 77 10,000ths margin at the stripe. 2000s under was Mad Max 606 with an 8 at 113. Sheila Day punches her ticket to continue running in the main event. Chad Sandlin brings the S10 truck to the starting line in the Phil's Trailer Sales of Waco Lane. Got a 6:17 dial in. Kevin Goss, Alvin, Texas, hometown of Bob Lilly. 675 the dial in for Kevin Goss in the Dart. Tower Side with the win. Chad Sandlin, 19 of 2 over with a 5, 101.8 miles an hour. Takes 78 10,000s at the stripe. 680, 5 over for Kevin Goss. Not going to work. And of course, that was testing those of you who are listening. Bob Lilly's actually from where? Throckmorton. Emma Powell, Commerce, Texas. And the young ones are going, Bob who? Gerald Henderson from Georgetown, Texas, on the right side of the racetrack. 588 the dial in. Hey, we got green lights both sides, and we are racing. At the finish, put the win light in the strange lane. 589, 1 over at 116. Good for the win. Emma, 790, 11 over, but way late at the starting line. Wasn't quite expecting that. Another risky business entrant, Justin Cervantes, brings the G-Body to the starting line. The Chevelle with a dial-in of 601. Gonna let Roger Ames go first in the Chevy Love truck, the S10 truck, out of Joshua, Texas. And Roger goes red. So that one's over at the starting line. Justin, 014 green, 599, goes 2 under, but his win light was already flashing, so that one was a done deal. Rogers 693, 97.9 miles an hour. Out the back door, but 037 red. Good night, Roger. Hudson Partney, Tower Side, Cody Garrett, spectator side of the racetrack. Cody from Ardmore says, give me a 636 with the slant nose Vega. Hudson going first with a 695 dial in to the Gen 3 Camaro. No box re-entry round on track. Right now, green lights both sides of the Christmas tree, and should be and is a win light in the strange lane. 07 on the tree to a Hudson would rather I not tell you. Cody Garrett, 648, 97.8 miles an hour. Gets to keep playing. So Generation 1 of the Chevrolet Camaro and Generation 1, the only generation of the Chevy Vega. Next up, James Day, a risky business entrant in that silver Vega hatchback, has a 34 dial, 634 dial, 1400 advantage at the starting line compared to the 620 dial in for James Asbill from Abilene. Big Country Camaro. Doing the chasing in this pair. .641, making good and sure there was no breakout. To a 10.05 for James Day. So win light Tower Side for Asbill in the Big Country Camaro. Joey Cram, wait and see buy for Super Pro, car 445C. Joey Cram, you got her done. Our Super Pro door car re-entry competitors. Going to be next to take center stage. Picture perfect day at Xtreme Raceway Park. As we started off at 82 degrees, we're up to 92 now, on the way to 99. So if we haven't already reminded you, all you have to do is be aware of your surroundings. You'll remember quickly that you need to stay hydrated. It's going to be a warm one today. Those of you with hats and coats on, your helmets and your fire suits, make sure you've got plenty of fluids going into your body today so that 90-plus degrees doesn't take too much of a toll on you. The Xtreme Grill turning out great savory delights, plus ice-cold treats and cold beverages. Water is positioned at the front of the staging lanes and in the midpoint of the staging lanes. You need to grab you a water. Do not hesitate.
People used to say the trouble with the man was gambling his life away on a whim. Yes, he did. But I thought he was all right. But it's sad, I'm sad to tell
Racers, you want to make sure you're taking care of protecting your assets. Larice Motorsports Insurance is all about making sure your assets are covered. Kaylee Phillips Richards is on the property this weekend for all the excitement of the Pennington Brothers Super Bucks Showdown. She's got some information at the Ladies Lounge, the pavilion there. Pick up one of those quote sheets down there. You are not already protected. That's a risk you probably would rather not take. One fire, one accident could sideline you for the rest of the season, perhaps longer. So let Larice Motorsports Insurance help you to keep those assets covered. Moving now to our Super Pro Door Cars. The re-entry round has got a pair of Vega hatchback leading off. Melvin Goss from Caddo Mills, Texas. 72 vintage Vega in the Phil's Trailer Sales of Waco, Texas lane. 561 the dial going first. 1900's head start against Jason McFarland. Racing Jason from Azle, Texas. Puts a 542 dial in on his Vega. Only one generation of Vega, however, there was that midpoint change, 1974, going for the more aerodynamic look on the front end of the car. You can see both examples at the starting line. Wheels up, rolling, green lights both sides. Reaction times got to go 3 digits to find the difference, and the win light's going to go to Melvin Goss. 560 with a 3 to a 541 with a 09. So a double breakout. 007 to 009 breakout. Melvin Goss breaks out less. Turns that win light on in the Phil's Trailer Sales lane. Drew Porcher from Montgomery, Texas. 609 the dial in for the white dime on the tower side of the racetrack. Stephen Hughes from Pasadena, Texas. The Dodge Demon has a 550 dialed in. 109 head start. Difference at the starting line was 3. And Stephen Hughes held 3 and goes dead 7. 120.7 miles an hour. Breakout run for Porsche on the left side. 608 on the 609. Bobby Mendez. Taft, Texas, Tower Side, and a Gen 3 Chevrolet Camaro with a 543 dialed. Lines up with Joey Cram from Santa Fe, Texas, 611. The dial in for the first generation Camaro in the Strange Engineering lane. Strange Engineering, 1-800-646-6718. Green lights both sides. Put a win light in the Phil's Trailer Sales of Waco lane. 543 dead 2. 18 10,000ths margin at the stripe. Cram goes 2 over 13. 170 miles an hour. Mendez is going to be advancing back into competition. Daryl Patton, Highlands, Texas. Ford Maverick with a 584 dial in. Spots Cliff Lovelace. 0.06 of a second in that Camaro out of Waxahachie. Three bulbs lit, and now 4. We are good to go. The tree counts down, and we got green lights on both sides. Beautiful launch. And at the finish line, put a win light on the right side of the center stripe in the Strange Engineering lane. 1 over 591 at 113 miles an hour. Daryl Patton, 86. That's a 586. 2 over on the 584 dial. Not enough. Cliff Lovelace gets back in. There's that. Geo again. Jeremy Heffler lines up with Alex Trevino. Alex from Beeville. And both cars with a dial in of 597. Going heads up. Red light, Tower Side, 034 red. So Trevino goes out. Heffler goes on. 005 at the start. 18 10,000ths under on the dial. 596 on that 597. But it was over when the red light came on in the Phil's lane. Mustang convertible, Tower Side of the racetrack. That is Gilbert Sanchez. Gilbert from down in AEP Central Country, Corpus Christi, Texas, with help from O'Brien Auto. Puts a 637 on it. Taking on Jay Bunce from Piedmont, Oklahoma. Jay's dialed at 605. Well, 22 10,000ths red on the right, puts a win light on the left. Gilbert Sanchez, 34 on a 37 at 105.6. These two are not the same, or are they? Well, you know, Chevy Chevette and T1000. Rick Huffman in Smalls on the left side goes red, 8,000ths red. Bruce White will go on, runs dead 4 at 107.0 miles an hour. Huffman, 607, goes a little under the dial, but that one was over with the red light on his side of the racetrack. 83 10,000ths, too quick on the trigger. Sends Bruce White back into competition. Andre Rodriguez, San Antonio, Texas, Tower Side. Oh, lucky. Puts a 641 dial in on it. Gonna get a big head start against the 457 dialed Chevy Camaro out of West Monroe, Louisiana. Brandon Caples. Super Pro Dragsters re-entry round, lanes 1 and 2, please. Well, there you have it. Blue Camaro's a pair, and the quick one goes to the next round. What about that margin? 3/10,000ths, 458. That's 1 over at 153 miles an hour. It's 2 over on the left side. Andre Rodriguez held a bunch at the starting line. Well, a bunch is 1. But Caples comes around by 3/10,000ths. Barely got there, but did. And Caples goes back in. Wendy McFarland left side, AW right side. 6:27 and 5:96 to dial in. 3,100ths head start for Wendy in the wagon. And down the track they go. Winlight in the Phil's Trailer Sales of Waco lane. A double breakout affair. Austin takes 86 at the finish line. Breaks out 012. Wendy breaks out 009, but it's enough to turn that Winlight on and send McFarland into that next competition round. Maverick Roselle from Omaha, Texas. Formerly the home of the White Wolf Steakhouse and some of the best prime rib you could ever lay a lip over. Hadn't been there for a long time, though. Maverick is dialed at 6:02, and James Cooks from Denton, Texas, has a 5:37 dialed in for the Camaro in the Strange Lane. Top end of the racetrack, Strange Lane gets it done. 5:37 dead on with A2 at 128 miles an hour. Maverick was 1 over. Maverick has been stuck at 1 over. 6:03 with a 7, 110.86 miles an hour for the Omaha truck. Casey Baugh racing on 2 wheels. Boasts a 598 dial in, tower side. Russell Fields puts a 587 on the board with the Chevy 2. Green lights on both sides, put a wind light in. The Phil's Trailer Sales of Waco lane. Casey Baugh, 599, 117, 1 over for the win. It was a breakout for Fields, 585 on a 587. 011 under the dial. Forfeits. Casey Baugh gets back in. Jarrett Lofton, Groveton, Texas. 605 the dial for the Chevy Nova in the Phil's Trailer Sales lane on the left side of the center stripe. And Larry Harrison still repping for those Horned Frogs of TCU. Has a 563 dialed into his Camaro in the Strange Engineering lane. .4200's head start left side. Green lights on the both sides and 1/10,000th difference at the start. Wind light goes to Lofton. 606, 1 over at 111 miles an hour. Harrison was 3 over. They were 1/10,000th apart at the starting line, so you talk about leave together. They very definitely did. But Harrison 3 over, Lofton 1 over. You do the math. Heath Phillips, Scurry, Texas, brings the blue S10 to the starting line with a 623 dial in. Got a 620 dial in on the right side for Trent Wilson out of San Antonio in the 67 Camaro. And of course, 300ths of a second. That is officially a smidge. Heath Phillips going first by a smidge in the Phil's Trailer Sales of Waco lane. Waving at the crowd with this S10 truck and a wind light also in that lane. A 1 over 624 at 106.6 miles an hour. Wilson goes under 7,000, under 619 with a 2 at 109. Breaks out, hands Keith Phillips the pass to the next round. It's going to be Wes Lofton. Groveton, Texas, 547 the dial in for the Chevy Nova. And Bryson Parks from Venus, Texas in the red Camaro. 534 the dial for your former Western Conference Finals champion. Green lights both sides. Put a win light on the Phil's side. West goes dead on with a 0. 125.6 miles an hour. A 2 over 536 for Parks in the Camaro. Wes Lofton moves on. Got Jonathan Hernandez from Pleasanton, Texas with a 622 dialed into the Roadster in the Strange Engineering lane. And a 618 dial for Darius Campbell in the Corvette in the Phil's Trailer Sales lane. But a red light for Darius. 036 red and a 618 goes dead too. You heard Dylan allude to that earlier. So many dead-ons, but red at the starting line. 620 at 200 at 110 miles an hour for Jonathan Hernandez. But his win light was already on, so that part was only for the day together. Paul Campbell, Burleson, Texas, left side. Brian Harris on the right side. Double shot of blue, F-body. 565 left side, 566 right side, tower side with the win. That's the left side. 565 dead 6 at 116. Held 2 at the start. Holds 2.5 at the finish. 567, 1 over for Brian Harris at 122.7 miles an hour. Gabriel Hernandez, San Antonio, left side in the Chevy Love. 689 the dial in, going first against John Boy Blankenship. John from Midlothian, Texas has a 535 dialed into the Chevy Nova in the Strange lane. Well, the win light's going to be in the Strange Engineering lane, 551. At 107. Gabriel. Way late at the start. Something malfunctioned there. He goes 1 over 690, but way late at the start. Sends him to the trailer, and John Boy goes on. Next up, Bob Galitti, Tomball, Texas. The GMC Sonoma on the spectator side of the racetrack in that Strange Engineering lane. Going to be the hound in this deal, doing the chasing. 599 the dial in against Vince Hernandez, 756. Dial in the step side truck. Man, Vince 002 on the tree. Galitti 004 red, but dead on with a 1. There it is again, Dylan. Vince Hernandez goes dead on with a 7 and a 002 on the tree. That is a 9-pack. Frequently, that will work for you, and it just did right there. 1/100th separate these two. A pair of former junior dragster racers. One of them, the guy in the 56 Chevy, 2000 Western Conference Finals champion. He got that title up on the mountain. Justin Endicott. He takes the right side out of Fort Worth. Mad Max McLaughlin, Krugerville, Texas. Justin goes red, 99 thousandths too quick. Puts the win light on the tower side. Mad Max, 606, 113. Mad Max gets the opportunity to go back in. So we'll move now to our Super Pro Dragster re-entry. Crew Garrett left side, Ron Scott White right side. White side? No, that's a car builder. Alfred. Crew Garrett dials 463. Going to go first by a bunch against the loud machine of Ron Scott. It's dialed at 404. Zip, Zam, Zowie, and swoosh As they said on the Batman cartoon, 465, 144.8 miles an hour. Crew Garrett puts that Oklahoma car back in. Ron Scott goes 407, 3 over at 170 miles an hour. Garrett held 1 at the start, holds 2 at the finish. Racy J.C. Jones from Maybank, tower side of the racetrack, puts a 463 dial in on the board. And Tom Wilkinson from Leander, going down that right side in the ProTech inspection lane. Tom has a dial of 496. Super Bucks Showdown, re-entry round for our Super Pro dragsters. Green lights both sides. They decided the finish line, not the starting line. That's just the way I like it. 497, 1 over at 138 miles an hour. Good for the advanced pass. Tom Wilkinson, 33 10,000ths at the stripe. Racy JC, 1 over, 464 at 147.9 miles an hour. Just not quite enough. Coy Collier, Bossier City, America, 454 the dial tower side. Jared Asbill from the Big Country brings that American chassis car to the starting line with a 479 dialed in. Quarter of a second head start for the dragster on the spectator side. Queued up and rolling. Green lights both sides. Put a wind light on the tower side. Coy held 1 at the start. Holds 003 at the finish line. 32 10,000ths at the stripe. But he got it done at the starting line. That's where your difference came. 480 right side. 144 miles an hour. Jared 1 over. Not enough. Curtis Stevenson, Coffeyville, Kansas. On the left side of the center stripe. Puts a 451 dial in on that Sticky Mickey Shod dragster. Vince Taylor, Red Oak, Texas. Not too far from here. 2/10 head start with a 471 dial. At the finish line, put a wind light on the tower side. Dead 152.7 miles an hour. Vince Taylor breaks out. 006 green down that right side, but goes too quick. Curtis Stevenson, the beneficiary, going to advance. Luke Johns, Floresville, Texas, near San Antonio, tower side of the racetrack, 440 to dial in. Johnny Ezel, right side, 2800s. Slower on the dial, gets that head start in the strange lane. Not to be confused with the weird lane. Green lights both sides. Here we go. Tower side. Johns 440 dead 8. Takes 100 to the finish line. Johnny was 2 over. Had 009 on the tree. But that's the best number on there for him. Goes 2 over. Hands it back over to Luke Johns for the win. Chad Branham, Caddo Mills, Texas. Rafter P Construction supported car. Has a 477 dialed in. Going to spot J.C. Lowry. As J.C.'s dialed at 521. And they're off. 00 reaction times on both sides. That's more like it. And a win light for Racy JC. 522, 1 over at 129 miles an hour. It's a 2 over 479 for Big C. JC Lowry gets the win light. Hey, this is your final call if you are intended to run in the re-entry class. This is the final call. If you have missed it somehow, better be making your way to the staging lanes. Final call, all cars for re-entry. Final call. All cars. Re-entry round. Billy Simpson, Kennedale, Texas, brings that sporty shorty to the starting line with a 496 dial in. Taking on Cole Weaver from way out in West Texas in Lubbock. 1/10,000th difference at the start. Man, what a match. 497 to 459. Weaver 2 over. Simpson 1 over. 93/10,000ths margin at the finish line. Simpson punches his ticket to stay in the hunt for that $20,000 top prize of the main event. Next, it's going to be Jennifer Johnson from Terrell, Texas. On the left side of the center stripe with the dragster dialed at 442. Jay Fitzgerald from Corpus got a dial in of 457, so 1,500th head start for the car on the right side of the center stripe. It was a red light start for Jay Fitzgerald, 0-1 red. Jennifer Johnson, 19/10,000ths red, but that's the lesser of two evils, so the win light goes to her. 443, 155 miles an hour, 1 over on the dial. Johnson with the win. Continuing with our Super Pro Dragster re-entry round, Corey Neighbors, Lebo, Kansas. Tower side of the racetrack, 519 the dial, going first. And Clint Dosser, Jacksonville, Texas, right side, 483 the dial. This one would have been hard to have go sideways for Corey Neighbors, 014 green. Clint Dosser, much worse than that. Breaks out at the top end of the racetrack, trying to reel Corey in. Couldn't do it. 523, 124 miles an hour, and a win for Corey Neighbors. Kenny Probst, tower side, Frank Cahotek, spectator side. 471 for Frank, 459 for Kenny. Green lights both sides, and a win light tower side. Kenny Probst dead on with a 3. 150 miles an hour and a ticket to continue. Cahotek goes 469, breaks out 146 miles an hour down that strange side. So Kenny Probst with the victory. Gets to keep on playing. Next pair of dragsters backing up from those burnouts, Aaron Gibson, Idabel, Oklahoma, and Josh Herman. Pueblo, Colorado, I think, in the Phil's Trader Sales of Waco lane, 449 and 423 the dial ends. 2600's head start for the car on the tower side of the track. At the finish line, put a win light on the tower side of the racetrack. A 1 over 450 at 145 gets it done for Josh Herman. 424 also 1 over, but gave up 2 at the starting line, did Aaron Gibson. So Josh Herman will advance. All right, no box. No box, lanes 1 and 2 for second round eliminations. No box. Lanes 1 and 2 for second round eliminations. Come on down, no box. At the starting line, we've got Justin Richards and Todd Robinson. Todd's on the right side in a dragster from Corpus Christi, dialed at 472. Justin left side from Scurry with a 453 dial in. Drivers in the pre-stage. Easing towards the stage. Infrared's tickled and we are good to go. Green lights both sides. Oh, they are close. Put a wind light in the Strange Engineering lane. 472 with a 0. 143 miles an hour. That is dead on with a 0. Right side takes 23 10,000ths at the finish line, and it's enough for the win. Justin Richards was also dead on. Justin dead on with a 4. Had a slight advantage at the starting line, 13 10,000ths. But at the finish line, you got 23 10,000ths margin for Todd Robinson. David Bird Jones on the right side of the center stripe with a 465 dial in, going to be the Rabbit. Tyler Cromwell with a 428 dial in, going to be the Hound. Little Oklahoma, Texas Red River rivalry going on at the starting line. Double O reaction times. In fact, it was triple O reaction time left side, but it wasn't enough. Well, it was enough, except Tyler Cromwell breaks out. Goes 26 on a 28 dial. That is too quick. David Bird Jones goes too quick as well, but not as much under the dial as Tyler Cromwell did. So Bird Jones, with the win light, keeps playing. No box, round 2. Lanes 1 and 2, please. No box, round 2, lanes 1 and 2 of the staging lanes. Bart Nelson, LaPorte, Texas, is next up in the Phil's Trailer Sales of Waco lane. Got a 454 dialed in. Lines up with Vince Roberts. Vince is dialed at 489 with the dragster in the Strange Engineering lane. Vince Roberts turns a wind light on in the Strange Engineering lane, takes 35 10,000ths at the stripe with a 489 dead 7 at 139. It's a 454 dead 7 on the left side. Can do your ciphering and gazentas and figure out that Vince Roberts had a slight starting line advantage in order to make it happen. And the last one looks like on the tower side of the racetrack will be Paul Smith from down at Tomball. 510 the dial. Going on. .093 green, 510 dial, 508 the elapsed time at 134.25 miles an hour. Race crew gonna ease down the track and check, make sure that everything is good to go. As we've got no box coming to the staging lanes, lanes 1 and 2, no box, round 2 eliminations. Come on down. Day number 2 with the $20,000, the first of two $20,000 main events happening at the Pennington Brothers Super Bucks Showdown presented by Carter Maxwell, featuring the rolling stock from Goodyear and Mickey Thompson tires. Also, big words of thanks to Raptor P Construction and Get 'em Carbs. Speaking of Get 'em Carbs, you want to make sure that you're well fed, and they will take care of you down at the concession stand. We call it the Xtreme Grill. They turn out great food. They got hot dogs, they got hamburgers, they got French fries, they got nachos, cold drinks, and probably a whole lot of things that I didn't mention. The menu is quite extensive, and it's quite delicious, I can tell you from personal experience. We're also broadcasting from the Tower of Power at 89.7 on your FM dial. KXRP is 89.7 this weekend. And, of course, the live stream broadcast on Going Bracket Racing. If you're not already subscribed to the Going Bracket Racing YouTube channel, go ahead and take care of that. Andale pronto, por favor. Okay, final call, no box. Final call, no box, round number 2. Final call, no box, round 2, staging lanes 1 and 2. Bring them on. Racers, don't forget, we've got Carter Maxwell on site. They have got a trailer load of tires. As you're getting your new rolling stock, if you've got some of that old rolling stock that you no longer need, you were looking for a place to stash them and leave them, you could take them over to the fuel station, which is, by the way, right in the very middle of the pits. Take those tires over there and leave them for us. We will be happy to dispose of them for you. We've got several uses for old slicks. So if you've got some old slicks, some old takeoffs that you'd rather not haul around, we would rather you didn't. Take them on over to the fuel station. Of course, while you're over there, place your orders for that quality racing fuel. And if you need your nitrous oxide bottles refilled, you do that. We got that as well. But if you have some old slicks that you no longer need, leave them here for us. It will be to your benefit. We will use them to maintain the track preparation in that tip-top form that you are accustomed to here at XRP. So we'll move into round 2 of eliminations with our no box category. A pair of our risky business competitors, Tim Stuckey and Chad Sandlin, are going to lead us off. Stuckey's going to take the tower side in the Malibu, dialed at 625. Chad Sandlin is liking that 617 dial in with the S10. Gonna stick with it on the strange side of the racetrack. Making our way towards that $2,000 prize in no box. Pair of racers looking for a win light. Only one gets it, and it's going to be the Malibu. 007 red for Chad Sandlin. It was 004 red for Tim Stuckey. But on the true start, worst red light goes out. And the not-so-bad infraction goes on. Tim Stuckey, 626, 1 over at 108. 6:15 out the back for Sandlin, 111 miles an hour. Casey Baugh and Rocky G. Rocky's got the Maverick, Casey's got the bike. 6:44 and 6:05 the dial-ins. The four-wheel competitor going first. 3900s head start. Going to be tight at the finish line. Who's it going to be? Give it to the bike. Casey Baugh, 6:06, one over at 1:13. Takes 49/10,000ths at the finish line, and it's enough. Rocky was one over at the 6:45 at 104.9 miles an hour. Hey, let me get Super Pro door cars to the staging lanes. Super Pro door cars, round 2 eliminations, looking for you in the staging lanes right about now. At the starting line is Greg Akers on the right side and Vince Hernandez on the left side. Oh my, risky business. Greg Akers goes red. Waves bye-bye. Vince Hernandez, 755, 90.3 miles an hour, is moving on. Greg from Buda goes 702 after that 059 red light ends. His day in no box. Risky business entrant Justin Cervantes, tower side with the black Malibu. 6 flat to dial in. He's going first. Daryl Patton has got the Ford Maverick dialed 1600s quicker. Over on the right side of the center stripe in the Strange Engineering lane. Spears Race Cars, helping to support Daryl Patton's racing operation. Got that fourth bulb on, and here they go. Green lights both sides this time. Well, one of them's got an advantage. Let's see if it holds true. It does. Trip zip 9 on the right side for Daryl Patton. Goes 2 over with a 586, 107.9 miles an hour. Cervantes takes 48 at the finish line, but breaks out to do it. Gave up 2 at the starting line as Patton was right on the money on the launch. Trip zip 9 and a 2 over with a 1. Jimmy Koronic, Cibolo, Texas, brings that Dodge Dart to the starting line. Puts a 692 dial in on it. Gonna leave first and have the Camaro doing the chasing. Gerald Henderson from Georgetown dials 589. Gonna be a win light for the car out of Cibolo. Dead 8, 95.9 miles an hour. Held a little bit at the starting line, but goes dead on with an 8. And Gerald Henderson breaks out. 588.4 on a 589 dial in at 117 miles an hour. 53/10,000ths too quick. So long, Gerald. Drew Porsche, Montgomery, Texas, with the S-Dime on the tower side of the racetrack, says, give me a 609. James Asbill from the Big Country. 621 the dial for the Abilene Camaro. Porsche goes red, 98/10,000ths too quick, turns on that red light. Asbill goes 038 green and a 621 dead 5 at the finish line, 110 miles an hour. And the Abilene car is moving on. Next up, it's going to be Jake Howard, a risky business competitor. Princeton, Texas, home domicile for the S10 truck. 631 the dial to a 666 for Richie Powers. In the Nova on the right side. Round number 2, no box main event. They stage simultaneously. The tree counts down and off we go. Green lights for both drivers. Across the finish line, put a win light on the tower side. Jake Howard, 633 at 104. takes 0.27 at the finish line. It was plenty, as Richie goes 4 over with a 670 on that 666 dial-in at 100 miles an hour. Bob Butler from Seatown brings that red, white, and blue Sox Martin themed Plymouth Duster to the starting line with a 646 dial-in on it. Taking on that GMC pickup, the long wheelbase fleet side from Midland, Texas. RB Sorry. Got green lights both sides. Here we go at the finish line. Who's it going to be? Give it to the Plymouth. 646 dead on with a 0. So Butler puts a 4-pack on the board, and that'll work. 646 dead 0, 004 on the tree. 590 dead 0 for Sorry in the pickup truck, but 027 at the starting line. Dead on versus dead on. We're seeing an awful lot of that today in competition here at Xtreme Raceway Park with the Super Bucks Showdown. Derek Patton and Cody Garrett next up. Cody's out of Ardmore, Oklahoma, puts a 636 dial in. On the Chevy Vega in the strange lane, Derek Patton going first with a Maverick dialed at 648. Well, there's a red light for you. Cody Garrett, little too early. Does he go dead on? Nope, 1 over, 637. But a 646 at 102.6 is going to be the winning number for Derek Patton. Leaves a green light on his side of that AccuTime Christmas tree, and that gets him the pass. Sheila Day from Brookland, Texas. Circle D Converters Camaro with a 640 dial in. Going to spot John Singleton a smidge in that Dodge out of Weatherford, Texas. 300th head start, 643 to 640. Green lights both sides, 07 reaction times both sides, and a wind light left side, dead 6, 105.2 miles an hour for Singleton. It's a 1 over 641 for Sheila at 105.5 miles an hour. That's enough of a margin for John Singleton to go to the next round, that margin being 21/10,000. On the second, Lucas Thomas and Michael Graves next to the starting line. Michael takes the right side in the white dime. Gen 2 dime. The Gen 1 dime on the tower side, Lucas Thomas dials 618. At the finish line, put a wind light on the tower side for the racer out of Mount Pleasant, Texas, a 1 over 619 at 105 miles an hour. Holds 1 at the starting line. Takes 15/10,000ths at the stripe. Michael Graves was dead on. 637 with the 3 at 103.6. Gave up 1 at the starting line. That's all Lucas Thomas needed. Gabriel Hernandez, tower side in the Love truck. Phil's trailer sales lane, 693 the dial. Joe De La Garza is going to be racing that red Camaro on the Strange Engineering side of the center stripe. Joe D with a 587 dial in. Going to be doing the chasing in this pair. Green lights both sides. Put a win light in the strange lane. Joe De La Garza, 589, 2 over at 116. Holds 4 at the starting line. Gives most of it back, but still way plenty at the finish line. 015 margin. 693, Gabriel dead on with a 3. 95.3 miles an hour, but gave up too much at the starting line. Rodolfo Cepeda Jr., tower side of the racetrack with the bye run, goes 707 on the dial in. Bumps the truck in. AccuTime counts down, sends him on his merry way. And that'll do it. 706, 96.77 miles an hour. Once again, no box racing for that $2,000 top prize. Runner up $750. And the money round starts at the quarterfinals. So we will shift now to the electronics cars. Super Pro, if you will. Melvin Goss, Caddo Mills, Texas, tower side of the racetrack, 1972 Chevy Vega. Give me a 561, he says. Travis Barnett from Rayville, Louisiana, 482 the dial in the strange engineering lane. It's a fast Generation 4 Firebird on that right side of the center stripe. Taking on a fast Vega. Not quite as fast. Neither one slow, though. Green lights both sides. Put a win light in the Phil's Trailer Sales of Waco lane. A 560 beats a 480 in a double breakout drag race. Barnett takes 56 10,000s at the stripe, but breaks out 014. Goss breaks out less and will advance in that Vega hatchback to the next round. We are in Super Pro door cars. We race all the door cars against each other till there's only one left. Leroy O'Brien in the Chevy Monza, tower side of the racetrack from San Antonio. Support from O'Brien Auto. 656 the dial in. Eli Barnett makes it 2 Barnetts in a row from Rayville. 609 the dial for Eli. And we're clean and green on both sides of the Christmas tree. And at the finish line, put a win line in the strange lane for the man from Rayville. Dead on with a 2 at 108 miles an hour. Takes 87 10,000s at the finish line. O'Brien, 655 with a 9. Breaks out 1,000th of a second. Hands the race over to Barnett. Johnny Helfrich from Forney, Texas, tower side, the Olds Cutlass Calais. Going to be doing the chasing with a 564 dial in against the 591 dial in for A.A. Ron Jones from Maybank, Texas. The maroon Malibu takes that strange engineering lane. Big wheel stand at the start and a big win light at the finish. Double breakout affair, 561. Helfrich breaks out 211. Jones breaks out 136, so that'll be the lesser of two evils, and Jones will advance in our Super Pro main event. Bobby Mendez, Taft, Texas, Gen 3 Chevy Camaro, left side of the center stripe with a 543 dialed in. Stephen Hughes from Pasadena brings that Dodge Demon up with a 550 dial in. Red light left side, wind light right side. 543 dead on with a 0, but red on the tree. Ouch. Stephen Hughes dead on with a 0 and a green light on the tree. That's a happy, happy moment. 125.59 miles an hour the speed. That's going to bring us the Plymouth Barracuda out of Santa Fe, Texas. Jimmy Yarbrough with a 525 dial in, spots Gilbert Sanchez 1.10 in the Mustang Ragtop. RAGGTOPP Ragtop. Red light right side, Yarbrough's Barracuda. Going to swim back to the trailer, a 512 out the back door at 133 miles an hour, but a really red light. Hands the victory to Gilbert Sanchez. Gilbert goes 4 under, almost 4 under, 631 on 35 dial. Best thing about that run was the Christmas tree was green. Heath Phillips, Scurry, Texas, Tower Side Blue S10, second generation with a 623 dial in. It's going to get a 3300s head start against Cliff Lovelace in that first generation Chevy Camaro from Waxahachie, Texas. Cliff dials 590. At the stripe, wind light in the strange lane, Lovelace 592, 2 over at 115. Had a starting line advantage and made Heath run out the back door. Heath does and breaks out. 622 on a 623 dial in, Lovelace with the win. Black Chevy Nova, Tower Side of the racetrack, 624 the dial. That's Dalton Lummis from Beaumont. Gone first against Jeremy Heffler in the Geo. Jeremy's dialed at 598. It is round 2 in our Super Pro main event. We're in the door cars and the trees counting down. Green lights both sides. Yeah, they are. Wind light Tower Side. 625, 1 over at 108. Dalton gets the win. Jeremy changed his dial from 597 to 598. Goes 597, coupled with a 003 on the tree, but it's still a breakout. And Dalton Lummis is going to be your winner to advance to round 3. Race crew applying the arm strength and the mop to make sure that everything is just right on that side of the racetrack. And our next pair roll into the water and get ready to spin them. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I got a racer in need. Got a racer in need of a Crane Gold rocker arm for a big block Chevy. Got a racer in need of a Crane Gold rocker arm for a big block Chevy. If you could let them know in the ladies' lounge, we'd sure appreciate it. Bruce White goes red, so Keith Richards goes on. 645. 106 left side breaks out, but the race was already over. Bruce White 012 red in the T1000. Next up, Billy Talbot, League City, Texas, Tower Side, Generation 1 Chevrolet Camaro 1969. The vintage 601 the dial against the Roadster dial at 535. That's Joe Noonkey. from Colleen. Hey, we're green on both sides. Got reaction times that are close. And the win lights in the Phil's Trader Sales of Waco lane dead on with a 1. Goes Billy Talbot, 114 miles an hour. Nunke took 010 at the finish line, but breaks out with a 33.8 on a 35 dial. Chris Galitti, right side out of Tomball, Texas, puts a 505 dial in. On the Chevy 2, going to spot Wayne Pratt, 8800s with a 593 dial into the white Camaro in the Phil's lane. Well, this is going to be a good one, especially for Chris Galitti. He goes dead on with a 6, 137 miles an hour. He was not the better reaction time, but he does run the number. Wayne Pratt with 005 on the tree, but goes 91 on a 93. Breaks out 014, and Galitti gets to advance. So next pair is Nova versus Nova. Jarrett Lofton left side, Chad Hankins right side. Winsboro, Texas, home for Hankins. He's got a 540 dialed into the white Nova. Going to be doing the pursuing in the Strange Engineering lane. Jared Lofton going to be the rabbit. Dial 605. Goes red. 003 red for Jarrett Lofton, coupled with a 604, puts a win light on the Strange side. Chad Hankins goes dead on with a 2. Trip zip 4 red, but it counts. The lesser infraction. Chad Hankins gets the win light. 1969 Chevrolet Camaro Yenko version. Ethan Marr from Seatown, 554 the dial in. Got to give Cameron Green a 4/10 head start. Cameron in the Titan Oil Tools special. In the ProTech lane. Winlight Tower side, Ethan Marr, 555, 1 over at 121.7 miles an hour. Held 3 at the starting line, holds 3 at the finish line for the win. Kenny Bustos from Mansfield, Texas with the original second generation Camaro. 1970, some people say and a half. Dials 544 in that Black Beauty in the Strange lane. Chase Huffman going first. In the Nova, Tower side. Green lights a pair, win light Strange side. 544 dead 3 at 127.2 miles an hour. Once again, the driver with a better reaction time goes too quick on the top end, misses the dial in. Chase goes 614 on a 615. Hands that win light back over to Kenny Bustos. Bustos says, I'll take it. James Cooks from Denton, Texas. Takes that right side lane, puts a 537 dial in on it. Kaylee Phillips going first in the dime out of Scurry, Texas. 663 her dial. Green lights both sides. This one's too close to call. Phil's side gets the win. 663 dead 6 at 102.2 for Kaylee Phillips. Cooks takes 011 at the stripe, goes 536, breaks out on that 537 dial. So Phillips with the win. Mad Max McLaughlin and Dennis Lithgow at the starting line. 606 and 487 the dial ins. Mad Max Tower side going first. Close at the start. McLaughlin at the finish, 6:07, one over at 1:11. Lithgow, starting line advantage. There you go, one more time. Starting line advantage, but breaks out. 486 with an 88 on a 487 dial. It's not much, but it is hard to fool AccuTime. You cannot do it. It goes out to the 95 millionth digit. Ty Farmer went a long way yesterday, wound up runner-up in our Thursday all-run 5K warm-up. Has the Chevy Nova in the strange engineering lane dialed at 642. Ty's going first. Brian Self doing the pursuing in that extended cab S10 truck on the tower side with crater power. It's dialed at 522. Across the 660, it's going to be a wind light in the tower side. Stop me if you've heard this before. Starting line advantage, Ty Farmer breaks out. Brian Self, 523, one over at 129 miles an hour. Gets it done via the breakout. Guillermo Tijerina, Hidalgo, Texas, tower side in that black and red Fox body Mustang. In the Phil's Trailer Sales of Waco Lane, going to be doing the roll of the rabbit. 617 the dial in. Brandon Caples, one of your ultimate hounds with a door car. 458 the dial in. Royal Caples is going to go around. Starting line advantage and doesn't break out. Goes dead on with a 9, 153 miles an hour in that fast ride from Louisiana. Guillermo goes dead on with a 3, but gave up 3 at the starting line. Caples takes the win by that exact 3. Maverick versus Nova at the starting line. Derek Patton, tower side with the Maverick, puts a 644 on it. Leonard Greathouse, Lorena, Texas, puts a 563 dial in on the Chevy Nova. Drivers bringing them in. They're in the pre-stage. Third bulb comes on. Count 7. If you get to 8, there's a red light on your side. There's a red light on the right side anyway. 7 thousandths too quick on the trigger. And a 2 over 565. Derek Patton, 644. Dead zero. 106.8 miles an hour. Had a green light on his side of the Christmas tree. Leonardo Casagrande goes 007 red, and Patton gets the win. Morris Hopkins from San Angelo, Texas. Going to take that right side and put a 578 dial into the Roadster. And when you see the wagon come up, everyone knows it's Wendy McFarland. Wendy's dialed at 626. 4,800's head start for the long roof. Wendy goes red, and it was not pink. Morris Hopkins will advance, dead 7, 117 miles an hour for the win. Carlos Carrasco, San Antonio, Texas, 680 the dial in left side with that Pontiac Firebird. 1967 vintage Firebird, the very first year. Man, gotta say I like that. Chris Pope from Lubbock, Texas, puts a 603 dial in. On the G-body in the strange lane. And we are green on both sides. 00 reaction times on both sides. This is going to be a good one. And it's going to go to the Hub City car. 603 dead 0 007. So a 10-pack gets it done for Chris Pope. It's an 81, 1 over at 103 miles an hour. Carlos Carrasco was 004 on the tree. Chris Pope was 007 on the tree. Pope runs right on the dial, and that's good for the win. Wes Lofton, Groveton, Texas, tower side in the Chevy Nova. 548 the dial. Spots Dan Bain 200ths of a second. Dan Bain from Reynosa, New Mexico, with the Camaro. Green lights both sides and across the finish line. Dan Bain is going to get her done. A 2 over 552 at 121 to a 1 over 549 at 126. Bain holds 2 at the start, holds 1 at the finish, and will advance. Wes Lofton, Groveton, Texas, tower side, just went down the racetrack. Gives way to David Brodnax. The Rampage car puts a 665 dial in. Gonna go first against Dennis Thomas from Wichita, Kansas, the Blue Dime. And we'll roll it. Truck versus Dodge, and it's going to be the pickup. 634 dead on with a 106.2 miles an hour. And at the starting line, 003 on the tree. The 8-pack gets it done for Dennis Thomas. A 1 over 666 for Brodnax at 101 miles an hour. Thomas holds 2 at the start, holds 2 at the finish for the win. Vince Hernandez and Steve Tate next up. Vince dials 755 in the step side. One of your C trucks, C10. Steve Tate in the Tater Wagon, dial 654. Win light goes to Tater, 656, 2 over at 103. Hernandez was 2 over at 89.9 miles an hour. Starting line advantage gives Tate the finish line advantage and the win. Gonna be Mustang. Zach Eckert, 629, gets 2900's head start against the 6 flat dialed bike of Casey Ball. Casey from Czech Stop Village, Texas. Dragsters, Super Pro Dragsters to the staging lanes for your second round. Zach Eckert's going to get a win with a dead on with a 0, 110 miles an hour down that right side. Casey was 2 over, 115 miles an hour on the bike. Zach goes dead on with a 0 and gets the win. Margin 010 at the finish line. Dragsters, round 2. Dragsters, round 2. Super Pro main event. Dragsters to the staging lanes. It's yo time. Back for another 20 cents. Dime on the left, dime on the right. Colton Wheeler from Wichita, Kansas in the Gen 2 dime. 602 the dial over there. Mickey Blankenship, 678 the dial tower side. In the two-tone Gen 1. Two-tone, primer and patina. Well, it clashes with that shade of red right there. Colton Wheeler going to win 6:02, dead 4 at 1:14. Takes the win when Mickey goes red. Yep. Dead on with her, but red at the starting line. Happened again. And the dimes keep coming. Greg Swift, Tower Side from Azle, Texas, brings a white Gen 2 S10 truck to the starting line. Gonna get a 1500s head start against the 620 dialed Roadster of Jonathan Hernandez from Pleasanton, Texas. They're rolling, got green lights both sides, and the wind light is going to be in the strange lane. 623, 3 over at 107. Hernandez holds 2 at the start, holds 2 at the finish line. Greg Swift 3 over at a 638 at 106. John Boy Blankenship, Chevy Nova, Strange Engineering side, dials 535. Casey Swift with the Maverick on the Tower side has a 650 dialed in. Reaction times very close. Put a wind light in the strange lane. 536, 1 over at 127. A breakout 647. For Casey Swift. John Boyd was holding a big whopping 1,000th as a starting line. Casey goes way under. 021 breakout, and John Boy advances. Next up, for 20 cents more, you get to see Rodolfo Cepeda Jr. from Hidalgo in the black Gen 1 S10. Take on Jake Howard in the Chartreuse E-White, E-Blanco, Gen 1 S10. 630 to dial right side, 706 to dial left side. Got green lights on both sides. How's this going to play? Well, that's what it looked like at the starting line, and that's how it played. 707, good for the win at 96 miles an hour. 006 on the tree for Rodolfo. Jake 023 breaks out. 629 on a 630 dial in. Rodolfo Cepeda. Next round bound. Paul Campbell, Burleson, Texas, 565 the dial in left side and a Gen 4 Firebird. Justin Cervantes right side, 601 the dial in. In the big G body. Justin goes red, so Paul Campbell will advance. 565 dead on with an 8, 116.7 miles an hour. Justin also dead on with a 5, but 045 red. Campbell goes on. Dragsters to the lanes. Dragsters to the lanes for round 2. Dragsters to the lanes for round 2, main event. At the starting line, going to be Quade Dozier, all the way from Lubbock County, Texas, in Slayton. He's got a 465 dialed into the dragster. Going to be trying to catch up with that S10 truck of Lucas Thomas. Lucas from Mount Pleasant, Texas. Green lights both sides, And the win light for the West Texas car, 1 over 466 at 141 against a dead 2, 111.1 miles an hour. Dozier held 3 at the starting line, gave back 1, holds 2 at the finish line. 466 beats a dead on 2. Royce Martinez, tower side, Racy J.C. Lowry, spectator side. As you can see, the dragsters have answered the call. 1900's head start for Racy J.C. in the strange engineering lane as we're going long and skinny and a bunch of them. $20,000 top prize in the Super Bucks Showdown. Win light, strange side, Racy J.C. 522 dead on with a 5. Royce Martinez breaks out 501 on a 503 down that left side lane. Leah Hughes, Pasadena, Texas, tower side, 471. The dial in gets 400's head start against the dragster of David Bird Jones from Kemp, Texas. Jones takes the strange lane. And pre-stage is first. Carefully putting those cars in a stage position. Red light left side, Leah Hughes. 011 red and a dead 8. You heard this before today? Bird Jones, 466, 137 miles an hour, gets a win when Leah goes too quick. At the starting line, red light start, dead on elapsed time. Bird Jones will take it. Moves on to round 3. Steve Collier, tower side, Benton, Louisiana, 457 the dial. Taking on Kevin Wilson, Magnolia, Texas, a 410 dial for the dragster on the right side. Got to go with the 4th digit to find a difference, and Kevin Wilson is going to take advantage. 410 with an 8, dead 8 at 167.6 miles an hour. Collier was 1 over, a 458 on a 457 dial. 24 total and a win light for Kevin Wilson. Takes 2 thousandths at the stripe and moves on. Next set of dragsters here at round number 2 of eliminations. Going to be Coy Collier, tower side from Bossier City, 457 the dial. Going to be doing the chasing against Tony Kotzer. Tony from Falls City, Texas, puts a 498 dial in on the white car in the strange lane. Green lights both sides, win light, tower side, going to be Coy Collier. Takes 2 at the start, runs 2 over, 459 at 138 for the win. Tony goes under the dial, 497, breaks out 17 10,000ths. Takes the stripe but breaks out, and that's going to give the win to Coy Collier. Greg Muth, Bernie, Texas, tower side of the racetrack, 467 the dial. Going first against a 441 dial for Luke Jones out of Floresville. Both racers from not far outside of San Antonio. Green lights both sides, reaction times tight. And the win light goes to Greg Muth, 467, dead 7, 147 miles an hour. 20 total gets the win, 442 right side, 1 over at 158.9 miles an hour. All right, for the racer in need that was looking for the rocker arm, we got one at the ladies' lounge. Thanks to a good Samaritan. Got Jennifer Johnson at the starting line. Terrell, Texas, home for Jennifer. 443 is the dial-in. That's going to be doing the chasing down the left side against Neil Sherry. Neil from Celeste, Texas, going first, dialed at 485. Ready to put the Sticky Mickeys through their paces. Both drivers showing evidence that they are friends with our friends at Carter Maxwell. You should be too. JJ goes red, so Neil Sherry will advance. 001 on the tree, a 485 dead 9. There's you a 10-pack. And a win light for Neil Sherry. JJ goes 447, that's 4 over, but the red light was already blinking on her side of the AccuTime Christmas tree, so it was over early. Neil Sherry will advance. Bree Bandemir, Herman, Pueblo, Colorado, 08 Mullis chassis machine with a 442 dial in. Going to give Tony Farmer the head start. Tony's got 1700ths. Of the handicap head start down that right side lane. We are go for launch, and it's a red light on the right side. It's more like a pink light. It's 4/10,000ths, but it still counts. 460 with a 2, 149.45 miles an hour after a 4/10,000ths red for Tony Farmer. Bree goes 441, 156 miles an hour, and gets the win. Next pair set to wow you on a Friday afternoon. Kurt Harvey II. Greenville, Texas, 489 the dial for Kurt. Going first against Mike Crater. Mike from Bedford, Texas, puts a 435 dial in on his fast dragster. Green lights both sides. Put a win light on the tower side. The Phil's Trailer Sales of Waco Lane, a 489 dead 8 with a 008 on the tree. 16 total for Kurt Harvey, and a win light takes 92/10,000ths at the stripe. And Mike Crater goes under the dial by 1,000. 434 with a 9 on a 435 dial. Clark Munt, Longview, Texas, 510 the dial tower side. Taking on Tony Livingood from Kempner. Quarter of a second difference, 510 to 485. Ready, set, go. Put a win light on the tower side. Clark Munt. Margin of 9/10,000ths at the finish line. 510 dead 3. That's an 11-pack. Tony Livingood dead on with a 0, also an 11-pack. That's how you have to go 4 digits to find a difference. Margin on that race, 9/10,000ths. Clark Munt, the beneficiary of a great tuning and driving job. Billy Simpson, Kennedale, Texas, brings that shorty. Ripping Corral Fence to the starting line. Puts a 497 dial in on it. Todd Robinson from Corpus Christi in the Strange Lane dials 472. This is round number 2 of eliminations. We are all the way to the dragsters. $20,000 top prize today and tomorrow. Win light for that pair. Todd Robinson goes 478, 133. As Billy Simpson has the performance fall off, goes 506 on a 497 dial. 9 over. Had 004 on the tree, but way off on the performance. A 478 was plenty for Todd Robinson. Next up, Josh Herman. Tower side of the racetrack in the Wills Point Ford lane. Puts a 449 dial in on it. Brandon Justice, no relationship to Buford T as I understand, puts a 494 dial in a strange engineering lane. $4,500's head start for Brandon Justice down that right side. Green means go. If you see it, you're late. Brandon Justice gets the win light. 496, 2 over at 130 miles an hour. Takes 3/10,000ths at the stripe. Josh goes dead on with a 0. Little tardy at the starting line, though, and that was the difference. Brandon held 300ths at the starting line, holds 3/10,000ths at the finish line. Josh almost got it done, but Justice prevails. Crew Garrett, Ratliff, Oklahoma, and Tom Wilkinson from Leander, Texas. 497 the dial down the right side for Wilkinson. Garrett going to be doing the chasing down this left side lane, dialed quicker at 464. Two more green lights and off we go. Strange engineering side with a win light. 1 over 498 at 138.6. Wilkerson holds 2 at the starting line, holds 1 at the finish line. It's a 464 dead 3 on the left side, 149 miles an hour. Better reaction time right side spells victory. Next set of dragsters as we continue round number 2 of the main event. Chasing that $20,000 top prize, Curtis Stevenson, left side from Coffeyville, Kansas. Has a 451 dialed in against Sonny Barclay. Sonny from Crockett, Texas, gets a 1500s head start, dialed at 466. Sonny goes red. 017 red right side. Curtis Stevenson dead 5 left side, 152 miles an hour. 19 total on the left. 017 red is the story on the right. 464 at 150.7 miles an hour. 017 under and 017 under on the reaction time. Randall Reed, Commerce, Texas, tower side 463 the dial in. Going to spot Galen Smith 4/100ths. Galen Smith racing in the Super Pro class for the first year of his career, his long and storied career. He's learning in a hurry, I'll have to say, as he ran 12 total in his first round victory. Gets 400's head start this time in the strange engineering lane. Randall Reed turns on the 4th bulb. The tree counts down and Galen goes red. 014 red down the right side. 464 1 over at 150 miles an hour. And Galen goes dead on with a 1, but red at the start. Randall Reed moving on. Two more dragsters make their way to the starting line here on Friday afternoon, as it's getting a little on the warm side out there, but we've got that ice-cold bottled water plus those sports drinks available at the concession stand. Going to be Carson Stuckey from Claremore, Oklahoma. Left side of the racetrack taking on Lubbock, Texas' own Cole Weaver. 800's head start to the car on the tower side. Winlight, tower side, Stuckey. 1 over 467 at 147 miles an hour. Cole Weaver goes dead on with an 8. Carson held a little over 1 at the starting line. Takes 24 10,000ths at the stripe. That's good for the win. Carson Stuckey puts another Oklahoma car into round number 3. J.J. Russell, Ratliff City, Oklahoma. 447 the dial on the tower side of the racetrack. And Vince Roberts, 489 the dial on the right side of the center stripe. .42 of a second head start on the right side of the racetrack. 3 bulbs lit, and now 4. We are ready to go. And we got green lights on both sides. At the finish line, put a win light in the strange lane. The starting line advantage and a dead 8 gets it done. For Vince Roberts, takes 1/10,000th at the stripe. It's all you need is 1/10,000th, and it's a good thing, as J.J. Russell was dead on with a 154.59 miles an hour. Roberts held 1 at the starting line. That's 1/100th. And holds 1/10,000th at the finish line. That's the second time in this round that we've seen that happen. Dead on versus dead on. That's the order of the day when the Pennington brothers bring the Super Bucks Showdown to town. Corey Neighbors and Michael Holcomb next to the starting line. It's going to be Corey going first in the left side, 519 the dial in, against a 444 dial in for Michael Holcomb. Winlight tower side, Neighbors 521, 2 over at 130 miles an hour. What does that tell you? Big starting line edge for Corey. Michael Holcomb 446, 2 over at 153.5, not enough. Mo Dragsters coming your way on Friday afternoon. Carson Wheeler, Wichita, Kansas. A 499 dial in for the Kansas car in the strange engineering lane. On the right side, gets 2/10 head start against Austin Free. Austin's dialed at 479 in the Wills Point Chevrolet lane. Reaction time so close. Winlight tower side. Austin Free dead 9 at 143 to a breakout 498 on the 499 dial in for Carson Wheeler. No box lanes 1 and 2, please. No box lanes 1 and 2 for round 3 eliminations. No box to the staging lanes 1 and 2. No box for your third round. Come on down. No box. Landon Martinez, Dickinson, Texas. Tower side 477 the dial in, 700's head start against last night's winner Russell Marr. Russell's got his dragster dialed at a 470. Across the 660, the win light's going to be Russell Marr. 469 with a 6, a double breakout drag race. 3/10,000ths margin in difference of breakout as they both went too quick. You have to go 4 digits to find a difference. 32 10,000ths on the right, 35 10,000ths on the left. They go right under their dial, and the victory goes to Russell Marr. Kenny Probst 459 the dial in. They're going to spot Rocky McLean a smidge, 300ths. Little Rock from Cowtown made it to the semifinals in the warm-up race yesterday. Green lights both sides. Man, they are close. Kenny Probst, 461 over at 150 miles an hour, takes 51 10,000ths at the stripe. Rocky McLean goes 2 over with a 464. Not enough. Kenny P. moving on. Next pair, Caden Muth, Tower Side from Bernie, Texas. Down in the hill country with a 440 dial in coming up here to North Texas. Roy Martinez, 501. The dial in takes that right side Protec lane. 61 100s head start on the right side. The Quality Care automotive car is into the pre-stage first. Martinez follows suit. We are staged and ready to go. Green lights both sides and hammered down. Across the finish line, put a win light in the strange lane. 501 dead 6 at 135. So that is an 8-pack for Roy Martinez, and that's what it takes. 438 breakout. Caden Muth goes too quick. Takes 75 10,000ths at the stripe. Goes 0102 quick. Martinez, next round bound. Once again, no box to the staging lanes for your third round eliminations. No box to the staging lanes now. Life is indeed good here at Xtreme Raceway Park as we are getting ready to move to another round. Getting another round closer to handing out that $20,000 top prize in our main event. And coming up next, it's going to be no electronics, our no box category, racing for that $2,000 top prize. Got round 3 coming up, then round 4 follows after that for those of you that are good at counting. After the 4th round, it's going to be time for the duck race. That's right. We'll keep on counting. So as we move from round 2 to round 3, I'm going to hand this mic back off to my friend and yours, Dylan Lee, to call all the action.
Well, thank you, David. It is $20,000 Friday, and our $2,000 No Box Friday competitors should be getting ready in the lanes as we speak. If you're in a No Box car and have not yet embarked on your journey to the staging lanes, now would be a lovely time to do so. No Box round number 3, you have been called. We'll be rolling them around shortly. No box, we're missing 2 of you. I do believe. No box, missing 2 cars. We need you in the lanes now, please. No box, missing 2. Bring them on down. So round number 3 of No Box makes their way through the water. Our first pair is going to be a 646 kind of bracket race. Derek Patton left side. 646 on the Maverick and Bob Butler on the right. 646 on the Plymouth. Smack dab in the middle of a beautiful Friday afternoon. An air temperature of 94 degrees, a corrected altitude of just north of 3,500 feet. And we're ready to kick off round number 3. Bob's in. Derek takes his time. Derek's in. Away we go. 6 foul. The advantage on this end to Bob Butler, but the win light will shine for Derek Patton. 31 green, 649 on a 646 dial. As he cuts him loose down there, Bob 25 green. Get fed 54 to go 644 and a 646. Hey, attention to the pit area. Getting a lot of reports of the children driving the motorized vehicles around the pit area. You do need to be 16 with a valid state driver's license to operate a motorized vehicle at Xtreme Raceway Park. So parents, help us out. and keep the kids off the motorized things. Casey Ball, James Asbill on track. Advantage on this end goes to the motorcycle. And apparently, the name of the game in round number 3 is to be behind from the starting line. James Asbill, your winner, 11 green. 622, a hundo above, even to move on. Casey Ball, 002 green, but 24 thou worth of finish line leaves him 6 foul under. Attention in the pits, Super Pro door cars. We will take you to lanes 3 and 4 at this time. Super Pro door car. We need you. We need you to lanes 3 or 4. Super Pro door cars to the lanes. For round number 3 is Tim Stuckey and Joe De La Garza. Complete the burnouts. Tim on the left. From Ardmore, Oklahoma, dials in at 626. And Joe De La Garza. Right side of the racetrack, dials 588. Once again, door cars, we need you to lanes, please. Door cars, we need you. We need you to the staging lanes. We also have a parts call. Parts call. A racer is in need of a float bowl bolt. Try to say that 5 times fast. A float bowl bolt for a billet APD carburetor. If you have a float bowl bolt for a billet APD carburetor, if you could please get that to the ladies' lounge, someone would be very appreciative of that. Off goes Tim. Here comes Joe. Advantage on this end Tim's way, trying to break the streak of 3rd round, and he'll do it. Stuckey 18 green, 627, 19 thou above the dial in to get there first by 7 thou. De La Garza 34 green and 11 thou above. Little baby hole shot there to send Tim to round number 4. Hey, our wait and see buy run for round 3 of Super Pro is going to be car number 4700. That's Neil Sherry. Wait and see buy run for Super Pro is Neil Sherry, car number 4700. Jake Howard, Jimmy Garanit on track now. Green lights a pair. 21 thou Jimmy's got in his pocket. And Jimmy is going to cash it in to light up the Strange Engineering scoreboard. Jimmy 002 green, 691 dead, 2-4 total to get there first. By 42 thou. Jake Howard 23 on this end. And 19 thou of ineligibility for the rest of the racetrack. Rodolfo Cepeda Jr. and Vince Hernandez up next. Cepeda left side 707. Hernandez on the right, now 758. They stay green. 2 thou, the split and reaction time, win light, Rodolfo Cepeda. 21 green, 708 with a 7 on a 707 dial in, 17 thou above, taking 12 thou worth of finish line. Hernandez 23 green, but 200 above the dial in leaves him that much short as Lucas Thomas and Scott Singleton make their way to the line. Lucas left side dials 617. Singleton right side dials 643 once again. Round 3, Super Pro door cars, you have been called. Round number 3, Super Pro door car. We need you to lanes 3 and 4, please. This one's pretty well even. Top end, win light Lucas Thomas, 18 green, 618.5 on a 617 dial in. Gets him 007 worth of finish line. Singleton was 20 on this end and 200 above on that end to be no good. Hey, as we get into the nitty gritty of this, if you find yourself out of competition in either the No Box or the Super Pro main events of the day, the duck race entries are on sale and ready for you to procure. Daryl Patton makes his way down the Phil's trailer sales side of the racetrack on the buy run. 25 green, 583 dead on 0 to move on. So duck race entries are on sale. Peep says they're not just for sale, they are on sale. $80 get you back in some form of competition today. And that is for racers that are out of main event competition. So if the buyback round didn't go too well, or second round didn't go too well, or we're not going to talk about this round yet, but you know what I mean. Head on over to the ladies' lounge and get in the duck race. I myself believe I have been in the duck race at every Pennington race I have ever competed in. And I really should not be that proud of that, but I did get a complimentary rubber duck. And you can't put a price tag on a complimentary rubber duck. If you could, it would be the $80 entry, but that's irrelevant. $3,000 to win the duck race today. No time trials, no buybacks. It's an all-run affair. And the lovely ladies over at the lounge are waiting anxiously to help you get into that. Super Pro door car is going to be next. They should be in the lanes already. If you are in a Super Pro door car and are not, well, what in the world are you doing? Super Pro door cars, you have been called to the lanes and you should be there. Like right now. The Pennington Bros Super Bucks Showdown, presented by Carter Maxwell, Goodyear, and Mickey Thompson. Rafter P Construction and Get 'em Carbs also coming on board today. We also have our Larice Motorsports insurance agent on site this weekend. Kaylee Phillips Richards is here. You can stop by the ladies' lounge and grab a quote sheet, and Kaylee can get you insured right here at XRP today. Make sure your entire racing operation is covered. In a world of uncertainties, that should definitely not be one of them. I use them myself, and knock on wood, well, that's all we'll say. Super Pro door cars are next. See our first pair of door cars make their way under the suites. That being said, this is your final call for door cars for round number 3. Final call, round 3 door cars. If you're not here, you are late. Final call, door cars to the staging lanes for round number 3. I see we do have some kiddos over enjoying the Buffco Engineering Splash Zone. Directly opposite the head of the staging lanes. On a day like today, it's got to be fun. The Kids Splash Zone by our friends at Buffco Engineering is open. And the racetrack is open right now as Melvin Goss and Aaron Jones make their way through the water. Melvin on the left dials in at 561. Aaron Jones, right side of the racetrack, will dial in at 590. Absolute last and final call door cars to the lanes. Final call for door cars to the staging lanes for round number 3. As they find the pre-stage beam and bump forward ever so carefully. Aaron's in. Melvin's in. Wheels up for Aaron. 3 foul the difference on this in advantage Melvin Goss, and the win light will also go to Melvin Goss. 18 green, 561 dead on 3 to light up the board. Aaron Jones, 21 green. Take 6 10,000ths of a second worth of finish line to be 2 10,000ths of a second under. Not a whole lot more you could do about that. Max McLaughlin, Chad Hankins. Super Duck left side dials in 606. Chad Hankins on the right dials 540. Away we go. Advantage Mad Max, winning light, Chad Hankins. How about you, Chad? 17 green, 540 dead on 7. Gets there first by 6 thou as Max was 004 green, but ends up 26 thou above the dial-in and 6 thou behind Billy Talbot. Cliff Loveless on track now. Billy on the left. Dials 601. Cliff on the right. Dials 591. Oh, Billy. Billy 0005 red and 602 on a 601 dial in. Cliff Loveless moving on. 11 green and 591 dead on 3. 14 total. Keith Richards and Eli Barnett up now. Attention in the pits, Dragsters, we will take you to lanes 1 and 2, please. Dragsters, lanes 1 and 2 for your round number 3. Keith Richards, Eli Barnett. Richards on the left, Barnett on the right. Barnett is moving on. 007 green for Eli and puts it 6 thou under the dial-in. 6084 on a 609 is Keith Richards. Let's go 6 thousandths of a second too early and proceeds to go dead on 7. I'm not even going to say it this time. I'm not going to say it. I refuse to say it. Ethan Marr, Steve Tate will be next. Ethan on the left dials 554. Steve on the right dials 655. Once again, Dragsters Dragsters. Dragsters, we need you to the lanes, please. Dragsters. Round number 3, we need you to the lanes. Advantage on this end goes Steve Tate's way. And will not convert that into an invitation for round number 4. Ethan, 36 green, 555.3, 13 thou above. Steve, 002 green, but 69 thou worth of finish line. Leaves him 22 thou under. As Brian Self and Colton Wheeler approach the starting line, once again, parents of the pit area, we are still seeing a lot of the children riding around on the motorized vehicles, and we cannot have that. You have to be 16 and licensed to operate anything with an engine or motor at Xtreme Raceway Park. Please help us out and control this. Brian Self kicks her 4 thou red, Colton Wheeler 14 green, and 601, a hund under even to advance. So yeah, parents, please help us out and keep the kiddos off the motorized vehicles. It's Gilbert Sanchez and Brandon Caples will square off next. Gilbert on the left, Corpus Christi, Texas, 633, the dial in for the convertible. And Brandon Caples. The West Monroe, Louisiana based hot rod, 458, what he says. He's going to traverse that strange engineering lane in. Brandon 39 thou behind and is going to pay dearly for it. Gilbert 10 green, 633 dead on 5 to move on. Brandon 49 on this end. 458 dead 3 on that end, but could not overcome the 39 thou disadvantage on this end. Kaylee Phillips and Morris Hopkins. K-Rich Insurance herself, left side of the racetrack, 63, her dial-in, my goodness. Morris Hopkins on the right from San Angelo, dials in at 579. Once again, Draxers, you have been called for round number 3, please. Draxers to the staging lanes. Draxters, round number 3, come on down. Red light start, Kaylee by 008, and my gosh. Well, it's like this. If you are parked anywhere near the Phillips/Richards pit area, duck. Kaylee 008 red, Morris Hopkins 161 green, and 578 2 thou under the dial in to move on. And that is in fact the way the cookie tends to crumble. Chris Galletti and Stephen Hughes. Chris left side out of Tomball, OGCG. Finds the pre-stage beam, and Stephen Hughes, Pasadena, Texas, 550 his dial in. You know, boys, we could have just found somewhere nice and quiet in Houston and saved a lot of diesel to do this. But whatever. Whatever you want to do. Of course, there's that. Galletti, 32 green, 506, dead on 8 to move on. Hughes was 008 on this end, but 36 thou worth of finish line leaves him 5 thou under. Kenny Busdas and Dan Bain on track now. Kenny on the left out of Mansfield, 544 is what he says. the Camaro is going to go. And Dan Bain. Ruidoso, New Mexico, where he calls home, dials in at 550. Red light Dan, wind light Kenny, 009 green, 544, dead on 6. Keeping on trucking on along today. Once again, Draxers, we need you to the staging lanes. Draxers, we need you. And we need you like right now. Draxers, bring him down. Dennis Thomas and Chris Pope. Thomas left side, the S dime, Wichita, Kansas, dial 634. And Chris Pope out of Lubbock dials in at 603. Wheels up a pair. 3 thou advantage goes Dennis's way, and the win light will as well. 009 green, 632.9. He's 11th out under, taking 002 worth of stripe. Pope was 12 green and 13 thou under. By way of just a couple thou a double breakout, Dennis moves on. We do just a quick little bit of track touch up here before we send the next pair. I have acquired my unofficial tower mascot for the afternoon. Weekend. I'm corrected. Back underway in no time. Zach Eckert and Jonathan Hernandez. Square off. Zach on the left, dial 629. Jonathan on the right, dial 620. Well, we wasted no time at all staging those, did we? 3 thou, the difference on this end. Win light, Zach Eckert, 19 green, 630, one above 5. We'll move on. Hernandez was 16 green, but 700ths above the dial in is no good. Speed's only 108.99. I believe we might have resorted to Plan Z there. Plan Z does not always work. Sure is fun when it does, though. Derek Patton, Paul Campbell. Up next, Paul on the right. He dials 566. Derek on the left. Dirty D dials in at 644. One like Derek Patton as Paul Campbell is LB3A red. Derek takes it through 642 on the 644 dial-in. Rodolfo Cepeda Jr. and John Blankenship. Up next, Rodolfo on the left, dial 708. John on the right, dials 535. Two hun separate them. Winlight Blankenship 535 dead 8 after a 002 bulb. That would be 10 total. 73 thou worth of stripe does it as Cepeda was 22 green and just absolutely drops the anchor at the finish line to be 714 on a 708 as we get invaded by dragsters. Final call round 3. All of y'all have been called. Final call round number 3. We need you. We need you now. Paul Smith and JC Lowry will line up first in our dragster category. Paul Wade left side dials 510. J-Lo on the right dials 522. Red light JC. Winlight Paul Wade 13 green 510 dead 0 to move on. JC was 004 red. And then 12 thou under the dial-in. Quade Dozier and Todd Robinson. Up next. Todd on the right, dials 472. Quade on the left. The Phil's Trailer Sales side, dials 454. Red light Todd, win light Quade, 12 green, 454 dead 4 to move on. Once again, final call, round number 3. Final call, round 3. Door cars and dragsters, all y'all have been called. Final call, round number 3. If you're not here, you're late. Bree Bandemir Herman and Kevin Wilson. Herman on the left, dials 442. Wilson on the right. But slowed down in the heat of the day. He's only dialed 410. Only. Kevin's got a whole lot of room. Win light K-Dub, 10 green and 411. On a 410, he's 18th thou above at a $1.69, 13th thou worth of finish line. Bree was 47 green and 441.5. She's 5 thou under anyway. And Kevin moves on. Tom Wilkinson up next on the strange side of the racetrack, dialed 498. He will take on Curtis Stevenson. On the left, Curtis dials in 452. One foul. Separate them up front. Win light says Stevenson, 14 green, 452, dead on 0 to get there first by 1 hund. Wilkinson, 13 green, and 499.1 is 11th thou above. And short of victory, Corey Neighbors and Roy Martinez. Up now. Neighbors on the left dials 520. Martinez on the right dials 501. Once again, our duck race entries are available. If you find yourself out of competition in our main event, duck race entries are available. Head on down to the ladies' lounge and they will get you taken care of. Duck race entries. Get them while they're good. Winner of that pair is going to be Corey Neighbors, 008 green, 520 dead on 7. To take a quarter at the finish line. Martinez, 33 green. Puts her dead 9 in the process, but just couldn't really do anything with it. David Jones and Vince Roberts will be next. Bird on the left side of the racetrack. Dials 467. Roberts on the right. He'll dial in 490. .22 thou. Advantage goes Bird's way, but the win light will go Vince's way. Roberts, 042 on this end. 19 thou above on that end. Gets him 8 thou worth of stripe. Bird, 20 green, but 471 on a 467. Leaves him behind where it mattered. Randall Reed and Greg Muth up next. Reed, right side of the racetrack, 464, what he says. His machine is going to go, and Greg Muth. 468, what he says. He's going to go, and, well, it's really not going to matter. Muth kicks her 11th thou red. Randall Reed moving on. 12 green, 465, 0, a hund above to advance. Muth 11 red and clicks her off to coast through. Kurt Harvey and Quade Dozier up now. Harvey left side, the Rafter P construction ride, dials 489. Dozier on the right. He dials 465. Red light start Quade by 4 thou. Kurt's moving on. 009 green, 488 a thou under. And we'll be back for round number next. Carson Stuckey. Meet Russell Marr. Russell Marr, meet Carson Stuckey. Carson on the left. Claremore, Oklahoma, dials 467. Russell on the right out of Corsicana. He dials in 470. So 3 thou. 3 hund. I mean. Of a nod will go to Russell Marr, our Thursday night winner, before Carson turns her loose. Russell's got a pretty good chance to keep on moving here, but will not. Double breakout drag race. Carson's moving on. 32 green, 466, 7. He's 3 thou under. Russell Marr, 17 green, 469, 6. He is 4 thou under. He got there first by 16 thou. He should have taken 15 or less or got behind. He did none of those things, and Carson moves on. Kenny Probst, Austin Free on track now. KP left side, Dallas 460. And Austin Free. Little drag champ, Dallas 479. Sixth out is what Kenny P's got to work with, and it's not going to work out. Austin, 12 green, 479. Dead 1, 13 total to move on. Probst was 006, but takes a hund worth of finish line to be 4 thou under. Is our buy run Neil Sherry approaches the starting line to close us out. Sherry 009 red airs it out to go 484.7 on the 485. Dial in. I believe we're missing one car for round number 3 of Super Pro. One car remaining, and is your final call. If you're broke, please come let us know. Otherwise, please bring yourself and your race car this direction immediately. Final call for round number 3. We're missing one, and we need you now.
tendency to tend to see the cracks in the pavement before I take a leap. What could have been, or what might be, is stealing the present from right under me. Round and around in a circle I go. Justify, can't help but justify my every move, all the things that I think I'm supposed to. The gray between the lines keeps me up at night, but I tell myself all is well justified. Justify, can't help but justify. I do what it takes to not make mistakes, even when choosing the good from the great. It's a heavy weight, for heaven's sake. Why can't I seem to give myself some grace? Guess I'm only human. Justify, can't help but justify my every move, all the things that I think I'm supposed to. The gray between the lines keeps me up at night, but I tell myself all is well justified. Justify, can't help but justify.
So we've got our no electronics, our no box, round number 4 just about to begin. Extend a howdy out to our live stream audience on Going Bracket Racing. Happy to have you joining us at Xtreme Raceway Park. We have got picture perfect conditions, a little on the warm side. Those of you watching on the live stream, I'm sure you've got the benefits of air conditioning. And we hope you enjoy the races from your air-conditioned spot. We are ready to go round number 4 with our no box competitors. First pair out going to be Daryl Patton and James Asbill. James takes the right side in the 1968 vintage Camaro. He's got it dialed at 621. Daryl Patton from Highlands, Texas, got a 1971 Ford Maverick. 583 the dial in for Patton. Spears Race Cars. Supporting Patton's team. So we go Chevy versus Ford. The Chevy gets the head start. And the Ford fans go, of course. And the Maverick goes red. 016 red left side for Patton. James Asbill, the big country Camaro with a 2 over 623 at 110 miles an hour. 022 green. Beats an 016 red. Patton saves the equipment for the duck race or tomorrow. Coming to the starting line, it's going to be Tim Stuckey from Ardmore, Oklahoma with the gray Malibu. And another Chevrolet versus Maverick matchup. Derek Patton has got the Team Maverick, the other Team Maverick, in the strange engineering lane. 647 and 626. The dial-in's 21. 100's head start for the Ford this time. And the Chevy fans say, of course. And the Chevy goes red. 007 red for Tim Stuckey. And a little under that 626 dial-in. Patton with the win. 643 out the back, because why not? Win light flashing. See what it'll do. Attention in the pits. If you're still in competition, we need you to the staging lanes for round number 4. Super Pro Door, Super Pro Dragster. If you're still in and you wish to race, we need to see you in the staging lanes right now. Lucas Thomas, tower side with the S10. Guillermo Tiarina takes that right side with the Mustang. Fox body with a red light start to go with that red paint. And a 616 wind light for Lucas Thomas, 111 miles an hour to 103.4. But it only took 0.05 of a second for that race to be decided. And the unfortunate scenario where the red light comes on. Super Pro Door, Super Pro Dragster, you should be in the staging lanes right now. Jimmy Koronic from Cibolo. Not too far from a place a lot of you used to love to race. San Antonio Raceway. 7:31, saving the equipment, making it easy to cool. This is round 4. This is the last round before the duck race begins. So if you find yourself out of competition, you still have the opportunity to become a mighty duck. Get yourself entered for the duck race. There's no time trials. There's no buybacks. You've already had plenty of opportunity of both of those. But it's only $80 to enter, and you could win $3,000 American dollars. Runner-up $500. Semis pays $200. So if you're out of competition, and for Super Pro, that includes this round. You go out in this round that's about to take place, you are eligible for the duck race. That would definitely soothe some of your pain. You could take home that $3,000 and a duck. Super Pro Door Cars coming up next. Dragsters after that as we find ourselves in round number 4 of eliminations. All right, so we have got all cars called for round number 4. We have our electronics class, Super Pro, door cars and dragsters. If you're not in the staging lanes, you're way late, so get them there. Wait and see by run, John Boy Blankenship. It's yours. Well, racers, we're just about to go round number 4 in our Super Pro class. Door cars first, dragsters followed by that. $20,000 goes to the winner today. Man, I tell you what, it would be a real shame if you didn't get to take home 20 grand because your kids are driving around on golf carts. Oh, that would be a sad state of affairs. If you don't know where your kids are, let me recommend that you take a look, make sure they're close to you and not driving a motorized vehicle. Please and thank you. Well, it is go time at the racetrack, and we have got the Vega versus the Nova. It is going to be Melvin Goss from Caddo Mills with the Chevy Vega hatchback on the tower side of the racetrack, running that Phil's Trailer Sales of Waco, Texas lane. Lines up next to Chris Galitti from Tomball, Texas. Galitti on the Strange Engineering side. Had to put that word engineering in there so it didn't sound bad. 561 and 507 your dial ins. 5400's head start for Goss with the Vega. It is round number 4. When you go on, don't. You get a chance to go to the duck race. Four bulbs lit and tree counts down. AccuTime sends them on the way and the Vega goes red. 100 too quickly for Melvin Goss. Turns on that red light and that gives it to Galitti, who goes 506 at 136.7 miles an hour. Ragtop Mustang, tower side. That's going to be Gilbert Sanchez from Corpus Christi. Going first with a 635 dial in. Cliff Lovelace brings that Gen 1 Camaro to the starting line. 591 the dial in. Doing the chasing down that ProTech inspection lane. Both lights are green. Wind light comes on in the strange lane. Dead on with a 0 for Cliff Lovelace. Gonna like that part of it. Sanchez got to the finish line first, but breaks out 0-1-8. Lovelace. Round 5 bound. That'll bring us another pair of white bow ties. Ethan Marr from Seatown, Tower side in the 69 Camaro. Chad Hankins from Winsboro, spectator side in the white Nova. 540 and 555 dial in. Camaro gets 1,500 head start, and we are green and rolling. Really, really green in the strange lane, so that's going to put a wind light on the Tower side for Ethan Marr. 557, 2 over at 120.3 miles an hour. Chad Hankins, there it is. This time it wasn't red, he was dead 9, but something at the starting line malfunctioned and his reaction time was way out of bounds. Colton Wheeler, Wichita, Kansas. 602 the dial for the white Gen 2 S10. Takes that left side. Going to be racing Morris Hopkins. Morris got a good-looking roadster out of San Angelo, Texas. 579 the dial in for Hopkins. Well, there's green lights on both sides, and at the finish line, put a wind light in the Phil's Trailer Sales of Waco lane. A 1 over 603 at 111 takes 81 10,000ths at the stripe. It's enough. Morris Hopkins 1 over with a 580 at 117. Gave up 2 at the starting line. Got most of it back. Just needed 82 10,000ths more. Derek Patton and Kenny Busdus next to the starting line. Maverick versus Camaro. 1 second head start for the Maverick on the Tower side of the racetrack. 644 and 544, your posted dials. 90-plus degrees on a beautiful Friday afternoon at Xtreme Raceway Park with the big bucks on the line as we are going for $20,000 in the Pennington Brothers Super Bucks Showdown. Brought to you by Carter Maxwell. Fourth bulb does come on. Got green lights both sides, and we are racing. 300's difference at the starting line, and it's going to be a wind light in the strange lane. 545, 1 over at 124. For Kenny B, Derek Patton with a 644. Dead 5 at 105.5 miles an hour. But 68 total, not likely to put you in the next round. Eli Barnett, Rayville, Louisiana. 609 the dial left side. And the Gen 1 Camaro, Dennis Thomas going first in an S10 truck from Wichita, Kansas. Red light for the truck, beautiful wheel stand, but a red light on the launch. And launch is a very good word for that leave right there. Dead 9, but ready to start. And a 606 with a wind light, 111.75 miles an hour. Eli Barnett moving on. So we are right now running out of door cars because the first dragster is up. Paul Smith has got the left side lane. Dialed at 510, 1.19 second head start for Zach Eckert with the Mustang in the strange lane. Green lights both sides. At the finish line, give it to the dragster. 510, dead 8 at 133.3. Paul Smith held 1 at the start, holds 1 at the finish. Zach breaks out. Got there first, but goes too quickly, trying to make up that advantage his opponent had at the starting line. So Paul Smith from Tomball with the win light goes to round number 5. Coy Collier from Bossier has the dragster on the tower side of the racetrack dialed at 458. Adds 4 in the heat of the day. Vince Roberts going first with a 492 dial in that Ray Allen race cars. Dragster in the strange lane. Round 4, last chance to get in the duck race, which is not your preference, but there is that option. $3,400's head start for Roberts. Tree counts down, and we are green on both sides. Top end of the racetrack, it's going to be Coy Collier, a 004 on the tree and a 460. Takes 7/10,000ths at the stripe. 492 dead 139.4 miles an hour. If he hadn't given up 2 at the starting line, that would have been a good, really good run. Next up, Curtis Stevenson, Coffeyville, Kansas, 452 the dial. And Randall Reed from Commerce, a 465 dial in on the right side of the center stripe. Reed packing that 1300 starting line handicap. Gonna see if he can hold off Curtis Stevenson. We'll never know. The light was red at the starting line, and that one is over. Curtis Stevenson, 451, 1 under at 152.96 miles an hour, but a wind light already flashing. As Randall Reed, 016 red, advances to the duck race. At the starting line, it's going to be Corey Neighbors left side and Neil Sherry right side. Neil's from Celeste, Texas. He's got a 484 dial in, going to be the Hound. Chasing that rabbit, Corey Neighbors. Corey's going first, dialed at 520. Just a little over, actually just a smidge over a third of a second. Head start for Corey. And I'm going to go out on a limb and say it was enough. 006 on the tree, 520 dead 3. 9-pack, good for the win. Neil Sherry 1 over with a 485, gave up 1 at the starting line. And Corey Neighbors will move into the 5th round of competition. Round money keeps on adding up as we go deeper and deeper into eliminations. We've got Carson Stuckey from Claremore, Oklahoma, dialed at 466 in the Phil's Trailer Sales lane. Kevin Wilson, 410 the dial in this time in the Strange Engineering lane. On that spectator side. Green lights, close reaction times, and a wind light on the tower side. Wilson goes 1 over 411 with an 8 at over 172 miles an hour, but it was not enough. 7/1000ths at the stripe, 466 dead 9. Good for the win for Carson Stuckey. Loving my job on a Friday afternoon at Xtreme Raceway Park as Kurt Harvey brings his dragster to the starting line with a 489 dial in, ready to take a 1/10 head start against Austin Free. Austin's in the strange lane. Staged and rolling, red on the right. 8,000s too quick on the trigger. Does Austin Free. He goes 506 as he's saving the equipment for later, but dead on with a 4. Left side, Kurt Harvey moves on to round number 5. Well, they waited and they saw And the bye run does go to John Boy Blankenship. John from Midlothian, Texas, puts a 535 dial in on the Chevy Nova. .534 with a 6, 128.7 miles an hour, and that's going to do it for round number 4 in all classes. Well, it's time for those of you that did not get a win light in that round of eliminations to ease on down to the ladies' lounge, pick up your ticket, pick up your entry for the duck race. Duck race, $80 to enter, no time trials, no buybacks, but $3,000 to win if you're able to make it all the way through to the final round and turn on that last win light. So again, if you are out of competition in any class, get yourself an entry for the duck race at the ladies' lounge. That's at the pavilion right behind the concession stand and adjacent to the tower. No box. No box. Round 5, lanes 1 and 2, please. No box. Round 5 to the staging lanes 1 and 2. James Asbill, you have got the wait and see bye run for round number 5. Okay, racers. Super Pro Door Cars, lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro Dragsters, lanes 5 and 6. Time to bring them to the stage lanes. We're ready to roll again. Super Pro Door Cars, lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro Dragsters, lanes 5 and 6.
So round number 5 of No Box makes their way into the water, aka your semi-final of No Box. Lucas Thomas versus Jimmy Karanik to kick things off here. For a spot in the No Box final round, Jimmy Karanik out of Cibolo will dial in at 691 on the strange side of the racetrack. Lucas Thomas on the left dials in at 617. And round number 5 of our Super Pro entries have been called to the lanes as well. Round 5, door cars and dragsters, you have been called, and you should be heading this way as we speak. Both drivers find the pre-stage beams. Jimmy's in, Lucas is in. Here we go. 16th thou advantage on this end goes to Lucas Thomas, and the win light will also go to Lucas Thomas. 10 green, 616.9 on a 617 dial in. Gets him 4th thou worth of finish line. Karanik 26 on this end, but is under by more. 12th thou to be exact on that end, by way of the double breakout. Derek Patton, James Asbill on track now. Dirty D left side, dial 647. Asbill on the right, dial 622. Thou separate them. Win light James Asbill, 21 green, 624.5. He is 25 thou above the dial in. Patton was 35 on this end. Take 19 thou worth of finish line to be 9 thou under. Had to take 100 less. So your final round in No Box will be Lucas Thomas versus James Asbill. And round number 5 of our Super Pro dragsters and door cars should be getting themselves ready in the staging lanes at this time. If you're not here, please get here. Round number 5, Super Pro door cars and dragsters. We need you. We need you now, please. Duck Racers, we will run you following the conclusion of round number 5, which is getting themselves ready in the staging lanes right now. Duck Racers, we will run your first round of eliminations following this round, number 5. And if you're on the fence about it, go ahead and hop on over to this side of the fence and head over to the ladies' lounge. $80 gets you a chance to win $3,000. So Duck Racers, go ahead and start getting them ready. We're going to run y'all after round number 5 of our main event, which is what we are in the process of getting ready to do right now. Super Pro is next. They'll be coming around shortly. Once again, Super Pro round 5, all remaining competitors, we need you to the lanes. I believe we're missing 4 of you. Super Pro round 5, all cars, you have been called for. You have been called to the lanes. We're missing 4. Super Pro round number 5, all cars have been called. No Box Duck Racers, you are currently on standby. No Box Duck Racers, you are on standby. Be calling you very shortly, so get them fueled and ready. No Box Duck Racers for round number 1 of eliminations, you are on standby. And we need our remaining competitors in round 5 of our Super Pro main event. You've all been called. Final call for round number 5, all cars. To the lanes, please. Round 5 of Super Pro is about to make the corner. Attention in the pits. No Box Duck Racers, round number 1. We'll take you to lanes 1 and 2, please. No Box Duck Racers, round 1 to lanes 1 and 2. No Box Ducks, we need you to lanes 1 and 2. And here come the top bulbers. Ethan Marr and Chris Galletti to kick things off on the door car side of things. Marr will line up on the Phil's Trailer Sales side of the racetrack. 555 his dial in. The triple nickel. And Chris Galletti. Right side of the racetrack dials 507. Dead even on this end. Win light Ethan Marr, 12 green, 555, dead on 3, 15 total to light up the scoreboard. Galletti was also 12 green, takes 6 thou worth of finish line to be 4 thou under the dial in, had to take 2 or less in one heck of a drag race. Ethan Marr moves on. As our next pair fires up from under the suites. No Box Duck Racers, you have been called for round number 1. No Box Ducks, you have been called and we need you. No Box Duck Racers, we need you to lanes for round number 1. Kenny Busdus and Cliff Lovelace. Up next. Loveless, Strange Engineering side of the racetrack, 591, what he says. The Waxahachie base Camaro is going to go. And Kenny Busdus. The other Camaro out of Mansfield dials in at 544 on the tower side of the equation. Green light's a pair, and one of them is a whole lot greater than the other one. Win light, Cliff Lovelace, 002 green, 593 4. Only 591 dial in, 13 thou above. Kenny, 35 on this end, and that was pretty much all she wrote. 544 dead on 4. And could not get there. Colton Wheeler and Eli Barnett. On track now, Colton left side, dial 602. Eli right side, dial 609. Fourth foul, the difference on this end, advantage Barnett. Win light, however, Colton Wheeler. 015, one above 0 to get there first by 8 thousandths of a second. Barnett was 11 green, but 611 on a 609 leaves him 23 thou above and behind at the finish line. Paul Smith, John Blankenship, our crossover pair, if you will. Smith on the left in the dragster, dials 510. Blankenship in the right, the Chevy 2, dials in 535. Clean and green, Paul Wade with the advantage on this end and the win light as well. 009 green for Paul Smith, 511, one above 7. Take trip, zip 3 at the finish line. Blankenship 16 green, 536, one above 1, and by 3 10,000ths of a second, he's that much short. As the dragsters continue, once again, No Box Ducks, you have been called. We need you to the lanes now, please. No Box Duck Racers, we need you to the staging lanes. Kurt Harvey and Corey Neighbors up next. Neighbors on the right, out of Lebo, Kansas, dials in 520. Harvey on the left, the Rafter P construction ride, dials in 489. Red light start, Kurt Harvey by 6. thousandths of a second. Win like Corey Neighbors, 006 green, 521. One above 6. To advance, Harvey 006 on the red side. And goes 489 dead 9 in the process. And what do we call that, ladies and gentlemen? Red and dead. We hate being red and dead. Next pair on the starting line backing up. Curtis Stevenson and Carson Stuckey. Stevenson on the left. 451. His dial in. Stuckey on the right, dials 466. 4 bulbs are lit. Away we go. Big time reaction advantage goes Curtis Stevenson's way, and he'll make it work. 14 green, 452, one above 7. Get there first by 17 thou. Stuckey missed it at 042. Puts it dead 7 in a losing effort. And Curtis Stevenson advances to round number next. As Coy Collier completes the by-run burnout. The manpower ride from Bossier City, Louisiana dials in 473 to conclude round number 5. No box duck racers, you should be in the lanes. No box duck racers, you should be in the staging lanes at this time. No box duck racers. Final call for your round number 1 as Coy Collier makes his way towards the pre-stage beam. Collier 10 green, clicks her off to coast through a 482. Round number 5 in the books. Round number 1 for our duck race will be up next. We roll on through $20,000 Saturday for the Pennington Bros Super Bucks Showdown, presented by Carter Maxwell, Goodyear, and Mickey Thompson. Huge thanks to Rafter P Construction and Get 'em Carbs coming on board as well. Duck race is next. No box. Duck race round 1. If you're not there, come on down. Attention to the pits. Super Pro Door Car Duck Racers, come on down. Super Pro Door Car Duck Racers, come on down for round number 1. Super Pro Door Car Ducks to lanes 3 and 4, please. Super Pro Door Car Duck Racers, round number 1 to the lanes, please. Quack, quack, baby. Round number 1 of your no box ducks on the starting line. Daryl Patton and John Bartosh. John on the right will dial 672. Daryl on the left will dial in at 583. Daryl Patton moving on to round number 2. Bartosh 24 red, Patton 004 green, 583 dead on 4 for an 8-pack. Oh, that'll do. Emma Powell, Chad Sandlin on track now. Emma Phil's trailer sales side, dials in 779. Sandlin on the right. He'll dial in 617. Once again, Super Pro Door Car Duck Racers, we need your lanes, please. Door Car Ducks, we need you to the staging lanes. Off goes Emma. Here comes, my goodness. Emma Powell is going to move on. She was 300 on the tree, goes 822 on a 779. Sandlin. Oh, Chad. 004 red. Clicks it off. And pretty much all she wrote. Tim Stuckey, Kevin Goss. Up next. Goss on the strange side, dials in 670. Stuckey left. We'll dial in 625. Tim Stuckey moving on. 56 green, 631 and a 625. Takes 4 thou of stripe to light up the board. Goss was 27 green, but 900 above ends his day here on Friday. Vince Hernandez, Rocky G. Hernandez left side, dial 695. G on the right. Dial 648. Once again, Door Car Ducks, we need you. Door Car Duck Racers. Final call for round number 1. Door Car Duck Racers. Final call for round number 1. Away we go. Rocky should have this well handled and does. Rocky 16 green, 654 and a 648 dial in. Hernandez was 600 slower than that off the starting line. Goes 698 on a 695 to be no good. Sheila Day, Cody Garrett, your next contestants. Sheila on the left in the Camaro, dials 641. Cody on the right. He dials 636. 29 thou separate him. Advantage Cody Garrett. Win light Cody Garrett. 34 green, 636. Dead 9 gets there first by 0.04 of a second. Sheila 63 on this end. 200 above on that end. Behind either way you look at it. And Cody Garrett will quack his way into round number 2. Daryl Sorey, Richie Powers on track now. Powers on the right, dial 668. Sorey on the left. The full-size pick-em-up truck from Midland, dials 590. Away we go. Advantage Daryl Sorey, win light as well to Daryl Sorey. Daryl 595, 59 thou above the dial in after an 015 bowl. As Richie Powers was 87 on this end and 672, 41 thou above on that end. Justin Cervantes and Jake Howard. Your next pair. Cervantes on the left, dial 602. Howard on the right, dial 631. Red light start, Justin Cervantes by 007. Win light, Jake Howard, 006 green, 632, one above 8. Cervantes is 2 thou under after the red light. And Casey Ball and Derek Patton will conclude first round of our no box duck racers. Casey on the motorcycle, 605 his dial in, Derek Patton in the right. The Maverick dials in 645. Advantage on this end goes to the two-wheeled machine, and so will the win light. Casey Ball, 19 up front, 606, one above 4, as Patton was 41 green. Take 19 thou worth of finish line to be 27 thou under. Lucas Thomas, Steve Tate gonna kick us off on the top bulb side of the equation. Lucas on the left, dial 613. Steve on the right, dial 652. Exactly 1/10 of a second separates them on this end. That typically does not work out well, and it did not. Lucas Thomas, 009 green, 620 on a 613 dial in. And he still got there by 700ths. Steve Tate's reaction time started with a 1. Goes 656 on a 652. Drew Porsche, Ty Farmer on track now. Ty, right side of the racetrack, last night's runner-up, dial 642. Porsche on the left, dials in 609. Green lights a pair, big time advantage goes to Ty Farmer. Yeah. Ty does not typically mess those up. 006 green, 645, 38 thou above for Farmer. Drew just flat out missed it. Goes 609, dead on 6, and had no chance. Leroy O'Brien, Jason McFarland rolling their way into the beams. O'Brien left side, dials 656. McFarland on the right, dials 543. Win light, Leroy. 659.0, 300 above the dial in following the 002 reaction time, and Jason McFarland, 34 green. 541 on a 543, gets there by a hund to be no good. Next up, Rick Huffman, left side of the racetrack in Smalls. He will dial 607. He looks to his right and sees Aaron Jones. In the Malibu, dials in 590. Red light start, Aaron Jones by trip zip 5. Rick Huffman moving on, 11 green and 7 thou under. Jones red by 5/10 thousandths of a second and airs it out to be dead on 4. Mickey Blankenship and Cameron Green on track now. 678 the dial for Mickey, 596 the dial for Cameron. Red light start for Cameron by 2 thou. Blankenship, your winner, 35 green, 679, one above 9 to light up the board. As Chase Huffman and Darius Campbell approach the starting line. Darius right side dial 618. Chase left side dial 615. 57 thou. Separate them. Wind light says, my. Okay. Well, Darius Campbell's going to move on. He was 67 green and 26 thou above. Chase Huffman was 10 green and a 10th above. I have no idea what happened there. Hey, racers and fans across KXRP and the internet waves, we have a special treat for you. Chris Galletti, who has been somewhat unfortunate today and decided he refused to be a duck, has decided to grace us with his presence. So he's going to step in here and call a couple laps as Bobby Mendez and Chris Pope approach the starting line. Well, take it away, Chris.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Appreciate that. Left lane, dial 543 in the Camaro. Takes on the Chevelle Pope, dial 601. Get a little closer so everybody can hear it. Right lane out first. 11th thou separate them. Advantage right lane. Winner picker, right lane. 007, 2 over with a 0, taking 2 thou. 7 take 2, normally will turn on the lamp, it did here. Mendez, 18 up front, 1 over with a 2, no good. Next pair up, left lane, Max McLaughlin. Dialed 606, takes on brother Bob Galletti, right lane, dialed 6 flat. Bob came in there hot midday. Ain't got much done yet. Hopefully he can turn the wind light on. He did, fortunately. 16 up front. Max 007 red. Bob 599-1 on a 6 flat with a 16 bulb. Going to move him into round number 2 of the second chance race. Max 1 over with a 4 with a 7 bulb red. Going to retire it for the night. Double ducked. Next pair up, Alex Trevino, left lane in the Camaro. Dialed 6 flat. Pretty good gap on the dial in here. Dennis Lithgow, right lane, dialed 487 in the Corvette. Probably going to be a 30+ mile an hour spread down here, 35+ mile an hour spread at finish line. Left lane out first. Big red, 36 bulb red, Lithgow. 21 up front, is going to air it out. Runs dead on with a 7. 21, dead 7, 28 total. Not pretty, going to be enough to turn the wind light on. Lithgow moving on the next round. Next pair up, one of them Subaru Brats. Like you see this every day. Austin Williams driving one of the Heffler rides, Pro 1, dialed 594. Takes on Joe Nunke. Joe in the right lane in the Roadster, dialed 533. This thing's rolling. Austin's away first green, 19 to a 17. The Brat has 2 thou in pocket. The Brat cannot turn the wind light on. 1 thou under, 19 bold for Austin Williams, going to turn him away from the wind light. Joe Nunke, 17 up front, 1 over with a 7. 16 thou behind the finish line. Nunke moving around number 2. Next pair up, Billy Talbot in the left lane. 69 Camaro. There's a couple of them out here today, this week. Dialed 602. Taking on Russell Fields. Rusty dialed 587. Turns it 9 thou red. He turned it red second though. Billy Talbot 2 thou red first. Billy not going to make it through. Russell Fields.
Billy won.
Moving to round number 2.
Billy won.
Oh, I'm sorry, Billy won.
It's True Star.
Oh, it is True Star. Good to see. I can appreciate the full True Start, especially when I'm the faster guy most of the time. That's the way it should have been. Should have been that way all along, in my opinion. I got lots of them. Next pair up, Stephen Hughes in right lane in the Duster, dialed 550. Takes on Jarrett Lofton. Lofton in the left lane, 66 Chevy 2, maybe a 7, dialed 608. All right. Getting some dial-in straightened out there. 550 in the right lane, 606 in the left. Jared out first, turns it red, 000 for the 5. Stephen Hughes, 002 up front. Dead on with a 4 for a 6-pack. Hughes ready to move to round number 2. Think we've angered the old guy. He lost one to me earlier. I was late and he was not. He went under a little bit. It was one of my stellar laps. Next pair up, Jeremy Heffler, left lane, in the Suzuki Samurai. Like we see those in Subaru Brats every day. Dial 597. It's not a slow Suzuki Samurai. Jay Bunce, right lane, dialed 605 in the wagon, and they're off. 1 to a 20. Heffler was not 1. Heffler does not turn the wind light on. Bunce, 1 over with a 6, take 3. 1, take 3, normally wins a few laps. It did this time too. Heffler, 20 up front, dead 0 for 20 total. It's not a bad lap really, but didn't work out this lap. Mr. Bunce moving around number 2. Next pair up, Trent Wilson in the beautiful Chevy Camaro, dialed 619. Takes on Maverick Roswell in the left lane in the Chevy Love. The Love dialed 603. We're going to go from a pretty slow pair to a pretty fast pair next one. Trent Wilson, saw a squirrel, not going to work out this lap, I'm pretty certain of it. And I'm right. Maverick, 11 up front, takes 59 stripe to be a ton over. Trent Wilson, something happened up there, he's 4 over, no good. Caught myself there. Sorry, guys. I'll do better. Next pair up, left lane, Brian Self in the Chevy truck, Pro Stock truck, dialed 523. Pretty fast truck. He'll be leaving first. Travis Barnett in the Firebird, dialed 480. That's right, 480. And he's not the fastest door car here by any stretch. Lots of door cars, more door cars than dragsters this week. 7 to Travis Rhinoceros. Travis is not going to win this. He did not. Brian Self, 7 up front. A bunch over. Not a ton, but yeah, a ton over. Travis Barnett. Saw Rhinoceros, didn't see the light come on. Didn't work out. Next pair up. Carlos Carrasco. In the left lane out of San Antonio, dialed 681. Takes on Larry Harrison in the right lane. Larry dialed 566. Dragsters, Ducks to the lanes. I know where I was going with that, but I'm glad I sucked that back in. Okay. 20 advantage to Carrasco. Winlight does not. Winlight does go to Carrasco. 18 up front, under 3 thou, taking 11 thou. Harrison under by 12 thou. 38 up front, not going to work out. Carlos Carrasco moving to round number 2 of the duck race. Moseying our way through door cars, waiting on dragsters, ducks, dragster, ducks. Come on down. Guillermo in the left lane, dialed 617. Going to take on one of them Parks boys, I'm pretty sure. The old guy, Rodney, dialed 533. Left lane out first. 9 to not a 9. 9's got the advantage. Winner picker says 9. 9 under 14 thou, taking 17 thou. Rodney, 28 up front, goes down there and is 16 thou under, 2 more thou. Following him through, then Guillermo. Guillermo moving around number 2. What an ugly lap, guys. Wes Lofton, left lane. Dial 549 in the Nova, takes on Leonard Greathouse. A couple of Novas that I favor, these year body styles. Leonard, dial 565. West, dial 549.
All duck racers have been.
All duck racers, all duck racers, you have been called. We have a 9 to not a 9 again. West was not 9, and West did not turn the wind line on. West, 30 up front, 1 over with a 5. Leonard Greathouse, 9 up front, dead 2, 11 total. Takes 33 with confidence. Greathouse, moving on to round number 2. Now here, I believe, is the fastest door car on the property. When we're setting wheelie bars, we know we're pretty fast. Brandon Caples in the right lane in the Camaro, dialed 458. That's right, 458. Takes on Andre Rodriguez out of that San Antonio area, dialed 643. Pretty big split here, nearly 2 seconds. You have plenty of time to think about the bump down here in the right lane. He will be definitely between the 60 foot and 330 before the right lane takes off. Oh, he turns it red, 24,000. Andre, 16 up front. 3 over with a 6. Pretty ugly lap, going to turn the wind light on. Right lane, 459.0 on the rug. 153 mile an hour with a 24 red light. Not going to work out for the fast door car at the moment. Got to admit, pretty good. He's only 1 over the 0. Track conditions are super hot. I'm not talking a little bit hot. I'm talking a lot hot. 137 earlier. I'm surprised it's not hotter than that. Next pair up. Left lane, Keith Richards, dialed 646 in the Chevy Vega. Takes on James Cook. Cook, dialed 537. Cook in the familiar Camaro. Seen him in it for like a long time. Really like that one. Cook out of Denton. Left lane's out first. 10 bulb to a 6 red. Left lane is whoa. Cook had to abort. He was 6 red. Headed for the center line. Richards 10 up front. Moving around number 2. Ain't coming in here. Next pair up, Wayne Pratt in the left lane, dialed 593. Takes on Bruce White in the right lane, dialed 672. Pretty big spread here. Camaro goes after the little Chevy Chevette. Winner picker goes to the Chevette. 84 up front, 3 over, taking 18 thou. Pratt, 14 up front, aborts somewhere in the middle of the run to be 605 on a 593, not going to work out. The wagon just did a pro stock burnout. Had to be 8,500 RPM. Sounded good from here. Takes on Wendy McFarland in the left lane, takes dialed 626, takes on Jonathan Hernandez. Hernandez in the Roadster dialed 622. Hernandez turns the wind light on, 2 up front to Wendy's 33. Hernandez takes 31 stripe to be 3 over to take the win there. Next pair up, left lane, Kaylee Phillips. Kaylee Richards, let me get that right, dialed 663. Taking on Joey Cram. Joey's Transmissions dialed 612 in the right lane in the Camaro. Think I got a suntan today. Pretty warm out there. No doubt. All right. 4 bulbs lit. Trees coming down. Left lane out first. Terrible looking lap. Miss Phillips. Miss Richards going to move on. 61 up front. Runs 100th over with a 2. Joey Cram, 6th out red. 300ths over. Not a pretty one. Kaylee moving around number 2. Next pair up, Heath. Pops, Dad. Phillips. Dialed 622 in the Chevy S10. Takes on Justin Endicott. Endicott in the familiar. 56, dialed 607. Maybe a wheel or two off the ground here. Maybe not. You're not an 11. Endicott in a little bit of trouble here. Phillips, 11 up front, 2 over, taking 7. 11 takes 7. Sounds pretty gamblish to me. Heath Phillips moving around number 2. Endicott missed it up front. Dead 6, not going to work out. Next pair up, the familiar Maverick of Daryl Patton, dialed 582. Takes on Zach Eckert. Zach in the Mustang, dialed 626. Dragsters, all run duck race. If you're not here, you're pretty late. He's on the popper. Daryl's not in. Holy smokes. There we go. I don't know how he hit the tree, but there's only 7 thou separated. Right lane does not have the advantage. Winner picker goes to the right lane on the popper. 3 over, 11 up front. Eckert takes down Patton. Patton's 4 up front, 6 over. Went to Bale City there down there. Patton not going to make it through. Eckert on the popper takes the win. Next pair up, Ford Maverick of Casey. All right, right lane in the Chevy Nova, dialed 536. We can fix it in a minute. Left lane out first. 6 up front to a 12. 6 thou separate them, advantage. Ford Maverick, winner picker. Ford Maverick. 006, 3 over with a 5. Taking 36 stripe with confidence for the win. The Nova, 12 up front. 600s over, 36 behind. Just terrible. Next pair up. Looks like we got balls out. In the right lane on the bike, Casey Ball dialed 601. Takes on Vince Hernandez. In the Chevy Love. Tainted Love, left lane, dialed 693. I think there's as many Ford Mavericks out here this week as Chevy Camaros. Not. But there's a bunch of Mavericks. Ford Mavericks. I think there's 3. That's a lot. See a dragster fixing to run one of them Mavericks in the burnout box. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're almost fully staged up. Here we go. Left lane going to be out first. Ball turns it red, 22 thou. Hernandez, 13 up front. Runs 1 over with the 2. 25 total. Vince, not a bad lap, moving around number 2. Left lane. We got Dirty. Derek Patton in the left lane on brand new Goodyears. Brand new Goodyears. I can see the yellow from here. Dialed 642 in the Maverick. Taking on Luke Johns. Luke Johns dialed 441. There is over 2 seconds spread here. That's over 4 bulbs on the tree. The Maverick should be pretty close to the 330 mark before the dragster takes off. Neither one of them going to see stuff down there. Guaranteed. Bunch of mile-an-hour spread here. At least 50. Here we go. Mavericks out of the way. 10 thou separate them. Advantage. Maverick. Winner picker. Maverick. 17 up front. 1 over with a 3. He's 17. Get there. 1 thou. Johns. 441 on a 441 with a 4. 27 bulb killed him. 1 thou behind. There was 55 miles an hour between them on the finish line. That used to be the maximum speed limit. That's a pretty big spread at the finish line. Next pair up. Bree Bandemere in the left lane. Thinks that's a new Cameron car. Dialed 443. Takes on Crew Garrett in the right lane. Dialed 464. Holy flicker bulb. Everybody's messed up here. No, they're not. Bree is perfect. probably going to take the win light. She does. Perfect. Take 34 to be 3 with an 8 over. Crew Garrett, 22 up front, 500ths over. No good. Final car. Final call, duck race. Final call, round number 1, duck race. If you're not here, we are in Dragsters. You may miss it. Come on up if you're not here. $80 gets you in. Let's have some fun. Left lane, J.C. Jones, dialed 465. Takes on Tony Kotzer. Tony dialed 497. Waiting on Tony to get it in there. Tony gets in there barely. 32 to a 7. Advantage. Right lane. Winner picker. Left lane. JC gets by with 1. 32. Take 4 to be dead 2. Rings up the win light. Tony. 7 up front. 3 over. Looks like he's on the floor on the mile an hour to be 4. Thou behind. No good for Tony. JC Jones moving around number 2. Next pair up, Leah Hughes in the left lane. In the RSH Sand and Trucking. Dragster entry, dialed 472. Takes on Neil Sherry. Neil, dialed 484 in the right lane. $12,000 separate him up front. Advantage. Neil. Winner picker goes to Neil. 5. Take 22 to be 2 over with a 0. Leah is 475 1 on a 472 with a 17 bulb. Not going to work out. Next pair up. Johnny. Johnny Bracket Racer in the right lane. Johnny dialed 467. Takes on Caden Muth. Caden dialed 439. Holy smokes. It was on the popper. They're both 17. They're equal up front. Winner picker goes to Muth. He's 17. Take 4 thou. Johnny, 17. Get behind 4 thou. No good. Caden Muth moving around number 2. Converter's hot. Johnny's on the popper. I think he was counting on him timing out. I thought he was going to. Oh, well. Here we go. Josh Herman, left lane, dialed 449 out of Colorado. Takes on Vince Taylor. Vince out of Texas, dialed 471. Tree comes down. 2 thou separate him. Advantage. Herman, winner picker, goes to Vince Taylor. 19, dead 7, takes 5 thou for the win. Josh Herman, 17 up front, 1 over the 4 to be 5 thou behind. Vince Taylor moving around number 2. Next pair up, right lane, J.J. Russell, dialed 448. Takes on Greg Muth. Greg, dialed 469. So they were pretty good ways through the dragster. Side of round number 1, duck race. Muth's in first. Here we go. 21 thou separate him. Advantage Muth. Winner picker goes to J.J. Russell. 23 3 thou under. Muth, 2 and 15 thou under. Muth, 2 up front, take 32. Normally bites the bullet. Bit the bullet this time. J.J. Russell moving around number 2. Why I'm not calling her. All right, Steve Collier in the left lane, dialed 459, taking on Jay Fitzgerald, dialed 460. Not pretty up front, 33 in the left, 21 in the right. Winner picker goes to the left lane. Double breakout race. Steve Collier, 5 thou under. Fitzgerald, 9 thou under. Not going to work out. Next pair up, Chad Branham in the left lane, dialed 477, the big unit. Taking on Aaron Gibson. AG in the right lane, dialed 423 in the top fueler. Wing up high, blower up high, belts, restraints. This thing looks fast. 423 in the heat right now is fast. Over a half second going to the big unit in the left lane. CB. Gently puts it in. Here we go. We have 12 thou separated. Winner picker goes to the blower car. Winner picker goes to the blower car. 24 up front. Dead 9 taking 27 stripe. Branham 36. Parks to go 79 on a 77, no good. Blower car moving through to round number 2. Next pair up, left lane, Landon Martinez, dialed 478. Takes on Gerald Aspel. Jared in the right lane, dialed 481. All right, 13 to a not 13. Landon Martinez is going to turn the wind light on here, and Landon Martinez does not turn the wind light on here. He duffs it. 5 thou. Gives it back. Jared, 56 up front, dead 4 for a scorching dead on run to take 5 thou for the win. I'm sorry, he didn't take nothing. Landon gave it to him. No good, Landon. Jared moving on. Next pair up. KP, Kenny Probst. Dial 459. Takes on Brandon Justice. Brandon dialed 495. Eight, 2, and 11. Probst with the 8. Winner picker goes to Probst. 008, 1 over the 7. Justice, 11 up front, takes 23 to be 9 thou under. Kenny Probst moving around number 2. Cole Weaver in the left lane, dial 459. Takes on Tony. Tony living good. Tony dialed 485. 23 to a 30, advantage to Cole Weaver. Winner picker goes to right lane, Tony. Tony, 30 up front, dead 3. Cole Weaver, 23. 1 over with an 8, no good. Tony living good. Sure was. Dead 3 with a 30 ball going in the next round. Next pair up, left lane, Tyler Cromwell. Tyler in the big blower car, dialed 428. Takes on Clint Dosser. Clint in the right lane, dialed 483. Blower motor definitely sounds healthy. Anything going 428 in the heat's pretty healthy. All right, here we go. 6 now separate them. Advantage to the right lane. Winner picker goes to the left lane. Big blower car, 26 up front, 29 with a 9 on 28. Clint, 20 up front, 100th under to break out. Won't get him through. Tyler Cromwell moving around number 2. Next pair up, Bart Nelson in the left lane, dialed 453. Takes on JC Lowry. JC in the right lane, dialed 521. JC out first. JC in a bunch of trouble here. Bart 6, JC 44. Winner picker goes to JC. Bart duffs it. Gives it back. 60. Drops hard. No reason. He's 6. She's 44. Bart Nelson dumps out of that duck race. JC Lowry catches a break. 1 over the 2 with a 44 bulb. Pretty ugly. Gonna move to round number 2. Next pair up. Randall Reed in the left lane, dialed 464. Taking on Russell Marr. Russell Marr, last night's winner, 5K. Russell wearing him out, dialed 470. Main event, no box final, 1 and 2. Main event, no box final. Hope you're up there. 7 for Russell, winner picker, 7. 7, 1 over with a 1, taking 10 stripe. Randall Reed, 13 up front, 1 over the 5. Finds himself 10 thou behind. Not going to move through here. Russell Marr moving around number 2. All right, left lane, Martinez, dialed 501. Takes on Todd Robinson. Robinson in the right lane, the judge, dialed 472. It's good to see Todd out here. Wondering where Scott is. Super Pro, all cars for pairings on the ladder. Super Pro, all cars for pairings on the ladder. We need you to the lanes. This doesn't look good for Todd Robinson. It looks really good for Todd Robinson because Martinez just drove through under by 11th thou with a 12 bulb. Todd Robinson with a 4.4552 reaction time takes the win. See you later, Todd. Get on through there. Uh-oh. I think the throttle cable fell off. Looks like the throttle cable broke. Nope, he got no pedal. He took the tree. It obviously triggered it, so he's the winner. Well, every now and then you see some odd stuff. We just saw it. Hate that for Martinez. Can't say I haven't done it, buddy. Still learning. Do a quick check of the track at the same time. Here we go. Tony Farmer in the left lane. Here we go. Tony Farmer in the left lane. Bryson Parks in the right. Bryson dialed 469. Farmer dialed 459. Got a 10th head start going to the right lane. Here we go. Farmer going to take the win here. Bryson Parks, 5 thou red. Farmer, 22 up front, 3 over with a 1. Looks like on a flat out run. Call wasn't too happy there. Farmer going to move to round number 2. Next pair up, drag champ. Austin Freed, dialed 479 in the left lane. Takes on Galen Smith. Galen, I said, you're driving a dragster. You've changed. He's dialed 467. Galen getting a little taste of bracket racing. I like to see it. He rolled that thing in like a pro mod. Galen, 24 up front. Austin, 8. Winner picker goes to Austin Free. 008, 1 over with an 8. 008, take 4. Pretty good lap. Galen Smith, 24 up front. 1 over with a 6. Going to make 40 total. Not going to work out here. Austin Free moving around number 2. Next pair up, Rocky McLean, left lane, dialed 461. Takes on Mike Crater. Crater in the right lane. Crater Race Engines, dialed 435. Sorry, change that to 436. Got it changed. Here we go. Here we go. The Rock out first. 25 to a 32. 7,000 separate them to the Rock. Winner picker goes to the Rock. 25, take 3,000 to turn the wind light on. Crater, 32 up front. Dead 9. Finds himself 3,000 behind. No good. Next pair up. Right lane. D, B, J. With the upsweeps and clankers. Dialed 466. David Bird Jones. Taking on Michael Holcomb. Holcomb in the left lane, dial 445. Clankers out first. 6 to a 10. 4,000 separate him. DBJ in the lead. DBJ turns on the wind light. 006 take 14. Stripe to be 467.9 on a 466. Holcomb is out of the gas down there. 447.9 on a 445. I know that thing will run about 10 more mile an hour than that. Holcomb backs down, lets him have it. Hoping for him to go under. He does not. Next pair up, left lane, Sonny Barclay. Sonny Boy dialed 465. Takes on Carson Wheeler in the right lane. Carson dialed 499. Looks like we're finishing up dragsters here. Got one lone dragster left for the buy run. 9,000 separate him. Advantage to Wheeler. Winner picker goes to Barclay. Sonny Boy. 26 up front, dead 7. Carson Wheeler, 17 up front, takes 20 stripe to be 5,000 under. Sonny Barclay moving to round number 2. Quade Dozier in the right lane, going to get a free run here. He will get the buy run. Dial 465. This is finishing up the duck race. 3,000 to win tonight on the second chance race. Quade lights it up red, 23,000. Lights the board up. 11,000 under. 463, 150. Quade moving around number 2. Like we got a no box final in the burnout box. I'm headed towards the burnout box. right, left lane, Lucas Thomas, James Aspel. Lucas dialed 616, takes on Aspel, dialed 623. 700 separate them. This is the final round. Final round of no box for the marbles today on Saturday afternoon. I'm sorry, Friday afternoon. Sure feels like Saturday. No box. Pays $2,000 to win here. $750 to runner up. Take a little poke at the bottom, see what happens here. That sounded bad. We'll leave that out next time. All right, 4 bulbs lit. Final round, no box. Not bad. 20 separate them. Advantage. James Aspel in the right lane. Winner picker. Aspel. 12 in the tree. 2 over. 12. Take 26. Turn the wind light on. That's the final wind light for no box. Lucas Thomas. Pretty decent lap out there. 32 up front. 2 over. Not going to get it done. Going to run her up today. At least you attended all rounds available. That's your winner and runner up. Winner James Aspel. 12 up front on the bottom. Not an easy task. All right, we'll take a break for a moment. Come back with the latter round of Super Pro for $20,000.
So the final round in no box has been settled, and the $2,000 goes back to the big country as James Asbill gets it done. Taking a 625 to 618 win over East Texas racer Lucas Thomas from Mount Pleasant. Coming up next is going to be time for our box main event. Making our way towards that $20,000 prize. Round 2, by run in the duck class goes to Bree Bandamere Herman. Bree, you got the first by run yesterday, and you've got the by run in the duck race today. Quarterfinal round, Super Pro, coming your way here on Friday afternoon. High of 94, and we're headed down from there. Not very quickly, but we are headed down from a high of 94. First up, going to be Coy Collier from Bossier City, Louisiana. Tower side goes back to a 454 dial in. Taking on last night's winner, Ethan Marr. Ethan out of Seatown. I'm sorry, Russell Marr got it last night. Going to be Ethan with the 69 Yenko Camaro. Takes that right side lane out of Seatown, a 555 dial in, 101. Difference in the dial in, the door car goes first. Box main event, getting down to the short rounds. Here we go. Dragster versus door car. Marr going first. Marr out front, Collier in hot pursuit. Win light goes to the door car. 555 dead 6 takes 1 10,000th at the stripe for the win. A 456, 2 over. Had a 002 on the tree, 2 up front, a 456, 2 over with a 1. 555 with a 6. 017, 17 up front, and it's the dead 6 at the end. Ethan Marr is going to the next round. That is just the kind of race weekend it has been, as the performances have been stellar from both sides of the racetrack, from the dragsters, from the door cars, from the bikes. It has all been, or as we may find out, bike, but that bike has been running very strongly. So your first advancer is going to be Ethan Marr. Dead 6, takes 1 10,000th at the stripe, and claims a spot in the next round. All right, attention in the pits. No box quackers to lanes 1 and 2, please. No box quackers. It's time to come back to lanes 1 and 2 for round 2 duck race. At this point in the race day, the main event, competitors go on a ladder. So we're in the quarterfinal round. Winners advance to the semifinal. Next pair coming into the water. Anxious to see who's going on. Gonna be Paul Smith from Tomball, tower side of the racetrack with a 510 dialed in. Taking on Curtis Stevenson, down from Coffeyville, Kansas. Not too far west of the Missouri line. 451 the dial for Stevenson. Spot Smith 5900s. Three bulbs lit, drivers in, tree counts down, one green light, now two. Top end of the racetrack, looks like Strange Side's gonna get the win. Light and happens that way. 22 10,000s at the finish line. 452, one over at 147 miles an hour. Looking to the left, it is a dead on with a two. But Stevenson gave up one at the starting line, got most of it back, but not enough. Curtis Stevenson will advance into your next round. Corey Neighbors and Colton Wheeler next. Wheeler in the truck going first, dialed at 601. And Corey Neighbors doing the chasing, dialed at 521 with the dragster. Red light right side puts a win light on the left side. 009 on the tree wasn't going to be a bad way to start for Corey Neighbors. 521 dead on with a 1, a 10-pack. 10-pack gets Corey Neighbors into the semi-final round, and the final car, number 7, going to be Cliff Lovelace. 1967 Chevy Camaro. Four cars left. Race crew comes out for a little broom and drag. And we've got our Quackers coming back for their second round. No box ducks. Lanes 1 and 2, please. No box duck class round 2. Bring them to the staging lanes for us, please. It's time for you to get back to racing. Electronics ducks. Stand by. Final call for your no box ducks for your second round. You got a win light in the first round of the duck race, and you're a no box car. This is your final call. Bring them to the staging lanes now or forever hold your peace. Attention, junior dragster racers. Junior dragster racers, we're going to run your first time run, your only time run. It's going to be after the semifinals of the main event. So we just ran the quarterfinal. We got 4 cars left. Before we run that class, we are running the Ducks. So we got no E Ducks and Super Pro Ducks. Got some pretty big first rounds in both those classes. So you can anticipate 40 minutes, 45, something like that, before the junior dragster first time run, only time run takes place. Just for your planning, junior dragsters, you will run after the semifinals of the main event. Super Pro door car quackers to the lanes, please. Super Pro door car quackers to the lanes. Okay. And we are ready for round number 2. In that second chance race, the duck race, this for no box. By the way, pairings for the semifinals of the main event. Stevenson versus Lovelace, and Neighbors versus Marr. Emma Powell with the Z car. 779, the dial down that right side, Strange Engineering lane, and Casey Ball on 2 wheels, dial 606. $173 head start for the Purple Z. Emma's out front. Casey in hot pursuit at the finish line. Put a wind light on the tower side. Casey goes 633, 86.7 miles an hour, 002 on the Christmas tree. Takes a lot at this finish line. Emma goes 848. Off the throttle plenty early. Tim Stuckey, Ardmore left side. Rocky G right side. We go Malibu versus Maverick. 627 to 648. Both drivers bouncing them in. We got green lights on both sides. We are racing. At the finish line, going to be Rocky G getting the win light. 651, 3 over at 100 miles an hour. Held 6, almost 7 at the starting line, and drops it down to 3 by the finish line. 627, dead on with A2 for Tim Stuckey, but the starting line disadvantage was so much he could not overcome. So Rocky G gets it done. Next round. Jake Howard right side, Cody Garrett left side. Vega versus S10. 632 and 636. Garrett in the Vega going first by 4 in the Phil's lane. Red light tower side, 5,000 red. 6,000's green on the right side, and Jake goes dead on with a 5. So an 11 pack for Howard. Sends him to the next round. This is your second round of our no box duck class. Daryl Sorey from Midland, Texas, brings that GMC from the Permian Basin, puts a 592 dial in on it. Gets a 900 head start against Daryl Patton's Maverick. $19 red left side for Sorey. 21 green right side for Patton. 583 dead on with a 6. That one over at the starting line. 2 over 594 for Sorey at 116 miles an hour. 19,000's too quick at the starting line. And the truck goes out. Next pair coming to the starting line here in No Electronics Duck Race. Guillermo Tiarina, tower side with the Fox Body Mustang. 617 the dial in. Gets an 1800th spot from Bob Galitti. Bob's got the truck in the strange lane. Enormous advantage at the starting line. Not sure what happened to Tiarina, but that reaction time will not do well unless your opponent goes red. Galitti did not. 634, saving plenty of room. 82.2 miles an hour. Galitti will advance. And the Huffman boys travel in that Biggie Smalls combo. Here's Smalls, the Chevy Chevette for Rick Huffman out of Waxahachie. 606 to dial in. Going first against Leah Hughes. Leah's got a 550 dialed into the Demon. Double O's for both of them. Winlight strange side, Leah Hughes. That's a 3 and an 8. That is an 11 package. Gets the job done. It's a 607, 1 over for Rick Huffman at 110 miles an hour. Rick was 8 on the tree. Leah 3 on the tree and dead 8. 11 pack moves her to the next round. Leroy O'Brien brings the Monza to the starting line in the Phil's lane. 657 the dial. Jay Bunce in the wagon takes that right side lane, dial 603. We're green on both sides. Reaction time's got to go 4 digits to get a significant difference. It's a 657, dead 4, left side, 101 miles an hour. O'Brien moving on. 23 total on that one. Jay Bunce was 604, 1 over at 111. 0.8 miles an hour, not enough. Derek Patton brings the colorful Maverick, like that one, to the tower side starting line. 642 the dial against Chris Pope, 603. Pope out of Lubbock, Texas, racing that G-body here on Friday afternoon. Both drivers with green on their side of the AccuTime Christmas tree. Winlight in the strange lane, 603. Dead on with the 6 for Chris Pope is going to turn the trick. 641, a breakout for Derek Patton. Goes 17 10,000s, too quick. Cost him the race. Billy Talbot, 603, dial in left side. Ty Farmer, 642, dial in right side. Nova in the strange lane. Camaro in the Phil's lane. And they're green on both sides. Advantage tower side, Winlight tower side. 604, 1 over at 113, takes 56 at the finish line. It's enough. 643, also 1 over at 103.3 miles an hour. Ty Farmer comes in second. Continuing now with the duck race for no box. Got Keith Richards and Leonard Greathouse bringing their bow tie products to the starting line. 564 the dial for Greathouse on the right. 648 the dial for Richards on the left. Vega gets the head start. Green lights both sides, going to be tied at the stripe, and the wind lights in the strange lane. 564, dead 7 at 120.4 miles an hour. 20 total, good for the win for Greathouse. A breakout left side, Keith Richards, 47.5 on a 48 dial, not enough. All right, your attention. Dragster Quackers to the staging lanes, please. Dragster Quackers to the staging lanes for your round 2. Andre Rodriguez and Dennis Lithgow. Next to the starting line, Lithgow 488, the dial right side. Old Lucky, the 1969 Camaro with the 646 dial in. Easing towards that first infrared. Very close, and Lithgow is going to do the deal. 487 on a double breakout pass. 487.4 at 142 miles an hour, breaks out 56 10,000s to 60. Breakout for Andre, 645 at 103.2. Lithgow puts the Roadster into the next round. Pontiac Firebird, Generation 1, model year number 1, Carlos Carrasco. At the starting line in the Phil's Trailer Sales of Waco Lane, going first in this pairing at 679, 5900's head start against Darius Campbell, who's got the C3 Corvette. On the way down the strange lane, lights are green both sides, wind light Phil's side. Carrasco held a 10th at the starting line. That was plenty. 680, 103 beats a 619 breakout at 110. Dragster Ducks to the staging lanes. Dragster Ducks to the staging lanes for round 2. Bruce White, green light on the right side, 675 the dial in, 603 the dial for Maverick Roselle on the left side, and it's going to be White, 674 to 602 in a double breakout affair. Bruce White breaks out 19. Roselle breaks out 58, and the T1000 is going to advance. Tainted Love, Chevy Love pickup truck in the Wills Point Chevrolet lane has a 693 dialed in. Joe Nunkey's got the Roadster dialed at 534 on the Protec side. Wind light, strange lane, Nunkey, 534, dead 8. 28 total there, 125.3 miles an hour, 695, 2 over on the 693 for Vince Hernandez. Okay, Junior Dragster Racers, it's time for you to get warmed up and ready. It's not going to be long before we call you to the lanes for your time run. Mickey Blankenship in the S10, 679 the dial on the tower side. Jonathan Hernandez, 622 the dial for the Roadster in the strange lane. Both lights are green. And the wind lights in the strange lane. 622 dead on with a 1. It's a breakout on the left side. Blankenship held 1 at the start, but goes too quick. Hernandez dead on with a 1 and a 109.9 mile per hour speed. Gets to move on. Kaylee Phillips, 663 the dial. Tower side for the dime. And Zach Eckert, 623 the dial. In the strange lane with the Mustang. Eckert in the pre-stage. Kaylee makes it 2. Got 3. Kaylee makes it 4. Fourth digit is the first number that's different. Winlight tower side, Kaylee Phillips, 665 with a 99. 2 over at 102. Zach Eckert, 5 over on that right side, 110 miles an hour for the Mustang. Phillips moves on. Double shot of the Chevrolet S10 extended cab tower side with crater power. That's Brian Self. And Heath Phillips is going to be on the strange side. Heath going first in the blue car, 623 the dial, 524 left side for Brian Self. Phillips out front, Self in hot pursuit and gets the job done. 524 dead 8, 127 miles an hour. Phillips takes 56, 10,000ths at the stride, but goes too quick. Runs 21.8 on a 23 dial. Self moves on. Lucas Thomas. Got a runner-up spot in the no box class. Taking on Casey Swift. Here in the duck race, 6:13 and 6:49. 3600's head start for the White Maverick in the strange lane. Winlight strange side, 004 on the tree, did not hurt his cause at all. 651 with a 9, 100.3 miles an hour. Lucas dead on with a 6, but gave up 6 at the starting line, and that was more than enough for Casey to take the win. Pair of dragsters, Racy JC left side, Quade Dozier right side, 465 and 465, so they're going heads up. Here in round number 2 of Super Pro Ducks. Winlight, strange side, Quade Dozier, 67, 2 over at 144. JC was 4 over. JC 007 on the Christmas tree. Had a slight advantage, but it evaporated with that 4 over 469. Dozier goes 2 over, pockets 2, and takes the win. Steve Collier, tower side, 457 the dial. JC Lowry, second of 2 Racy JC's on the racetrack, 521 the dial for Lowry in the strange engineering lane. And a Winlight in a strange lane, 006 on the tree and a 2 over 523. Lets JC take 61 10,000ths at the stripe, and that's good for the win. Steve Collier 1 over 458 on a 457. 20 on the tree. Not enough. Caden Muth from Bernie, Texas brings that Hill Country dragster to the starting line in the Phil's Trailer Sales of Waco lane, and Tony Livingood. Got a dragster in the strange lane with a 485 dial in. 4400's head start for the white car. And the white car has a red light. So the black car gets the win, 438, 156 to a red lighting 485. Once again, Tony Livingood 485, dead on with a 1, but 6/10,000ths red. Lots of heartburn there. Next set of dragsters on their way to the starting line. Going to be Kenny Probst with a 459 dial left side. Neil Sherry going first on the right side, dialed at 485. Red light right side, Sherry, 69/10,000 too quick. Kicks it red, puts a win light on the tower side. 459 dead on with an 8 for KP. 150 miles an hour. Tony Farmer's on the right side of the center stripe in the Strange Engineering Protect lane. 461 the dial. Austin Free left side. Wills Point Chevrolet lane. 479 the dial. 1800s head start for the Drag Champ car. Well, 2 bulbs lit. Drivers ease in. We got 3 bulbs now, 4. Now we got 2 greens. Double O reaction times both sides. What a race. Tower side gets it done. 479 dead 7 with a 7 on the tree. 14 pack gets it done for Austin Free. Tony Farmer, 64, 3 over at 144 miles an hour. Had an advantage at the starting line, 002 on the tree. Gave it all back. Margin of 200ths at the finish line for Austin Free. Little Rock from Cowtown, 457 the dial tower side. He's going first against Aaron Gibson's fast car with a 424 dial. So they're both fast, just one is mo faster than the other. Gibson 424 the dial. Rocky with a semi-final finish in yesterday's Gambler race. Fast dial, but a red light. 424 with a 0. 166.6 miles an hour, but it was over when he left too quick. 036 red. Rocky McLean, 480, 115.5. Takes it easy on the equipment when his win light was already on. So, Junior Dragsters, we have got a semifinal round in our main event Super Pro class. 4 cars left. There are 2 pair to go. After that round is run, it's going to be time for Junior Dragsters. So, Junior Dragsters, if you're not ready to go, you should be there really fast, as it's going to be time to show out. Mo Ducks coming your way. Tyler Cromwell and Jared Asbill. Jared takes that strange lane, puts a 480 on it. Gets a 5100th head start against Tyler Cromwell, who's dialed 429 in the Wills Point Ford lane. Main event semifinalists to the staging lanes. Main event semifinalists to the staging lanes, please. Mr. Marr. Ethan Marr, Corey Neighbors, Cliff Lovelace, Curtis Stevenson to the staging lanes for your main event semifinal. Top bulbs on, drivers easing up towards that final tickle of the infrared. Sometimes it just kind of looks like they're pretending to do that. Now we got 3. Clock counts down. Tree counts down and off we go. Reaction time's very close. At the finish line, Tower Side, Tyler Cromwell, 431 over 164 miles an hour. 2000's advantage at the starting line stretches it to 017 at the finish line. Jared was 2 over 482 with a 7 on a 480 dial at 144 miles an hour. Cromwell gets it done. Vince Taylor, 471 the dial left side. Todd Robinson, 472 the right side. As close to heads up as you can get. Since dial-ins are only 2 digits to the right of the decimal. Drivers tuned in. It pays $3,000 to win the duck race. Green lights both sides. There they go. Across the 660, win light strange side. 005 on the tree and a 471.9. Double breakout drag race. 5 thousandths more breakout for Vince Taylor. Put the win light in Todd Robinson's lane as they both went under. Todd 8 10 thousandths. Vince 58 10 thousandths. Russell Marr won that $5,000 warm-up race last night. Got himself on the tower side of the second round of the duck race today. 470 to dial into a 447 dial for J.J. Russell in the strange lane. JJ goes red, so Russell Marr will advance. 470 dead on with a 9, 147.78 miles an hour. Sonny Barclay, tower side, 465 dial. David Bird Jones, spectator side, 466 dial. One of those 1/100th of a second spread at the start. One thousandth different In the reaction time, and the win light goes to Sonny Barclay. 465 dead zero, 150 miles an hour, takes 91 at the finish line. It's a dead on with an 8 for David Bird Jones, 139.6 miles an hour. Sonny Barclay with the win. Bree Bandemir Herman at the starting line had that bye run and gets to exercise it. Puts a 442 dial in on the board. Main event, semi-finalists. You should be in the staging lanes. Bree takes it through, sailing with 447 at 154.9 miles an hour. So the semifinal pairings, Marr versus Neighbors and Loveless versus Stevenson. Bring him to the staging lanes for that main event semifinal.
Honey, baby, talk to me one last time. It's
4 cars left in the main event. Winner gets 20,000 American dollars, runner-up 2,500. Semifinalists in line for $1,000. Junior dragsters, you're going to be coming up right after this semifinal. They've been called to the staging lanes, and it'll take just a few minutes to run 2 pair. So junior dragsters, you should have them ready to go, as we're calling you to the staging lanes very shortly.
I've been on the road for so long. I'm begging you, please don't get me wrong. It's you. I'm in love with you. You got to know it ain't no me.
Semi-finalists coming up here momentarily for that round. I'm going to turn it back over to our main man, Dylan Lee.
Honey, baby, I've been on the road for so long. Now, honey, baby, I'm begging you, please, don't get me wrong. It's you I'm in love
So the first half of our $20,000 semi-final round, Corey Neighbors versus Ethan Marr. Corey has chosen to park the Lebo, Kansas-based dragster on the left side of the racetrack. 5.20 seconds, what he says. He will traverse the XRP, eighth of a mile in. Ethan Marr in the Camaro. He says, I'm fine with that. I'll take the strange side. Don't make a difference to me. 5:54, what he says he's going to go. For a spot in the final for $20K. Neighbors is in. Marr's in. Red light and good night, Ethan Marr by 13 thou. Corey Neighbors has a spot on the dance floor. 006 green. 5:22.1. He is 21 thou above. Marr 13 green or 13 red. 5:55. 11 thou above in a losing effort as he fouls out on the starting line. So one half of the final is set. Corey Neighbors awaits either Curtis Stevenson or Cliff Lovelace. Hey, attention to the pits. Russell Fields, could you please come to the tower? Russell Fields, if you can hear my voice, come to the tower, please. Russell Fields, we need you to the tower. So Curtis Stevenson going to try to make it a all Kansas $20,000 final. And Cliff Lovelace is going to try to keep it right here local. The Waxahachie contestant right side of the racetrack dials 5.90 seconds. Stevenson on the left in the dragster dials 4:51. We are set and away we go. Green lights a pair, 26 thou. Separate them. One of them's perfect. Top end says Stevenson. Trip, zip. Perfect on this end of the racetrack. 450. He's 4 thou under, taking 24 thousandths worth of stripe. Loveless was 26 on this end. Not the easiest thing in the world to judge. He follows him through to be 6 thou under by 4 thousandths of a double breakout. A all Kansas final round it shall be. Neighbors versus Stevenson for 20 large. Our junior time run will be coming around ever so shortly. As they get their operations locked and loaded, they're running for 300 in junior sportsman, 300 in the gamblers race, I'm sorry, all run. It's Friday, y'all, in case you didn't know, because I forgot. 300 to win tonight's Junior Dragster Gamblers race. Their time run will be coming around shortly. The Pennington Bros Super Bucks Showdown, presented by Carter Maxwell, Goodyear, and Mickey Thompson. So our final round of our main event, Curtis Stevenson is going to have lane choice over Corey Neighbors by way of the perfect reaction time in the semi. Trip zip to a 006. The final round ought to be a hoot. Our junior time run is rolling under the sweeps. Quick sweep of the track and we'll get them rolling. Our junior dragster time trial rolls onto the starting line. Harper Staggs, left side. The Texas Bounty Huntress. Out of Mansfield. And Bentley McCabe. Out of Midlothian lines up on the right. $76 to a $90 bulb as they truck on through. $887 for Bentley. $896 for Harper. Landon Graves on the left. Not on file on the right. Triple zero red on the right side. Landon Graves, 75 green. 793 at 81 miles an hour for Landon. 812 also at 81 miles an hour for the right side. Adelie Ferris and Corbin Pennington take the track next. $81 to a $77. Adelie, 794, 82 miles per. Corbin takes it through, 1191 at 54. Cash Branham, Case and Powers on track now. Cash. Big C standing behind the car, Little C sitting in the car. For Rafter P Construction on the left. Case and Powers out of Wimberley on the right. 26 green for Case, and I believe that is low reaction time thus far. Cash 84 green, 784, 83 miles an hour. Kaysen takes it through 881 at 73 miles an hour. Driver Spencer and Andrew Bolin up next. $18 red for Andrew, trips red for driver. Driver 797, 82 miles an hour. Andrew 784 at 82 as well. CJ Roberts and Carter Poplowski. C-Pop right side. CJ on the left. Trip Zip 2 red for C-Pop. Carter 806 at 80 miles an hour. CJ 848 at 77. Pepper Houston Chase Porsche on track now. Porsche 35 green, 785 at 83 miles an hour. Pepper goes through 1195 at 54. Palmer Russell left side. Not quite yet on file on the right. Hudson Partney, Mia Meadows on track now. Super Pro main event, final round. We will take you to the lanes, please. Hey, attention in the pits. $20,000 main event, final round. Bring them on down. $20,000 main event, final round. Bring them to the lanes. Jaylee Jones, Cash Pennington on the starting line. Once again, main event, final round. Bring them on down, please. Carter Stevenson and Corey Neighbors. Come on with them, y'all. Stevenson versus Neighbors. Bring them down, please. Paxton Tonneson makes a solo shot down the Phil's trailer sales side of the racetrack. Paxton goes through 790 at 82. Hey, attention in the pits, juniors. You are not permitted to drive back to your pit area. You must stop at the ticket booth down there and be towed on back. We cannot have you driving the juniors through the pit area. There is far too much traffic out there, y'all. Juniors, you cannot be driving them back to the trailer. You got to stop at the ticket booth. And we do need our main event final round of the lanes, please. Main event. $20,000 Kansas final round. Stevenson versus Neighbors. We need you. Come on down. Mackenzie Roberts on the racetrack. We'll take her single down the left side. 36 green. And 783 at 83 miles an hour. Once again, while it's quiet, juniors, you are not permitted to drive your race cars back to the trailer at Xtreme Raceway Park. You need to stop at the ticket booth and be towed back to your pit area. I believe we may have had a couple that did not heed to that. So juniors, gotta stop at the ticket booth, guys. Attention in the pits, we've called our main event final. We will also take no box ducks to lanes 1 and 2. No box duck race. We need you to lanes 1 and 2. No box ducks. Bring them on down to 1 and 2. And I can't see back there, but if our main event final is not yet in the lanes, if y'all could come on down as well. So our main event final has arrived in the staging lanes. We are looking for our no box duck racers. No box ducks. Bring them down, please. No box ducks. We need you in the staging lanes at this time. No box ducks to the lanes. Attention in the pits. Super Pro Door Car Duck Racers. We will take you to lanes 3 and 4, please. Super Pro Door Car Duck Racers to lanes 3 and 4. Dragster Duck Racers. We will also take you to lanes 5 and 6. Door Cars 3 and 4. Dragsters 5 and 6. You have all been called to the staging lanes. Duck Racers. No box to 1 and 2, door cars to 3 and 4, and dragsters to 5 and 6. As I hear a final round coming around the corner. Once again, duck racers, you've all been called to the lanes. Door cars and dragsters, you've all been called. Duck racers, all cars, we need you to the staging lanes, please. Your $20,000 main event final round rolls into the water. A all Kansas affair. You see the D5 numbers on both scoops. Curtis Stevenson on the left out of Coffeyville. He will dial in at 451 and look to his right and see Corey Neighbors. Corey out of Lebo. I am confident these two racers square off against one another at least semi-regularly. A couple hours apart down Highway 75 in Kansas as they make the trek to XRP to run for $20,000. The pre-stage bulbs are lit. Corey is in. Curtis will follow. The tree drops, and here we go. Green lights appear. It's nasty, y'all. 7 thou. Separate them. Win light says Corey Neighbors. 001 green, 520 dead, 3 to be 4 total. Curtis, 008 on this end, and by 0.004 of a second, he had nowhere to go with it. Takes 7 thou worth of stripe to go 449.9 on the 451 dial-in. Congratulations, Curtis, on a runner-up, an outstanding performance all day, but Corey Neighbors, your $20,000 winner here on Friday at the Super Bucks Showdown. Our duck racers should be in the staging lanes, approximately all of them, actually. But a heck of a final to end the main event Friday edition. Final call, duck racers. Final call, duck racers. You have all been called. Casey Ball, you are the wait and see bye run for whatever round this is. All ducks have been called to the staging lanes. Round number 3 of our duck race takes the starting line. Daryl Patton and Rocky G will kick us off. A pair of Mavericks will take the pre-stage beam. Hey, good news, Chris. After this pair, there's going to be one less Maverick. One less. There's still like, I don't know, a couple. Daryl left side dials 582. Rocky right side dials 649. Green light's a pair. Advantage this end goes Rocky's way. Win light goes Rocky's way as well. 33 green, 649, dead on 8, taking 4 thousandths at the finish line. Only 96 miles per. I believe we might have buried the brake pedal on that one. Patton, 41 green, 582, dead 4, and in the way. Jake Howard, Bruce White on track now. Bruce right side, VT 1000, dials in at 674. Howard left side, dials 632. Win light, Bruce White, 29 green, 675, one above 5. It's Jake Howard, 19 green, but 27 thou worth of finish line leaves him 3 thou under. Billy Talbot, Stephen Hughes up next. Steve-O, right side of the racetrack, pass it, get down, Dina, where he calls home, 550 the dial in, and Billy Talbot. Left side of the racetrack, dial 603. Clean and green, 6 thou separate them. Win light, Stephen Hughes. 20 green. 5.500 dead on the dial with a 0 to light up the Strange Engineering scoreboard. Talbot 26 on this intake, 15 thou to be 200 under. That math don't math. Leroy O'Brien, Leonard Greathouse. Leroy left side dials 656. Leonard right side dials 563. 9 to a 15. The 9 is in the left side. The 9 gets the nod. O'Brien, 009 green, 657. He's one above plus 1 thou. Take 1 thou at the finish line. Leonard Greathouse, 15 green, 563. Dead 7 is not enough as he bows out. Carlos Carrasco, Bob Galletti. Up next, Bob right side dials 599. Carlos on the left dials in at 679. Advantage this in goes Bob's way. Win light goes Bob's way. 018, 601 on a 599, taking 15 thou at the stripe. Carlos 26 on this end. And 35 thou above certainly did not help the cause, as he will not be back for round number 4. Brian Self and Joe Nunke. Self on the left. The very pro stock truck looking S10 dials in 523. Joe on the right in the Roadster will get 1/10 of a head start, dials in 533. Brian Self is 000 red. Joe Nunke moving on. 5:021 on this end. 534. One above 1 to move on. Brian Self, trip zip 9 on the red side of the bulb. 524.5 on a 523 dial in. Kaylee Richards, Chris Pope complete the burnouts. Hey, attention to the pits, juniors. We will take you to the lanes for your second time trial. Juniors, time trial session number 2. Bring them on down. Juniors, we need you, and we need you right now. Juniors, time trial number 2. Bring them on down. Kaylee on the left in the truck. Dials in 664. Chris Pope on the right dials in 603. Red light, Chris Pope. Win light goes to Kaylee Richards, 21 green, 6.667 seconds on a 664. Pope let go 47 thousandths of a second too early. Goes 6 flat on a 603. Jonathan Hernandez versus Dennis Lithgow. A couple of roadsters. Moderately different styles, but a couple of roadsters. Hernandez on the left dial, 621. Lithgow on the right dials, 487. Lithgow has 21 to work with and will succeed. 10 green for Dennis Lithgow, 488.4 on a 487 dial and takes 300ths of a second to light up the strange scoreboard. Hernandez was 31 green and basically had nowhere to go after that. 623 on a 621 in a losing effort. Lithgow moves on. Kenny Probst, Quade Dosher. Kenny P, left side, 459 his dial in. Quade will line up on the right, dials 465. Kenny's got a dime plus one in his pocket and will get the win light. Kenny 003 green, 459, one above 6. Dead on 6, excuse me. 459, dead 6 for Kenny Probst. Quade 14 green. Take 0008 to be 5 thou under. Caden Muth and JC Lowry will square off next. Caden on the left dials 438. JC on the right will leave just shy of 1 second before that at 521. JC's already in. Caden flickers the bulb and follows. Away we go. Green light's a pair. 2 fouls. Separate them on this end. Win light, JC Lowry. 15 green, 521, dead on 8, and Giga Maggies, baby. Caden Muth, 13 green, 440 with a 7 on a 438, as I believe he might have pulled the plug on that one. JC gets there first by 17 thousandths of a second to move on to round number next. Austin Free and Todd Robinson up next. Final call duck race. Absolutely, positively last and final call ducks. If you're not here, you are definitely about to miss your round. As I see Sonny Barclay in the water box, that's how you know we're almost out of cars. Anyway, Austin Free left side, Todd Robinson right. Little Drag Champ will dial 479. Robinson will dial 470. Seven to an 8. 1 foul the difference. Win light says Todd Robinson. 008 green. 008 green. Dead on 9. Austin. 007 green. 1 above 8 by 7 thousandths of a second. Todd Robinson moves on. So I told you we're almost out of cars because Sonny Barclay is about to stage a race car. Sonny right side. Love you, buddy. 465 his dial in will take on Tyler Cromwell. Cromwell, Phil's Trailer Sales side of the racetrack, will dial in at 429. I'm just going to say it. That is one bad Mondin car on the left side of the racetrack right now. Although I might be a little biased. If you know, you know. Sonny finds the pre-stage beam. The blown ride of Tyler Cromwell follows. Auto starters engaged. And it's up to y'all now, boys. Sonny Barclay is 2 hun behind. Win light says Tyler Cromwell. 006 green, 430 on a 429 dial in, gets there first by 008. Barclay was 26 on this end and mathematically ineligible for the rest of the racetrack. 465 dead on 4 to fall short by 8 thou. Bree Bandemir Herman left side, dials 442 out of Colorado. She looks to her right and sees Russell Marr. Russell, 470 what he says. His motor on a stick is going to go. Red light start Bree by 16 thousandths of a second. Russell Marr moving on, 11 green. 470 dead on 8. Vandermeer 016 red and a thou under the dial in. As what I believe is our final pair plus our bye bike, if you will, is on the starting line. Rocky McLean left side, Casey Swift on the right. Swift in the door car, dialed in at 648. Little Rock left side, in the dragster, dials 456. Six thou the difference. Advantage goes Casey Swift's way, but the win light will shine for Rocky McLean. 18 green, 457, one above 2. Takes 12 thou worth of stripe. Swift was 12 green, but puts her 300ths of a second above the dial in to fall short. Your bye run, Casey Ball, takes the left side of the racetrack. 605 the dial in for the two-wheeled machine. Casey Ball, 19 green and 608 on a 605 to conclude round number 3 of our duck race. Our junior dragsters should be in the staging lanes for their second time run, second and final time trial, as it is. Our duck racers, obviously, kind of at that point in the program here, as soon as you can cool them and fuel them. We bringing y'all back up shortly. Junior's going to roll around the corner here in just a second, and I am going to step out of here for a moment. Leave y'all in the very capable hands of my partner here.
Second session time trials, junior dragster. Driver Spencer, tower side, and Lane Swift, spectator side. Paradise, Texas. Home for Lane Swift. Giving our junior dragsters 2 time trials tonight. One crack at each side of the racetrack, should they choose to exercise that option. $300 to win this race on the flyer. However, we do have a gentleman that loves junior dragster racing and threw in an extra $150. Looks like, so it'll pay a little extra tonight. Down that left side lane, driver Spencer with an 801, 81.5 miles an hour. 908 for Lane Swift at 70.7. Second of 2 time trials underway. One round with a buyback in our junior dragster gambler race tonight. C.J. Roberts is going to be taking that tower side Wills Point Chevrolet lane, and Landon Graves is going to be taking that Protec lane on the spectator side of the track. Full-on bracket racing. Thousands and thousands of dollars have been awarded already today. I'm going to add some more of that cash payout to our junior dragster racers. $794 down the right side for Landon Graves at 80.5. C.J. Roberts, $854 at 76.6 miles an hour. That makes way for our third pair. Pepper, Houston, tower side. Hudson Partney, spectator side. Pepper lights both bulbs and goes in deep. Hudson Partney on the way to the starting line, turns on the pre-stage, now has both bulbs lit, and we're good to go. Hudson with the quicker car down the strange engineering lane, stopping the clocks through the 8th mile with an 8:11, 80.2 miles an hour. Pepper Houston 12 flat, 53.9 miles an hour. $22,000 under a green light. Pepper went in deep. None of that is important when it comes to results on a time trial. Harper Staggs and Riley Spell next up. Harper's on the right side in the strange lane in the Texas Bounty Huntress car. And Riley Spell from Jennings, Louisiana, is in the Phil's Trailer Sales of Waco lane. Harper has the car ready. She's pre-staged. Riley brings the car up, lights the top bulb, 4 bulbs lit, and now we're ready. Tree counts down, there's a red light on the left side. Not by much, 7 thousandths red for Riley. 3 thousandths green for Harper. 9 flat, 71.8 miles an hour down the right side. 820, 79.7 miles an hour down the left side. Two more juniors bringing their cars to the starting line. Going to be Bentley McCabe from Midlothian, Texas, on the right in the Protec lane, and Corbin Pennington on the left side in the Wills Point Ford lane. Corbin exercising the option for the deep stage. Bentley McCabe 044 red. Stops the clocks through the 8th mile with an 894 at 72.5 miles an hour. Corbin 1201, 53.7. ET in mile per hour in the fills lane. And two clear the top end. Next two come to the starting line. Chase Porsche, Montgomery, Texas, and Cash Pennington. Green lights on both sides. 790, 82 miles per hour for Porsche. 9 flat, 73 miles per hour for Pennington. Duck Racers. Kenny Probst has got the bye. 15 cars left. That's 4 rounds. KP, you've got the wait and see bye, which 15 would mean you would. Paxton Tonninson from Prosper, Texas, left side of the racetrack in the Wills Point Ford lane. And Mackenzie Roberts right side in the Protec inspection lane. Driver sitting in front of that power plant loosely based on a 5-horse Briggs & Stratton. Years ago, that resemblance began to dissipate. Now, for the most part, billet aluminum and full race. Mackenzie Roberts, 28 red on the right side. Paxton 792, Mackenzie 787. 83 miles per hour for Roberts. Tonninson 82.1. Mia Meadows and Jaylee Jones bring their dragsters into the stage position. Check the scoreboard, you can see the reaction times. Jaylee Jones 795, 81 miles an hour. Mia Meadows 795 at 81 miles an hour. Kind of carbon copies of each other there, as they were both running 795 at 81 miles an hour down the track. Andrew Bolin and Adelie Ferris next to the starting line. Adelie takes the right side in the Protect lane, and Andrew's going to be on the left side in that Wills Point Ford lane. Youngest age for junior dragsters is 5. You can't compete, but you can get in one and have a supervised operation, learning the ropes. Once you reach 6 years of age, a driver can compete. In the Pennington Series Super Bucks Showdown, 6 to 9-year-old racers can dial as quick as 1190, but no quicker. 10 to 12-year-olds graduate to an 890 minimum dial, and once you reach 13, minimum dial drops to 7.90 seconds. And it's going to be 791 left, 799 right, 81 miles per hour on both sides of the racetrack. Good field of junior dragsters here on Friday afternoon. We'll be racing them once again tomorrow. 2 classes tomorrow. That extra money thrown in. Case and Powers, Wimberley, Texas, Tower Side. And on the spectator side, Ty Pittenlater. Get 'em Carbs and Rafter P. Join Carter Maxwell in supporting this weekend's racing, the Super Bucks Showdown. Across the finish line, 882, 73.5 miles an hour for Pittenlater. 883 left side, 73.3 miles an hour for Powers. Carter Poplowski, Midlothian, Texas, brings it up in the Wills Point Ford lane on the Tower side. And Palmer Russell is going to be in the Protec inspection lane. Final time runs for our junior dragster set. Next time you see them on the racetrack, they will be in round 1 eliminations. Shadows getting longer as we are easing towards sundown. And of course, fireworks. Green lights both sides. Poplowski down the Wills Point Ford lane to an 809 at 79 miles an hour. Palmer Russell, 1221, 53.39 miles an hour in the Protec lane. Cash Branham and Lane Swift at the starting line. Swift on the right, Branham on the left. This pair of racer kiddos staged up and ready to take the green. At the finish, Cash Branham 788, 82.5 miles an hour, and Lane Swift 908, 70.5. So the track staff makes their way out onto the racing surface to do a little drag action, make sure there's no foreign substances out there, as we will have our duck class. Next round ducks coming up next. 15 cars remain in the duck race. All right, Quackers, listen up. Need no box ducks to lanes 1 and 2. Electronics door cars, lanes 3 and 4. Dragster ducks, lanes 5 and 6. Duck class dragsters 5 and 6. Electronics door cars 3 and 4. And no box ducks, lanes 1 and 2. 15 left, that's 4 rounds. Win light here puts you in the quarterfinals. Racers and race fans, tomorrow is going to be another almost carbon copy of today. Weather-wise, it's going to be beautiful, and we're going to have the same classes running as we'll have another $20,000 to the winner main event race. We're going, time runs at 9 o'clock for our first time racers, anticipating some more racers showing up tomorrow that maybe could not get off work yesterday or today. And of course, we got no box running for $2,000 tomorrow. Duck race once again tomorrow, plus junior dragsters running 2 classes. Sportsman, 1049 and 1050 and slower, 1049 and quicker will be modified. All that coming your way as Carter Maxwell brings you the Pennington Brothers Super Bucks Showdown at Xtreme Raceway Park. $15 cars left in the duck class. They're coming up here in just a moment. You'll start to hear those first pair come to life momentarily. Attention, please. Junior dragster parent for car 4624. Could you make your way to the ladies' lounge, please? That's the pavilion by the concession stand where you do your entries. Car 4624 junior dragster, need a parent, to the ladies' lounge, please. Attention, junior dragster parent for car 4264. Never mind. Ducks have been called. I'm missing one duck. Got 14. I need one more to make it 15. Final call, ducks. It is time for the next round of Quackers. Second chance race for competitors that went out in the main event or no box. Rounds 1 through 4. Casey Ball on two wheels with the 606 dial-in. Takes the Phil's Trailer Sales of Waco lane. Going to be racing Rocky G. Rocky has got the Ford Maverick dialed it at 648 in the Strange Engineering lane. Two more win lights to get in the money. Semifinalists make $200. Runner-up $500, and the winner of the duck race, $3,000. Casey Ball, West, Texas. Going to be trying to chase that Maverick down. Rocky G gets to go first by 42/100ths of a second. Drivers are ready. They are away. Close at the finish, and the bike gets the win. 6:06, right on the money with an 8, 112.7 miles an hour. 22 total, good for the win for Casey Baugh. It was a breakout run for Rocky G. He goes 14 thousandths too quick. Hands that win light over to Casey Baugh. So Casey Baugh has got a ticket to the next round here in our duck class. Kaylee Phillips and Stephen Hughes will bring their rides to the starting line. The S10 truck is Kaylee Phillips. And she's in the Wills Point Chevrolet lane, dialed at 666 and going first against that red Demon. The Dodge Demon of Stephen Hughes is dialed at 549. .17 seconds head start. Goes to the pickup. Wheels up and rolling. Both drivers with nice wheel stands at the start. Windlight tower side. The truck, Kaylee Phillips, a 1/67 at 101 miles an hour to a 1/550 at 125 miles an hour for Hughes. 001 reaction time got it done for Kaylee Phillips. That'll bring us Leroy O'Brien and Bruce White. A Pontiac T1000 and a Chevrolet Monza, 656 and 674 the dial-ins. Great reaction times for both drivers. And the wind lights in the strange lane, 674, dead on with a 3. 006 on the tree up there. 6 and 3 is 9, plus the remainders is its 10 pack. 11 thousandths at the finish line. And a wind light for Bruce White in the Pontiac. Leroy, 1/657 at 100 miles an hour, but 004 on the tree. Dennis Lithgow and Bob Galitti at the starting line. Bob in the pickup truck going first, dialed at 599. Lithgow in the Roadster doing the pursuing, dialed at 487. Green lights both sides, and it's going to be the Roadster 487, right on the money. Takes 97 10,000ths at the stripe, and it's enough. Galitti was 602 on a 599, 3 over. Had an advantage at the starting line, but not enough. 9 thousandths margin at the stripe. Lithgow goes on. Tyler Cromwell and Joe Nunke on the starting line. Joe's got the Roadster on the right, dialed at 533. Tyler's got the Dragster on the left, dialed fast, 428 for Cromwell. Hey, Junior Dragsters, I need you to staging for your first round. Junior Dragsters to staging for your first eliminations round. Drivers into pre-stage, now easing towards the stage spot. 4 bulbs lit, tree counts down, crosstalk on. Green lights for both drivers. They are close at the start, at the finish line. Nunke, 533, dead 9 at 129.35 miles an hour, takes 22 thousandths at the finish line, good for the win. Cromwell 3 over, 431 on a 428 dial in. Big speed, 163.4 miles an hour. But it wasn't enough. 3 over the dial in gives Nunke, who goes dead on with a 9, the chance to get the win light. Rocky McLean went to the semifinals in the warm-up race last night. Paid for his day and then some. He's got a 460 dialed in to the dragster on the left side. Dragster on the right side, Todd Robinson gets a 1/10 of a second head start, dialed at 470. They go into the pre-stage. Nothing says you have to stage first, so they're trying to wait each other out here. Little Rock turns on the stage bulb. 4 bulbs lit. Here we go. 1/10 of a second head start on the right side. The lights are green. The win lights on the tower side for Rocky. Goes dead on with a 1. Takes 13/10,000ths at the finish line. What a drag race. It was a breakout for Todd Robinson, 469 on a 470 dial, but Little Rock dead on with a 1, 014 on the tree, a 15 package, moves on. Russell Marr got a win in last night's warm-up race, took home that $5,000 payday. He finds himself dialed at 470 in this round of 15 in the duck race. Taking on racy J.C. Lowry. She's on the right side with a 522 dial in. Gets 5200's head start at the start and goes red. 4,000's too quick. Turns on that red light, puts a win light on the tower side for Russell Marr. Russell goes on 2 over 472 at 147 miles an hour. JC breaks out, but left that red light on the starting line. The end. Kenny Probst had the bye run, so he's going to solo into that next round. Puts a 459 dial in on the board, runs a 459 with a 4, right on the money, 150.1 miles an hour. And 15 goes down to 8 in the next round. That's your quarterfinal. 8 goes to 4, then goes to 2 for the final round. That is your duck class. Junior dragsters, you should be in the staging lanes now for your first round. Junior dragster to staging for the first eliminator round. So it'll be Kenny and Kaylee and Casey and Bruce, Dennis, Joe, Rocky, and Russell. 8 remaining cars in the duck class. Junior dragster round 1 coming up. Well, race fans, the Xtreme Grill is open, turning out that great food, those ice-cold beverages as well, plus the Sweet Tooth, bringing you those sweet treats. Also, the merchandise window is open. And, of course, the ladies' lounge is available with the Pennington Brothers Super Bucks Showdown staff, showing off those buckles that the winners will take home. Plus, all the Pennington Super Bucks Showdown merchandise is available there as well. That's where you do your entries. That's where you pick up your winnings. Very popular place to be this weekend. Hot savory delights from the Xtreme Grill available on the tower side of the racetrack. Every ticket is a pit pass, so if you want to come over and see some of these amazingly cool cars, you are welcome to do that. We've got fireworks coming up at the conclusion of tonight's racing. So that sun is heading for that western horizon. The shadows are long. In fact, there's no sunshine on the racetrack anymore. As we head towards dark, the fireworks show coming your way. Once again, junior dragsters, you should be in your staging area for first round. Junior dragster round 1 next on center stage. Three rounds left in the duck class, so Ducks, if you got to win in that round, you know the next thing I'm going to say. Yeah, we're going to call you to the staging lanes very shortly, so cool and fuel and be ready to come back for the next round, quarterfinal round in the duck race. We've got our junior dragsters getting our car numbers and dial-ins ready to enter into the computer system. And the first pair numbers come up on the board. In bracket racing, if you're new to it, you can look at the scoreboard. You see the big number, 795. The little number, 791. Subtract those, that gives you 4. That means a 4/100th of a second head start for the car with the big number in the strange lane. That AccuTime Christmas tree will count down so that the green light on the right side comes on 4/100ths of a second before the green light in the left lane comes on. If both drivers leave at precisely the right nanosecond and run exactly the performance projection that they said the car would run, it'll be a dead heat. They'll cross the finish line at the same moment. The number of times that that has happened in recorded history, pretty close to 0. That's how we get a winner, although sometimes that winning margin is measured in thousandths of a second and sometimes 10,000ths of a second. Chase Pourchaix is going to be on the tower side of the racetrack in the Wills Point Chevrolet lane, dialed at 791. Going to be doing the chasing of Jaylee Jones. She's in the ProTech inspection lane, dialed at 795. Chase goes red, so that one's over at the starting line. Jaylee's going to advance, 795, dead on with a 6 at 81 miles an hour. And Chase knows there's an opportunity for a re-entry, so runs it out the back door to see how much potential there is there. 792 at 80.7 miles an hour for Pourchaix. Next pair is going to be Houston Partney and Paxton Tonneson. Hudson is on the tower side in that Wills Point Ford lane, dialed at 811. 0.2 of a second head start against Paxton Tonneson. Paxton from Prosper is over on the ProTech side of the racetrack, your spectator side. Big number minus little number gives you 0.2 of a second head start for Hudson Partney on the left. It's in the driver's hands. They bring their cars up into the pre-stage position, just a few inches more, and they'll be staged. 3 bulbs lit, waiting for that 4th, and it does come on. Green lights for both drivers. 200's edge at the starting line, and a win light. For the person with the edge, Paxton Tonneson goes 793, 2 over at 81.95 miles an hour. To take the win, to advance, Hudson Partney goes a little under the dial, runs 810 on the 811. Goes too quick, gets the opportunity for that trip to the buyback window. Next up, Cash Pennington. Next on the tower side at 904 dial in, Andrew Bolin with a 790 dial. Takes that right side lane. 114, 1.14 seconds head start for Cash in the Wills Point Chevrolet lane. They both got green lights. The reaction times are close. Across the finish line, win light, tower side, Cash Pennington 904, dead on with an 8. 69.4 miles an hour. Andrew Bolin 793, 79.6 miles an hour. 3 over on that right side. Margin at the stripe, 24 thousandths of a second. Cash Pennington will get the win light. As they make their way towards the exit, Mackenzie Roberts and Riley Spell will show up at the starting line. The entrance, 790 and 825, your posted performance projections. 3,500's head start for Riley Spell. All right.
We got a few juniors left.
Roberts and Spell at the starting line. Right lane goes first. Seven thousandths red on the tower side, puts a win light on the spectator side for Riley Spell. 817, 79.9 miles an hour to 787 at 83.3. Landon Graves and Freddie Harris. Next to the starting line, Freddie Harris from Ennis is over on the spectator side of the racetrack, got an 890 dialed in. Landon Graves 796 the dial on your tower side. .94 of a second head start for the car on the right side of the racetrack. Got a green light right side, red light left side. Freddie Harris with the win light. It's flashing in his face. He's doing all he can to maintain composure because those wind lights are pretty precious. 886 at 73.3 miles an hour for Fast Freddie. Landon goes 798 at 80.4 and looking for that re-entry opportunity. Lane Swift, Paradise, Texas, and Cash Branham, your next pair. Fire goes out for the dragster on the right side, so they grab a starter right fast and quickly bring that car back to life. 790 the dial for Branham. Lane Swift going first. 1.17 seconds head start for Lane Swift in the Wills Point Chevy lane. Got green lights on both sides this time, and the wind light is in the strange lane. Cash Branham 792, 81.6 miles an hour, averts disaster when the car lost fire, but does get a wind light. Lane Swift goes too quick, runs 905 on a 907 dial, 69.5 miles an hour. They'll get a chance to do that re-entry. All right, Quackers, I need you to the staging lanes, please. We are at the quarterfinal round of Quackers. I need you to the lanes, please. If you're still in the duck race, bring them to the staging lanes for me now. Driver Spencer and Carter Peplowski at the starting line next. Carter's on the right, going first with a 900s head start against driver Spencer's 801 dial. Nunkeep, Probst, White, Phillips, Lithgow, Baugh, McLean, and Marr to the staging lanes for the duck race. Quarterfinalists in the ducks. Come on down. Across the finish line, going to be a wind light in the strange lane. 819, 73 miles per hour for Carter. Driver Spencer goes 799, goes too quick. Big starting line edge for Carter. Put him out front to stay. Next pair coming up going to be Corbin Pennington with an 1199 dial in on the tower side in the Wills Point Ford lane. Bentley McCabe from Midlothian, Texas takes that right side ProTech inspection lane and dials 890. Corbin 3.09 second head start. Okay. Drivers getting them staged up. Corbin goes deep. We're ready. Green light on the left, red light on the right. Bentley too quick. Corbin's going to the next round. 1199 the dial in. Corbin runs 1199. Pretty good, huh? 53.8 miles an hour. Bentley runs 891 on the 890 dial. 72.9 miles an hour, just a little bit early off the start. Turns on that red light. Kaysen, Powers, and Mia Meadows at the starting line. Kaysen with an 882 dial in. Going first against Mia, who's dialed at 798. 84 100ths of a second head start. Administered by the timing system to Kaysen Powers. Red light for Kaysen, win light for Mia. 795 and 882 the dial ins. Kaysen dead on with a 9, but red at the start. Mia goes 795, 3 under at 81.1 miles an hour, but it's a win. And she's moving on. C.J. Roberts and Pepper Houston, next pair. Pepper has a 12 flat dialed into the dragster on the spectator side of the racetrack as the lights come on. C.J. Roberts going to be doing the chasing in this match, dialed at 852. .48 seconds head start. If you don't think that's a long time, try waiting for that your tree to count down when the other guy is already gone. CJ with the win light as Pepper goes red. 12-12 for Pepper at 50 miles an hour. 856 at 75 miles per hour for CJ. So the dragsters will be restarted. It's going to be Palmer Russell on the spectator side in the ProTech inspection lane. Going first, dialed at 1214. Against Adelaide Ferris. Adelaide on the tower side, dialed at 799. 4.15 seconds head start for Palmer. In the car in the right lane. Quackers to the lane, please. Quackers to the lane. 8 cars left in the duck race. Need you to the staging lanes. .3000's red on the tower side puts a win light on the spectator side for Palmer Russell. Palmer goes 1226 at 53 miles an hour. Adelaide goes 798 at 81.4. And with the bye run here in the first round of Junior Dragsters, Harper Staggs from Mansfield, Texas. 893 the dial in. chance to work on reaction time because the wind light's coming on. 015 green. And 902, 71.3 miles an hour. Harper moves into the next round. So 8 cars left in the duck race. We put them on a ladder. We'll see the pairings when they come up, unless we happen to get them before that. Won't matter, though. They'll be paired in the staging lanes, and they will come up against the appropriate party. In the Pennington Brothers Super Bucks Showdown, presented by Carter Maxwell Goodyear Eagle Tires and Sticky Mickey Thompson Tires, we have handed out thousands of dollars already and celebrated several wins. Last night in the warm-up race, Russell Marr got a win versus Ty Farmer for that $5,000 payday. Earlier today in the no-box class, a $2,000 prize went to James Asbill out of Abilene, Texas, with a final round victory over Lucas Thomas. And in our main event, $20,000 top prize went to Corey Neighbors, who raced Curtis Stevenson. Both racers from Kansas towed down to XRP on this Independence Day weekend to do a little racing. I have to say it's going pretty well for the teams from Kansas. Another $20,000 payday on the line tomorrow. Gates open at 8 o'clock. Track hot at 9 a.m. Time trials for our first-timers. Opportunity to race for the $5,000 with a perfect run in time trials. Also dial in for dollars. Winner gets a drum of VP racing fuel. Junior dragsters will also be racing tomorrow. And for those that go out in no box or Super Pro in rounds 1 through 4, have another duck race tomorrow. Fireworks coming your way tonight, race fans. At the conclusion of cars going down the racetrack, it'll be time for explosive activity in the sky. Don't want to forget those junior dragster winners last night. C.J. Roberts got the win over Jaylee Jones in the junior dragster final round last night. We're working our way towards our second junior dragster winner in this weekend's Super Bucks Showdown. Want to do a little bit of that track prep right before these fast cars come up to the starting line. 8 left in this class. Junior dragsters to staging for your next round. If you have not already got your re-entry, better hurry. I need junior dragsters to the staging lanes. Junior dragsters to staging for your second round. Casey Baugh and Dennis Lithgow, first pair. In the quarterfinal round of the Quackers. 6:04 and 4:87 the dial ends. 1:13 plus 4s, 1.17 seconds head start for the bike. Rider and driver bring their machines up to the infrared for a pre-stage. Get a win light here and you are in the money. They both got green lights, so their chances are good so far. And it's going to be Casey. Casey takes 8 10,000ths at the finish line for the win. 6:04 right on the money. .488 one over for Dennis Lithgow. Lithgow had a slight starting line advantage, but the ET edge goes to Baugh. And an 8 10,000ths margin puts Casey Baugh in the semifinal. KP and KP coming your way. Kaylee Phillips and Kenny Probst. 459 and 667 your dial. Truck goes first. Easing into that ready position for a spot in the semifinal and in a money round. Both drivers with green lights on the start. 0-2 for both reaction times. And the win light goes to KP Kenny Probst. 461 over at 149 miles an hour. Kaylee Phillips runs 666, breaks out 51 10,000ths. KP Kenny Probst going to put that dragster into the next round. Joe Nunke and Bruce White at the starting line, 674 and 533. The dial ends. White with the Pontiac T1000 takes that right side lane and gets to go first. Green lights for both racers. Win light, strange side, 676, 2 over at 103.6. That 18 10,000ths from perfect light. Bruce White got it done for him. Takes 055 at the stripe. 547 over for Joe. Dumped at the top end of the racetrack, hoping for a breakout, didn't get it. Bruce White goes on. Final pair, Rocky McLean and Russell Marr. These two racers were in the semifinal of the warm-up race last night for $5,000. Russell Marr won that $5,000. Rocky McLean got a piece of the purse as he was a semi-finalist. Russell Marr hoping to go on. Rocky McLean hoping to put him out. 1100's head start for the dragster on the right side of the racetrack. There we go, green lights for both. And it's going to be a win light in the strange lane for Russell Marr. 71 on a 70 dial, one over at 147 miles an hour. 458 with an 07. Rocky McLean breaks out 93 10,000ths. That puts a win light on the right side, and Russell Marr for the second night in a row is going to the semifinal of one of the races. Juniors, you should be in staging for your second round. Juniors, you should be in the staging lanes for your second round. It's time for junior dragsters. So, race fans, our junior dragsters are headed our way. Looks like it's going to be 5 rounds of junior dragsters before we crown tonight's winner in the junior dragster class. They'll be bringing them back as quickly as they can after each round as we are through. This is the buyback round. This is a true elimination round, so those that do not win in this round will get to race tomorrow. Those that win get to come back for the next round. We are down to a semifinal in our duck race. Kenny Probst, Casey Baugh, Bruce White, and Russell Marr, the only 4 left, still with a chance for that $3,000 top prize. Just about ready to fire up the first pair. Harper Staggs and C.J. Roberts are going to lead us off. Harper Staggs was the last car down the racetrack in that previous round of junior dragsters. Comes out as the first car ready to go. 898 and 892 the dial in. 600's head start for Harper. Going to be on the tower side of the racetrack in the Wills Point Ford lane. CJ will take that ProTech inspection lane. CJ got a win in last night's Gamblers race. Drivers wired up and fired up. Tuners making sure that everything is where they want it with the race car. Pre-stage on in that ProTech inspection lane for CJ Roberts. Four bulbs lit, tree counts down, red light right side, wind light left side. .853, 76 miles an hour. CJ airs it out. And Harper goes 903, 5 over at 71.3 miles an hour. Put a red light on the right, puts a wind light on the left, and Harper Staggs is going on. Next up, Freddie Harris from Ennis, Texas takes that right side lane, has an 890 dialed in. Andrew Boland takes the left side lane, has a 793 dialed in. Going to be a 97 100ths of a second head start for the dragster on the spectator side of the racetrack. Fireworks coming up at the conclusion of tonight's racing. We are down to a semifinal round in ducks. And this is the first of 5 remaining rounds for junior dragsters. Pre-stage on for Andrew Boland. Harris makes it 2. Lots of flickering on that stage light on the left side. Now it's good. Green lights for both drivers. Here we go. Freddie Harris with a head start is away. Andrew Boland trying to reel him in. Not today. 893, a 3 over 71.6 mile an hour pass is going to be enough to turn on the wind light. 794, 1 over at 79.9 miles an hour for Andrew Boland. Freddie held 4 at the starting line, gave 3 back. It was still enough for the wind light. Freddie Harris moves on. Hudson Partney and Cash Pennington, your next pair. Cash takes the right side. Partney takes the left side. 904 and 810 the dial in. Got a little quiet out there as the dragster on the left side loses fire. So the dragster on the right side, that team knows there's 1 minute for Hudson Partney to be able to get things going, and they get it done. So it'll be a race. That's the way everybody wants it. So Hudson with the red light gives Cash Pennington the wind light. A 904 dial in on the right side couples with a 901 elapsed time at 72.85 miles an hour. That was over early as Hudson runs 810, dead on with a 3, 79.4 miles an hour. Not the first time that's happened today. Dead on, but red on. Chase Porcher and Landon Graves next at the starting line. Landon right side gets the 800s head start. Dialed at 798 against Chase's 790. Drivers moving them up to the ready position. 3 bulbs almost lit. Now we are. And the 4th bulb comes on. Green lights for both drivers. Porsche versus Graves. Across the 660, who's going to be? Winlight Tower Side Chase, 793 at 80 miles an hour to a breakout 796 for Landon Graves. That'll bring us Lane Swift and Carter Poplawski. Carter from Midlothian has an 811 dial in. They are geared up and ready to go. Looking back as the Lane Swift team trying to get that car fired up and ready to run. Here it comes. Attention in the pits, Ducks. I need you to the staging lanes, please. Semi-finalists for the Duck race to the lanes. We did come away with green lights on both sides of the Christmas tree in this pairing. Winlight in the Wills Point Chevrolet lane goes to Carter Poplawski. 8:15, 76.3 miles an hour. Lane Swift, a good effort, 9:10 at 67 miles an hour. Goes 6 over, but it won't be enough. Paxton Tonneson and Riley Spell. Next up, Jennings, Louisiana, home for Spell. 8:18 the dial. Riley's going first. Paxton with the 792 dial in, doing the chasing down that Wills Point Ford lane. Going to decide this one at the finish line, and the win light is in the ProTech inspection lane. 8:20 with a 977.6 miles an hour. Riley Spell puts that Louisiana car into the next round. Paxton goes 793, one over at 81.9 miles an hour. Riley held 4 at the starting line, gave back part of it, margin of 26 thousandths at the finish line. Bentley McCabe and Palmer Russell. Next at the starting line, 12:14 the dial for Russell. McCabe dials 890. Bentley first to pre-stage. Palmer follows up. Same pattern for the stage light. And they've both got green lights. Palmer with the head start. Bentley trying to chase him down and gets it done. 895, 71 miles an hour. Takes the win against a 12-14. Palmer Russell dead on with a 9. But a delayed start cost him the race. Mackenzie Roberts and Adelie Ferris squaring off here in round 2. Junior dragster, 900's head start for Addie Lee on that spectator side of the racetrack in the Strange Engineering lane. At the finish line, put a win light on the spectator side. Addie Ferris goes 8 flat at 81 miles an hour. That's good for the win. Mackenzie got there first, but goes too quick. 3/10,000ths too quick. 789 with a 97. Takes us out a lot of digits. 3/10,000ths too quick. Breaks out, puts a win light on the right side for Addie Ferris. Pepper Houston and Mia Meadows next to the starting line. Pepper going first, dialed at 12:04 in the Wills Point Ford lane. On the tower side, Mia Meadows doing the chasing. Got a fast car, dialed at 798. Well, trouble on the left side for Pepper. Taking that slow ride down the left side. And Mia Meadows advances 878, making very certain that a breakout did not occur. Looking to see if there's enough momentum for Pepper on the left side to reach that turnout. Starters keeping a close eye as the next pair is already fired up. Kason Powers from Wimberley and Cash Branham. They're confident that Pepper's going to be able to make it off of the racetrack. Let's see if their confidence is rewarded. Looks like it is. .880 and 790 the dial-ins. 9/10 of a second head start for Kason on the tower side in your Wills Point Chevy lane. That true start got to make sure they stay green. And win lights on the right side. 796, Cash Branham, 80 miles an hour. Takes out Kason's 881. Kason 1 over. Gave up 8 at the starting line. It was more than enough for Cash Branham to cash in. Corbin Pennington next up with an 1199 dial-in on the Wills Point Ford side of the racetrack, taking on driver Spencer. Corbin's going first. Driver's doing the pursuing, a 798 dial-in for the dragster on the right side. Just over 4 seconds head start. Cash with the deep stage, gets a green light. Driver Spencer doing the chasing over there on the right side. At the top end of the racetrack, win light, Corbin, 12:03, 52.6 miles an hour. Driver goes dead on with a 5, 81.95 miles an hour. Corbin held 9 at the starting line. It was more than enough. Jaylee Jones with the bye run. Brings it up on to the starting line. And if you're thinking the same thing I was, I don't hear anything. Well, that's an electric dragster. 795 the dial in. Jaylee goes 796, 81.3 miles an hour to move on in to the next round. That's going to conclude Junior Dragster round 2. And half of those cars will be coming back. Half of them get to go to the trailer and wait for tomorrow, as we are in full-on eliminations mode now. Junior Dragsters, if you got a win light, it's going to be time to bring them back before you know it. Your next round coming up. Semi-final round in our duck race. Get a win light here, have a chance for a $3,000 payday. Down to 4 cars. Russell Marr, Bruce White, Casey Baugh, and Kenny Probst. Next on the track in our semifinal round of the Ducks. And here comes your Quackers semifinals. Oh, it's not. Okay. Got my hopes up. $12 cars left in Junior Dragsters. Wait and see bye run is awarded to Chase Forche. Quackers coming up with their semifinalists in a moment. So, race fans, we are in the semifinal round of our duck race. $3,000 to the winner, $500 to the runner-up. Those that don't get a win light in this pairing get 200 American dollars. The race to become the Mighty Duck for the night is on. Casey Baugh on 2 wheels, Bruce White on 4. 674 and 604 the dial ins. Bruce White, the Pontiac T1000, going first by 7/10 down that strange engineering lane. Casey Baugh cleans and heats that rear tire, brings it up, gets ready for the match. A lot of money rides on this. Winner has a chance for $3,000. Bruce White puts it in the pre-stage. Casey Baugh is there. Takes nerves of steel when it comes down to the money rounds. Oh, red light start for Casey. 5,000's red. Puts a win light in the strange engineering lane for Bruce White. He goes 675 on a 674 dial, 107.0 miles an hour. And just like we've seen umpteen times today, dead on and a red light. 5,000's red. Dead on with a 4. Casey Baugh gets the $200, and Bruce White goes to the final round to take on one of these two. Kenny Probst or Russell Marr. Russell hoping to make it 2 wins in 2 nights. He won $5,000 last night. If he gets a win in this pairing, he could win $3,000 tonight, but you got to get around Kenny Probst first. 459 and 471, the posted dial-ins. Russell going first by 12. Hundreds. They're staged, they're ready. Tree counts down. Red light left side. KP goes 3,000's red. Is he going to go dead on? He does. Dead on with a 5 and a 003. Red light gives it to Russell Marr. Russell goes dead on. He's not backing into that final round by any stretch of the imagination. Runs 471 dead 2 at 147 miles an hour. 026 green, not exactly the reaction time he was hoping for, but it was enough. The red light comes on the tower side, and Russell Marr makes it 2 final rounds in 2 nights. He's going to be taking on Bruce White in your Quackers final round. So junior dragsters will be coming up. Junior dragsters will be coming up with their 3rd round of eliminations. So Junior Dragster's got Chase Porsche with the wait and see bye run. There's 12 cars left. So a bye run not likely until the semifinal.
So while we have a quiet moment waiting on our juniors to get back around for their round number 3, I believe. What? They're around here. They're into the sweets, but before we kick them off, just real quick, go over the run-up show for tomorrow. Registration will open at 8 a.m. New entry time run. There's one of those at 9 a.m. I have no earthly idea if anyone has come in since we started today, but I'm sure a couple have. It'll be for new entries only, followed by the Junior Dragster time run, with first round to follow all of that. So beyond that, pretty similar to today's program. It'll be run as no box, Super Pro doors, Super Pro dragsters, and juniors. Juniors will just start with everybody else tomorrow. And the duck race will start after at least round number 4. Running for 20K again tomorrow. 2K off the bottom. Our juniors tomorrow. 3K to win junior sportsman and 1,000 to win junior modified. Heck of a day in store. There's still some dang fine racing to happen this evening on Friday night at XRP. Bennington Rose Super Bucks Showdown presented by Carter Maxwell, Goodyear, Mickey Thompson, our friends at Rafter P, and Get 'em Carburetors on board as well. The juniors are under the suites. We get ready to fire them up for their next round of competition. Our duck racers, I know y'all just ran, but of course, as soon as you can, get them cooled off and fueled up, because we'll be calling y'all here shortly. I hear juniors as they roll into the water. Harper Staggs and Riley Spell to kick us off here in round number 3. Harper will line up on the Phil's Trailer Sales side of the racetrack. She will dial in at 9 flat. And Riley Spell from Jennings, Louisiana, making the trip over. Riley dials in at 8:18 as they approach the starting line. Four bulbs are lit. Away we go. They stay green. 31 thou worth of advantage goes Harper's way. Wind light says Harper Staggs, 50 green. 901 on a 9 flat. She's 15 thou above. Riley was 81 on this end. Takes 300 worth of finish line to be 46 thou under the dial in. Could not make it happen. Harper will be back for round number 4. Cash Pennington and Bentley McCabe up now. McCabe, Strange Engineering side of the racetrack out of Midlothian, dials in at 890. And Cash Pennington, left side of the racetrack, dials 905. Red light start, Bentley McCabe by 003. Pennington gets away with one, 125 green, 898 on a 905 dial in as Bentley McCabe kicks her 003 red to go 891 on the 890 dial in as Mia Meadows and Jaylee Jones roll forward. Mia on the left dial 798, Jaylee on the right dial 796 as Mia already finds the stage beam and Jaylee follows. Well, that was efficient. Cleaning green, 10 thou separate them. Top in, Jaylee Jones, 65 green, 795.3 on the 796 dial in. She's 7 thou under, taking a 2 thou stripe. Mia, 75 green, 796 on a 798. She's under by more. And headed back to her pit area for the remainder of the evening as Jaylee moves on. Adelie Ferris, left side of the racetrack, dials 8 flat. Right side dials 890. Freddie Harris, as I am corrected. So Freddie Harris on the right and Adelie Ferris on the left. Adeli's got 200th in her pocket. Wind light says Adeli. 45 green, 8025 on the 8 flat dial in. 25 thou above. Gets there first by 21 thou. Freddie, 67 on this end. 892.5 on that end. 25 thou above as well. The difference in reaction time was roughly the difference at the finish line. And Adeli moves on. Carter Poplowski and Corbin Pennington on track now. Hey, attention in the pits. Duck final. We will take you to the lanes, please. Duck final. We will take you. Get them cooled down and fueled up and bring them this way. Duck final. We need you. We need you now. Carter Poplowski left side dials 811. And Corbin Pennington. Strange Engineering side of the racetrack dials 1199. As we are quickly running out of juniors. Corbin rocking her in deep. Carter finds the stage beam as well. And here we go. Red light start, Corbin Pennington by 28 thousandths of a second. Carter was not messing around on this one. Carter Poplowski, 007 green. Clicks her off to go through at 859 at only 59 miles per. Corbin 28 on the red side, 1198.9. He's a thou under. But my goodness, would he have needed every inch of that. Poplowski moving on with a 007 reaction time. And that's got to be pretty high up on the sheet. Chase Porsche and Cash Branham. 790s a pair, their dial-ins. Porsche out of Montgomery will line up on the Phil's Trailer Sales side of the racetrack. Cash Branham, little C, right side of the equation. The big C sets the idle and steps back. And says it's all yours now, bud. Nothing to ride home about on either side, but Chase is in a whole lot of trouble. Win like Cash Branham, 67 green, 796 on a 790 dial-in. Gets there first by 36 thou. Chase, well, it started with a 1. That's all we're going to say about it. 794 on a 790 to fall short. Once again, Duck Final, we need you to the lanes, please. Duck Final, we need you. We need you badly. We need you now. Duck Final, we need you to the staging lanes, please. So concluding the thank you, Cheyenne. So concluding the final of the duck race, we will have our fireworks celebration, and then after that we will conclude the remainder of our Junior Dragster Gamblers race. So we'll run this as duck race final, followed by fireworks, followed by juniors. If everyone wants to kind of get in a appropriate viewing location to see the fireworks show. Chad Sandlin, what you have in mind is definitely not an appropriate viewing location, but I won't tell if you don't. So following the final of the duck race, fireworks, and then we'll get back into our Junior Dragster Friday Gamblers race. And I believe we have both halves of our duck race final in the lanes, if I'm not mistaken. I hear race cars pulling up under the suites, which can only mean one thing. We're about to kick off our $3,000 duck race final. As Russell Marr and Bruce White make their way to the ready line stripe, and I believe real quickly, David Ratton has something to say. And when David talks, you listen.
Hey, I want to reach out to all of our live stream audience and let you know how much we appreciate you being here, including out in Portland, Oregon, Megan Gianni. Enjoy this final round with our announcer, Dylan Lee.
Oregon, you say? We're almost internationally famous. Who would have thunk it? Couldn't have said it better. Russell Marr, Bruce White, back up from the burnouts to crown our duck race champion. And I realize it's a duck race and all that entails, but it might be the coolest trophy in all of drag racing. Russell Marr, Bruce White. Russell Marr in the dragster, last night's Thursday 5K warm-up winner. Gonna try to go 2 for 2 out of 2 days. 471 the dial-in the dragster. And Bruce White wheeling the T1000 to the final. They're in. Bruce dial 674 away. He goes, and here comes Russell. They say green. Advantage this end goes Russell Marr. Win line, Russell Marr. 008 green, 473.5 on the 471 dial in. He's 25 thou above, taking a 1 thou stripe. Bruce was 21 on this end and 13,000 above on that end to fall short of the world's largest rubber duck. Congratulations, Bruce White, on the runner-up. The T1000, as always, putting in a whole bunch of rounds this week. But Russell Marr, in addition to your Thursday 5K winner, is now your Friday duck race $3,000 winner. As we wait on our juniors to come back around, ladies and gentlemen, happy 4th of July weekend for the 250th time. Enjoy the show.
would be perfect. 6 cars left. That's 3 rounds. We'll go from 6 to 3 to a final round. We'll put the ribbon around this gift of a day. We'll do it again tomorrow with another beautiful drag race at Xtreme Raceway Park. We're bringing you the Super Bucks Showdown. These racers racing for belt buckles and a whole lot of American dollars. If you want to join us, we will kick off early in the morning. Gates open at 8 o'clock. Cars take the track at 9 o'clock sharp. Many more thousands of dollars will be awarded to the bracket racers. They've come from all over the place. As a matter of fact, as you noticed that we had winners of the $20,000 race. Both finalists came from Kansas. We've heard the states of Louisiana, of course, a lot of Oklahoma and Texas. Several domiciles all around the Lone Star State. And we've got a big bunch of racing to do tomorrow. So junior dragsters, come on down. Junior dragsters, come on down. Your quarterfinal round is on deck. Let's get you down the racetrack.
Our junior dragster competitors have made their way under the suites as we do a couple of quick sweeps of the racetrack. Then we'll be ready to kick off the remaining 3 rounds of eliminations for the evening. So while we finish up our track prep, awaiting our juniors, one more time while it's nice and quiet, tomorrow's schedule. Registration opens at 8 a.m. New entry time runs for new entries only. And one and only will be at 9 a.m. followed by our junior dragster time run with first round of our $20,000 Saturday main event to follow. Run order will be the same as it was today. No box, followed by Super Pro Door, followed by Super Pro Dragster, followed by Junior Dragster. Another duck race tomorrow as well after round number 4. The most important thing you need to know about is the new entry time run at 9, followed by juniors, followed by round number 1. I believe we're just about ready to fire up our juniors under the suites. The first pair will be Cash Branham and Harper Staggs. The dial-ins are already on the scoreboards as we get ready to put a cherry on Friday night here at XRP, Texas. So our quarterfinal round of junior dragsters kick things off. Like we said, Cash Branham left side dials in 790. Harper Staggs, the Texas Bounty Huntress, right side of the racetrack, dials 9 flat. As they are already in the stage beams, and away we go. Harper kicks her red by 33 thousandths of a second. Cash moves on. Lil C, 67 green and 789 on a 790 dial-in. He's 2 thou under. Harper 033 on the red side, 902 on a 9 flat to end her campaign this evening and send Cash Branham to the semifinals. Jaylee Jones, and Cash Pennington. On track now, Jaylee left side of the racetrack, Maybait, Texas, where she calls home, 795 the dial-in, and Cash Pennington. The next generation of the Pennington Bros, right side of the equation, dials 905 as they both flicker the stage beam and get them in. Red light Cash, win light Jaylee. Cash 43 thou on the red side, airs it out to go 899 on a 905. Jaylee 16 green, 797, one above 2 to move on to the round of 3. Carter Poplowski and Adelie Ferris, what I believe is your final pair. Take the racetrack. Carter on the left, Adam Midlothian dials 811. Adelie on the right, dials an 8 flat. As the crew chiefs make one nod to each other, it's like a top alcohol race on the starting line, I gotta tell you. And it's all in the kids' hands now. The pre-stage bulbs are lit as we collectively find the stage beams. Red light Carter by 10 thou. Adelie moving on, 36 green and 804 on an 8 flat dial in. Carter 10 on the red side. Goes down to go 811 dead on 5. And for the last time this evening, I will say the words red and dead on, as it just tends to always be. Your semifinals are set. And I personally have had just a fantastic Friday here at XRP Texas, the Pennington Bros Super Bucks Showdown, presented by Carter Maxwell, Goodyear, and Mickey Thompson Tires. And of course, a special thanks to Rafter P Construction and Get 'em Carbs as well. I am going to step out of here and let everyone's favorite local announcer, David Ratton, take us through the rest of the evening. But for me, Dylan Lee, it's a good night to all, and I will happily see y'all in the morning, and David is going to take y'all home on July 3rd evening.